Chapter 97. Damn, what the hell? Yi Hao slowly turned his head and saw a huge eye. He was shocked. Only then did he realize that he was on the back of a black dragon. The boulder he was on was obviously a huge scale. Little thing, how dare you stand on the great dragon? Only death can make you pay the price. The dragon suddenly opened its huge mouth and spoke to Yi Hao. A fishy smell instantly entered Yi Hao's nose. Damn, how long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Can you stop talking when your mouth stinks? Yi Hao quickly covered his nose and said to the dragon in disdain. You dare to say that the great dragon's mouth stinks? I dare you to say it again. The dragon seemed to have been hit by Yi Hao's words. Instantly, it stared at Yi Hao with its huge dragon eyes. What are you looking at? Yi Hao jumped back and tried his best to keep the dragon's head from touching him. This was because he realized that the dragon was locked tightly by countless black chains and couldn't move at all. Yi Hao felt that his position was safe enough and immediately retorted without holding back. What can I do if I'm looking at you? The dragon was furious. It didn't expect this little guy to be so scheming. He actually jumped to a place that it couldn't reach. Oh, damn, I have a bad temper. I dare you to look at me again. Yi Hao pointed the Gatling gun at the dragon's head and looked like he would shoot if the dragon didn't agree with him. TSK, you want to kill me with those broken things? You must be dreaming. The dragon looked at the Gatling gun in Yi Hao's hand and said with disdain. Da. Yi Hao picked up the Gatling gun and smiled slyly. He fired at the dragon's eyes and said, I don't believe that your eyes can block my bullets. When the dragon saw a bunch of sesame-like things shot out from the Gatling gun, it still closed its eyes schemingly. Bang, bang, bang tilde there was a sound of metal hitting the dragon's eyelids. Sparks flew, but it couldn't do any damage to the dragon. Haha, I told you that you can't do any damage to the great dragon. You better come over and let me eat you. Otherwise, you will starve to death. Instead of wasting it, you might as well let me satisfy my craving. The dragon looked at Yi Hao, who was sulking on the spot, and sneered with disdain. Starve to death? I don't think I've eaten dragon meat before. I think it must be delicious. Yi Hao put the Gatling gun back into the space. As soon as he saw the dragon's arrogant appearance, he was very unhappy. He rolled his eyes and looked at the dragon as if he was looking at a pile of delicacies. The more Yi Hao thought about it, the more tempted he became. If he could eat dragon meat once in his life, he would die with regret. Yi Hao looked at the dragon's body, as if he was wondering which piece to eat. What do you want to do? I'm warning you, don't mess around. The dragon looked at Yi Hao's greedy eyes and felt guilty. He warned loudly, my defense is so strong. Don't you dare have any bad ideas. The dragon was puzzled. When did the humans in the world of totality become so strong? Even a child could not change his expression when he saw the dragon. He even dared to set his sights on him. Yi Hao rolled his eyes at the dragon. Suddenly, he seemed to have found something good and ran over. Stop right there. The giant dragon panicked because the direction Yi Hao was running in was exactly where his wound was. The defense there was zero. Moreover, he had already seen the gleaming dagger in Yi Hao's hand. Luckily, it hasn't rotted. But unfortunately, there is no fire. Yi Hao looked at the dragon's broken scales. The blood had coagulated, but it hadn't recovered. It seemed that Brother Xiao was right. He couldn't cultivate here. Don't. I was wrong. My meat is smelly. Also, raw meat doesn't taste good. When the dragon heard Yi Hao's words, he cried and begged for mercy. He thought about how he was the wise and elegant divine dragon of his generation. But now, he was severely wounded and had to flee to this farthest place. He accidentally entered a saint artifact, and now he was about to be eaten alive by a child. At this moment, the dragon felt that his life was sad, his life was boring, and his life was a tragedy. It's okay. Dragon meat sashimi is not bad either. Yi Hao didn't seem to mind. He checked the system and saw that he had a few more reputation points. It was just enough to exchange for mustard and soy sauce. Heavens! Earth! What kind of sin have I committed? The dragon struggled with the chains, But it was useless. He could only cry out helplessly. Bear with it. I'm going to start. Yi Hao reminded the dragon with a naive and kind face. At the same time, he swallowed his saliva. Damn you. I want to go home. The dragon was too tired to complain. If you want to cut me, hurry up. If you are so kind, let me go. Yi Hao threw caution to the wind. Since he was trapped in the space, he would eat the dragon meat first. Whether he lived or died, he would find a way out after he finished eating. With that thought, he took out a dagger and cut at the dragon's body. The dragon didn't have any dragon scales to block it. Yi Hao easily cut off a small piece of meat. Yi Hao stuck some mustard on it and put it in his mouth. Oh, it's delicious. Yi Hao tasted the dragon meat in his mouth. His eyes shone brightly. The dragon meat didn't have a bloody taste. Instead, it was very tender and smooth. It didn't feel like raw meat. A natural fragrance filled his mouth. It was even better than the delicacies made by top chef. Xiaolong, do you want a bite? Yi Hao cut off a piece of dragon meat, looking at the lifeless giant dragon and asked, Get lost. I'm going to kill you. Do you know how to eat yourself? The dragon scolded with snot and tears. How could he bully others like this? How was this a child? He was obviously a little devil. It's fine if you don't want to eat. What are you shouting for? Yi Hao ignored the dragon and ate the dragon meat deliciously. Ouch! Suddenly, Yi Hao felt a pain in his stomach. The blood in his body was boiling. It was as if there was a ball of fire in his stomach that was burning fiercely. Haha, little thing, how dare you eat my meat? Stuff yourself to death. The dragon saw Yi Hao's appearance and was immediately in a good mood. It was as if he had forgotten the pain in his body. In the Myriad Kingdom continent, Yi Hao was the only one who dared to eat dragon meat like this. It was a great opportunity for others to obtain a drop of dragon blood, not to mention eating raw dragon meat. A little bit of dragon blood would be used to refine pills. Who would be willing to waste it and eat raw dragon meat? Besides, there was no one who was so domineering. A dragon's body was a heavenly treasure. It contained a lot of energy. Ordinary people who ate it would explode and die. Only Yi Hao dared to eat it without any preparation. At this time, Yi Hao had already fainted from the pain. Ari, let me help you. The system sighed. But this little guy's luck is not bad. Chapter 98. My physical body seems to have become stronger. Yi Hao woke up and rubbed his stomach. He quickly observed his body to find out why it had become abnormally strong. Thank you, system. Yi Hao knew that this was the result of the system's help and thanked the system directly. That vigorous power just now felt like it was going to burst his body. Without the system's help, he might have died by now. Your luck is not bad. Your physical defense has reached level 1, which is 10 times your previous defense, the system said coldly. So strong. Yi Hao stared at the dragon with stars in his eyes. If a first-level body had 10 times the defense, then wouldn't a second-level body have 20 times the defense? If a 10th-level body had 100 times the defense, then wouldn't it be infuriating? Imagine standing together with a martial artist of the same level, allowing him to attack as he wished, but not being able to break through his defense. Kid, you didn't die and even strengthened your physical body. What kind of monster are you? The dragon widened his eyes and looked at Yi Hao with a cute face. Kid, what are you doing? The dragon roared and watched as Yi Hao cut his own flesh with a dagger. He was even more ferocious than before, as if he was the son of an ancient monster. He was no longer a child. This world is too cruel. The entire space was filled with the wailing of the dragon. Yi Hao didn't care. He ate and slept. After sleeping, he ate and ate. Anyway, with the system helping him, he didn't have to worry about digestion. After eating for 3 days and 3 nights, the dragon looked at a human-sized hole in his body. He wanted to cry but had no tears. At this time, he was powerless to refute. Only death was his greatest relief. Aya, I'm full. I'm not eating anymore. Yi Hao woke up again and saw that his physical body had reached level 3. However, it was extremely difficult to break through. Although he was a little dissatisfied, there was no other way. It would be a waste to eat more. The dragon meat allowed him to reach level 3 while sleeping, but he was still not satisfied. If the people of the Infinite Land continent knew about this, they might be angered to death. Which one of them didn't go through a mountain of swords and a sea of fire to strengthen their physical body? Who could be as relaxed as him? All he had to do was sleep, and he didn't even need to refine it himself. He even reached level 3, and he was still not satisfied. Little dragon, you're no longer of any use to me. I'm going to kill you, Yi Hao said to the giant dragon regretfully. We'll see if you can kill me. The dragon raised its sleepy eyes and looked at Yi Hao with disdain. The dragon didn't believe that Yi Hao could kill him, so he didn't care about Yi Hao's words. Xiaolong, you have steel, good job. System, summon the martial soul general for me. Ding dong, the system for summoning martial spirits has changed. 5 generals will be selected. Their quality will be random. They can be normal or peerless. First, Li Xiao, an ordinary nameless general. F***ck, the system can't be like this, right? Who is this Li Xiao? I've never heard of him, and he's just an ordinary general. What a waste of my summoning quota. Yi Hao had the urge to bang his head against the wall. Second, Li Xiaosan, an ordinary nameless general. System, come out, I promise I won't kill you. He was almost halfway to the resurrection point to summon famous and nameless generals. It was not easy for him to get a chance to summon a martial soul general. If he summoned an ordinary nameless general, he might as well cry and faint in the toilet. Third, Yang Sanlang, a middle-ranked general. This one is okay. Finally, there was a decent one. Fourth, Sun Ce, a low-ranked general. Fifth, Dian Wei, a high-ranked general. This one is good, this one is good, quickly draw Dian Wei for me. Yi Hao shouted excitedly. He only had 5 high-ranked generals, Xu Da, Ran Minute, Zhao Yun, Qin Qiong, and Yu Fei. Each of them had extraordinary aptitude and a bright future. Ding dong, the drawing begins. God bless me. Please don't draw the first 2. Yi Hao prayed in his heart. Although he didn't pray for Dian Wei to be drawn, at least he could draw a decent one. He didn't want to waste his precious quota. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing a high-ranked general, Dian Wei of the Ancient. His current strength is level 10 martial soul. Haha, come out, my general of the Ancient. Yi Hao was overjoyed. As expected of the system, he really drew Dian Wei. Greetings, my lord. Dian Wei stood next to Yi Hao like a small mountain with 2 halberds in his hands. His magnificent aura filled the entire space. Martial Soul Realm? Who are you, boy? Sensing Dian Wei's aura, the dragon suddenly opened his eyes. Although he was a saint, he couldn't cultivate here because of his serious injuries. He had fallen to the Martial Soul Realm. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Dian Wei in a one-on-one battle. However, he was trapped by the dragon prison lake and couldn't resist at all. He could only be slaughtered by Dian Wei. Dragon. Dian Wei was surprised to see the dragon, but he was relieved after observing the dragon's condition. I'll kill you as easily as slaughtering a pig. My lord, everything can be discussed. The dragon suddenly changed his attitude and looked at Yi Hao obsequiously. He knew that it must have been Yi Hao who brought Dian Wei here. He could only beg Yi Hao now. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Yi Hao looked at the dragon in disdain. What's wrong? You're scared now? Look, you can't escape even if you kill me. Please spare my life. The dragon continued to beg. Yi Hao's heart turned cold. Right, he was still trapped in the dragon prison lake and couldn't escape yet. Only a saint could break the space, but Dian Wei was only in the martial soul realm. It was impossible for him to do that. But so what? What's the use of keeping you alive? Yi Hao was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. He stubbornly insisted on killing the dragon. Well, I'll sign a contract with you. I'll be your pet. Please spare my life. The dragon rolled his eyes quickly, fearing that Yi Hao would really kill him. After all, it was better to live than to die. Sign a contract. Yi Hao was confused. He didn't know that people and magical beasts could sign a contract in this world. Don't you know? The dragon looked at Yi Hao speechlessly and imprinted something into Yi Hao's mind helplessly. Yi Hao gradually learned that magical beasts on the Myriad Land continent could sign contracts with people. Therefore, there were many powerful soldiers on this continent, collectively known as magic knights. Of course, there were also beast tamers. However, it was very difficult to sign a contract with a magical beast. Because many magical beasts would rather die than sign a contract with a human being. Of course, this dragon was an exception. Most people could only sign a contract with a young pet or a pet egg if they wanted to sign a contract with a magical beast. However, those who could sign a contract with a dragon were all experts who could leave their names in the history of the Myriad Land continent. Only the disciples of powerful forces above the sacred dynasty had a slim chance of signing a contract with a dragon, and it was an equal contract. That was to say, if a magical beast was dissatisfied with its master, it could betray its master at any time without any punishment or restraint. Besides the equal contract, there were also spiritual contracts, slave contracts, and blood contract. Chapter 99. What do you think? Don't you think it's cool to contract with a great dragon? The dragon continued to bluff with a cocky expression. The dragon thought that nobody could get out of the dragon prison lake anyway. As long as they signed an equal contract, the dragon would live longer than the dragon. When the dragon died, the contract would disappear too. Then sign a blood contract with me. Yi Hao could tell what the giant dragon was thinking at a glance, so he immediately interrupted it. What? You want to drag me down with you when you're dead? The dragon was immediately unwilling. It was a blood contract, which meant that its life was bound to Yi Hao's. If Yi Hao died, it would die too. The dragon regretted it so much. If it had known this would happen, it wouldn't have told Yi Hao everything. However, it put on a cunning smile and said, "Okay, I'll teach you how to make the contract. As for whether you can learn it or not, it's up to you. Master, be careful. Let me kill this beast." Dian Wei cautiously reminded the dragon when he saw that the dragon changed his mind so quickly. "Shut up, big black guy." The dragon was scared of Dian Wei. "Okay. Tell me the contract." Yi Hao agreed immediately. The system had already analyzed what the dragon was thinking. Yi Hao's current level was not enough to sign a contract with such a high-level dragon. If he forced the contract, Yi Hao would die from the explosion of his body. Yi Hao smiled slyly. "I'll let you be proud for a while. You'll be crying later." Yi Hao bit his finger and drew an ancient totem in the air according to the method given by the giant dragon. The totem had an ancient aura. The totem was small, but it took Yi Hao half an hour to draw it. His head was already covered in sweat. The dragon was very curious. Although it had never seen anyone draw a blood contract totem, it didn't take that long. However, it didn't think too much about it. "Boy, you'll see. The totem is done. Go." Yi Hao roared and pointed at the totem. The totem quickly flew to the dragon's forehead and shot into its head. "Brat, you're dead." The dragon smiled sinisterly as he looked at the weak totem flying towards him. If he wanted to, he could easily destroy it, but he didn't do so. Instead, he waited for the totem to appear in his head, then he would seize the opportunity to attack Yi Hao. Ha ha ha! The moment the totem entered the dragon's head, Yi Hao suddenly laughed out loud. "What are you laughing at?" The dragon sensed that something was wrong and wanted to quickly kill Yi Hao. However, the totem that entered his mind was extremely weak at first. Suddenly, it grew rapidly. He quickly sealed his soul, not allowing him to resist at all. "Brat, you've done something." The dragon's expression was ferocious as it struggled madly in pain. It wanted to resist the totem in its mind and expel it from its mind. However, the totem in his mind quickly destroyed his willpower, causing him to be utterly defeated. Yi Hao looked at the dragon's expression and couldn't help but sneer. How could drawing a totem take such a long time? With the help of the system, Yi Hao spent 10,000 soul points and injected them into the totem. The totem looked extremely weak, but it contained shocking power. If the dragon didn't want to kill Yi Hao and didn't allow the totem to enter his head, even with the help of the system, Yi Hao wouldn't be able to easily form a contract with the dragon. After the contract was completed, the dragon didn't struggle anymore. No matter how much he pricked it, it was useless. His life was already bound to Yi Hao's. If Yi Hao died, he wouldn't be able to live either. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for subduing the dragon. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 resurrection points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dragon Knight barracks. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 green dragon egg. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for upgrading his beast taming technique to the sacred rank. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 revolutions soul return elixirs. Who is it? Just as Yi Hao subdued the dragon, Yi Hao saw a white-bearded old man in the darkness in front of him. Beside the old man was a blob of blood. Master, you can see people. The dragon's depression from the contract was swept away. When he heard Yi Hao's words, he asked excitedly. In this space, it was impossible for there to be people. If there was, it would be the weapon spirit of the dragon prison lake. He had stayed here for so many years, but he had never seen the weapon spirit. The dragon looked to the left, but he didn't see anything. Master, are you seeing things? The dragon blinked a few times, but he still didn't see anything. Shut up. Yi Hao slapped the dragon's head. The dragon lowered his head, feeling wronged. Now that Yi Hao controlled his life and death, he didn't dare to disobey Yi Hao's wishes. When he looked at the previous spot again, he realized that the white-bearded old man and the blob of blood weren't there. He was puzzled. Are my eyes really playing tricks on me? Right, appraisal. Yi Hao suddenly remembered that appraisal could detect a person's level. There were also simple illusions. Indeed, the darkness in front of Yi Hao was just a smokescreen. Behind the darkness, the old man and the blob of blood were still in the same position. That's right. Child, you can actually see me. Suddenly, an old voice appeared in Yi Hao's mind. Grandpa, who are you? When Yi Hao heard the voice in his mind and saw the white-bearded old man's benevolent smile, he knew that the old man was speaking. Who am I? The white-bearded old man revealed a pondering expression. It's been 3,000 years. Master has been dead for 3,000 years. I have also been in a deep sleep for such a long time. Trapping this dragon took all my strength. If not for the recent heaven and earth anomaly and your blood, I wouldn't have woken up. The old man mumbled to himself, saying a bunch of random things. It sounded like he was lamenting, but it also sounded like he was reminiscing. Yi Hao followed the old man's eyes and looked at the blob of blood next to him. So, it was his. No wonder he felt that it was familiar. Yi Hao immediately understood why he didn't enter the dragon prison lake when he took a bath in the lake. It turned out that the artifact spirit was in a deep sleep at that time and hadn't fully woken up yet. It was because he washed the blood on his body that the artifact spirit was awakened by accident. Grandpa, can I go out? Yi Hao asked respectfully. Time was of the essence. There was no time to waste. Without him, nobody could resist Tan Li. As long as he could get out, Jian Wei would be useful. Yi Hao couldn't imagine the casualties in Yanghuang City. Nobody can get out of the dragon prison lake. The old man said slowly. In order to prove his words, the old man waved his hand. Yi Hao saw dozens of skeletons in the corner in front of him. Among them are the descendants of the old master, as well as some adventurers. Among them, there is no lack of martial marquis and martial spirit little fellows. There are also many geniuses, but they all died here. Not a single one of them was able to leave alive. Grandpa, please tell me how to get out. Yi Hao continued to ask. He believed that the old man must have a way out since he had said so much. You are indeed smart. The old man said approvingly, stroking his white beard. There is only one way to get out, and that is to be recognized as my master. Chapter 100. In your dreams, you brat. I'm a saint weapon after all. Do you think it's so easy for me to recognize you as my master? Do you think I'm just a piece of garbage? The old man was so angry that he walked up to Yi Hao and slapped him on the head. Didn't you say that you wanted me to be your master? Chances are that I'll be your master in the future. How dare you hit me? I'll teach you a lesson then. Yi Hao scratched his head pitifully and mumbled angrily. What did you say? The old man pretended to hit Yi Hao's head again. Nothing. I was just saying that you're handsome and extraordinary. Yi Hao hurried to dodge and said with a smile. I'm screwed. My master is crazy. God is unfair to me. While Yi Hao was chatting with the old man, the dragon and Dian Wei were both confused. They did not understand why Yi Hao was talking to himself and jumping up and down on his own. The dragon was even more upset, and Yi Hao was behaving abnormally. What else could he be if he wasn't crazy? Alright, it's very simple if you want to be my master. You've already completed the first task. I've already completed it. Yi Hao was quite confused. He had done nothing except taming the dragon. Besides, the dragon had broken into the place on its own later. It couldn't have been a task to recognize him as its master. The first condition is that you can see me. Look at the stupid dragon next to you. It didn't see me either. Most people are trapped here because they can't see me. In this space, the artifact spirit was the dominator. The dragon's power had been sealed. It was perfectly normal that it couldn't see the artifact spirit. Furthermore, the artifact spirit had set up a simple maze in Dragon Prison Lake. Those who didn't know how to use formations wouldn't be able to see through it. If Yi Hao hadn't used the blood contract to subdue the dragon, causing the artifact spirit's formation to fail in an instant, the artifact spirit wouldn't have been discovered by Yi Hao. The people who had fallen into this space in the past had not been as lucky as Yi Hao. Even if Yi Hao had seen the artifact spirit at the beginning, if he didn't have the appraisal technique, he wouldn't have been able to see the artifact spirit now. What's the second condition? Yi Hao felt lucky. Otherwise, he would have spent the rest of his life in this space. The second condition is that you have to learn a low-level illusion array of yours from me in 3 days. You can stay here forever if you can't master it. 3 days. Yi Hao was pleasantly surprised. With the system, it would be easy for him to activate the array engraving technique. Just like being an alchemist, he would be able to learn it in an instant without having to understand it himself, of course. Of SS. Of the above. Of the. Dragon Prison Lake waited for more than 3,000 years, but no suitable successor was found. In order to keep it a secret, those who failed were not allowed to walk to Dragon Prison Lake alive. They could only die of old age in the lake. After all, a sacred artifact could definitely cause a war between saints. If it was really obtained by an expert, then the artifact spirit would lose its autonomy and would be completely controlled by others. No. Let's start. Yi Hao didn't want to explain to the old man. He wanted to leave this damned place as soon as possible. Look carefully. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. I will only explain it 3 times. The old man waved his sleeve and some materials for refining the array appeared in front of Yi Hao. This is a low-level magical beast crystal core. This beast blood. The old man introduced the materials to Yi Hao one by one. He explained the uses of the materials and the key points of setting up the array. The old man seemed to be unable to understand Yi Hao. When he was setting up the array, his movements were very slow. At the same time, he explained the key points to Yi Hao one by one. Yi Hao was very interested in the beginning. Slowly, he felt that it was very difficult to understand. He felt that it was boring. He remembered so much knowledge all of a sudden. It made his head feel like it was going to explode. The artifact spirit also noticed Yi Hao's state. He shook his head in disappointment. However, he still explained carefully and completed his responsibility. There were 3,000 great Dao in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Martial Dao dominated. But other things couldn't be underestimated. Alchemy, array engraving, beast taming, puppet technique, refining technique. None of them were easier to learn than martial Dao. However, none of them were weaker than martial Dao when practiced to the extreme. Moreover, God-level array masters were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. They were even rarer than martial gods. If the array engraving technique was so easy to learn, Dragon Prison Lake wouldn't have existed here for more than 3,000 years. Until now, it still hadn't found a suitable owner. You couldn't blame those people for not working hard enough. Some were even more hardworking than Yi Hao. However, due to their talent, they couldn't even get started, let alone become an array engraving master. They could only die of old age in Dragon Prison Lake. When the artifact spirit saw Yi Hao's appearance, he knew how afraid he was that Yi Hao would be like those people. He didn't know how many years he would have to wait before he could meet a suitable person. Moreover, even if someone came, most of them would just be wasting their lives. It was too difficult to become an array engraving master. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few array engraving masters in the 10,000 countries continent. Most people believed that those with talent spent most of their time on martial Dao. This was because in the 10,000 countries continent, only by becoming a sage would one be able to live forever. However, it couldn't be denied that arrays were powerful. If a martial artist and an array engraving master of the same level were given enough time to prepare, the martial artist would definitely be toyed with. Which powerful array master wasn't treated as a VIP by various powerful countries or sects? They only wanted to refine powerful arrays for their own forces. Of course, there were experts and geniuses who could master several professions. However, there were only a few of them. Moreover, most of them were greedy and couldn't bite off more than they could chew. In the end, they achieved nothing. Sometimes, a small array could be comparable to an army of thousands of men and horses. After the old man finished setting up the array, the system's notification instantly rang out. Ding dong. Observed the method of setting up an illusion array. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for activating the array engraving technique. Current level, rank 1. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for activating the profession array engraving master. Reward, array engraving heart. The success rate of engraving arrays is doubled. The strength of the array is increased by 20%. There is a chance to discover the weakness of the enemy's array and there is a chance to learn the enemy's array. Is there anything you don't understand? You can ask me and I will answer you. The artifact spirit quickly finished setting up the array. He looked at Yi Hao, who was in a daze, and suppressed his anger. Do you really want to die? How dare you be in a daze at this time? Chapter 101. The heart of array engraving was really powerful. Yi Hao exclaimed excitedly. One had to know that engraving arrays was similar to alchemy. There was a success rate. For example, a Tier 1 array engraver had an 80% success rate when engraving a Level 1 array. This was already considered a genius and powerful enough. And Yi Hao had the heart of array engraving. His success rate of engraving a Level 1 array was 160%. How powerful was that? That wasn't all. It could also strengthen the array. At critical moments, this could be a matter of life and death. And if Yi Hao encountered an array that Yi Hao didn't know, he could quickly find the weakness of the array while he was in the enemy's array. From there, he could break the array or learn the array. You can still laugh at a time like this. The item spirit looked at Yi Hao with increasing dissatisfaction. There's no need, Grandpa. Watch carefully. Seeing the disappointment on the item spirit's face, Yi Hao couldn't tell him that he had already learned it with the help of the system. At this moment, the illusion array seemed to have been engraved in his mind. Yi Hao was confident that he could set it up, and it was even stronger than the item spirits. There's really no need. You have to think carefully. If you can't set it up, you will have to stay here forever. The item spirit didn't understand where Yi Hao got his confidence from, so he asked worriedly again. Actually, the item spirit liked Yi Hao a lot. But he was still a child after all, so he was a little impatient. How could array formations be so easy to learn? The array formations he knew were all learned from following the old master through countless battles. He knew how difficult it was. The item spirit had already made up his mind. If Yi Hao couldn't master it, he would break the rules and let Yi Hao learn for another 3 days. At that time, if Yi Hao still couldn't master it, then there would be no other way. Engraving an array isn't something that can be done casually. The order and steps, as well as the connections between them, will affect the success of the engraving. But if you can complete it, I won't consider it a failure. I will continue teaching you. The item spirit continued to exhort. Thank you. Yi Hao walked over to the materials, and the method to set up an illusion formation instantly appeared in his mind. Yi Hao moved quickly, not wasting any time. He quickly arranged the demonic beast essence crystals and the other materials. The artifact spirit was speechless. Yi Hao's movements were so fluid that he wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Formation complete. Yi Hao tossed out the last magical beast core and it landed in the last position. The scene in front of him instantly changed. Just like the tool spirit's arrangement, a patch of grass and a small tree appeared. The only difference was that in Yi Hao's illusory array, you could feel a gentle breeze caressing your face. There were also a few rabbits playing in the distance. Genius, a formation genius. At this time, the artifact spirit could no longer remain calm. This array formation was definitely the one he had arranged. Moreover, it was exactly the same. However, Yi Hao's array formation was even stronger and more realistic than his own. Child, have you really never learned the art of engraving formations before? The artifact spirit asked excitedly. No, why? Yi Hao looked at the artifact spirit strangely. Is this array formation very difficult? At this moment, Yi Hao's face was filled with innocence. His invisible pretentiousness made the artifact spirit want to beat him up. Is it very difficult? Please get rid of the difficult. It's not just very difficult. It's extremely difficult. Is this kid still human? He's a monster. Yi Hao looked at the artifact spirit's shocked expression and felt very satisfied. Little guy, you still dare to look down on me. How is it? Now you know how to take a blow. Yi Hao thought smugly. Seeing Yi Hao's smug look, the artifact spirit quickly stopped smiling and said to Yi Hao, "All right, you're lucky to have completed this. I will set up an array formation for the 3rd stage. If you can pass through it smoothly, it will be considered a success." Although Yi Hao's performance surprised him, he still had to continue with the next stage. If Yi Hao failed, no matter how monstrous his talent was, it would all be for naught. Kid, you have to be careful. I will set up a level 3 array formation. The level of the array formation is a little high. For someone like you, although you know a level 1 array formation, it will be very difficult for you to decipher a level 3 array formation. Moreover, a level 3 array formation can deal with someone like Wu Hu. You are still far from it. Whether you live or die will depend on your luck. After the artifact spirit finished giving his instructions, he got a few bigger crystal cores and some materials for setting up the array formation and quickly set it up. Ding dong, level 3 yin-yang life and death array discovered. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Ding dong, the host's engraving skills are currently too low. There is only a 10% chance of success. Yi Hao stared at the artifact spirit's actions. As expected, the system's notification came as expected. He instantly learned the yin-yang life and death array. The uses and weaknesses of the yin-yang life and death array appeared in his mind. The yin-yang life and death array could be upgraded as long as the materials were not used. This array was divided into illusion and killing arrays. The yang life array was only responsible for trapping people, not killing people. However, if one entered and couldn't find the exit, it would be no different from a killing array. The yin-death array was responsible for killing people. Anyone who entered would die without a doubt unless they were stronger than the array formation. Kid, go in. The artifact spirit finished setting up the array. It couldn't be seen from the outside at all. It would only work when one entered. Let's see if your luck is good enough. Master, you can't. The dragon shouted anxiously. Since the artifact spirit was no longer hiding, the dragon also noticed the artifact spirit and knew what he was doing. He hurriedly stopped him. Master, you are only a 6th level general. It's fine if the level 3 array formation isn't a killing array. If it is, you will definitely die. Now that his life was tied to Yi Hao's, the dragon couldn't ignore Yi Hao's life. Seeing the anxiety on the dragon's face, Dian Wei knew the seriousness of the matter and asked for instructions. Master, let me try. It's fine if you want to challenge the formation, but I'll change the level of the formation. I'll make it a level 6 formation, which can kill martial emperors. If you fail, this little guy will have to challenge it again, the artifact spirit said unconcernedly, as if it had nothing to do with whoever tried to break the array. It also proved his confidence in the array. No need. I'll do it. Yi Hao certainly wouldn't let Dian Wei take the risk. Besides, he had figured out how to crack the array. The artifact spirit stepped aside without saying anything with a smile and looked at Yi Hao expectantly, wondering if Yi Hao could succeed. Yi Hao observed the front for a moment and then walked to the left with a smile on his face. Huh! The artifact spirit's eyes widened. Could this kid see through the array? Or was he too lucky? The artifact spirit was very curious. Because Yi Hao was walking in the direction of the Yang life array, which was much safer than the Yin life array. Master, be careful. I hope my dragon meat can help you. The dragon looked at Yi Hao nervously. It could only pray that its meat could strengthen Yi Hao's defense and help him get through the crisis. Chapter 102. Yi Hao walked to the front of the Yang formation and suddenly stopped for a moment. Then, he turned around and walked towards the Yin formation. What is this kid doing? Could it be that he didn't see through the trick? Everything is just a wild guess. The weapon spirit was stunned. He couldn't understand Yi Hao's thoughts at all. Hihi, I want to see how strong a grade 3 formation is. Is it as strong as my 30 times defense? Because he knew the weakness of the formation, the threat it posed to him was negligible. Even if he closed his eyes, he could walk out of the yin-yang life and death formation. Therefore, Yi Hao was curious about his body's defense. He didn't know if he could break through the yin formation. One had to know that the yin formation could kill Wu Hu's peak-level experts. Yi Hao didn't doubt this at all. The weapon spirit looked at Yi Hao and stepped into the formation. He wanted to stop him, but when he thought of his master's instructions, he could only sigh and do as he was told. Because he was the one who set up the formation, he could see everything inside the formation clearly. The moment Yi Hao entered the formation, the scene in front of him changed. Yi Hao saw a dilapidated town appear in front of him. He looked around and saw that there was no one in the town. The sky was extremely cold, and ghostly winds were blowing everywhere. This is too magical. The inside of the formation is so real. Yi Hao looked around curiously. If he didn't know that this was a formation, he would have thought that it was a ghostly formation. You're courting death. A shadow flashed behind him. Yi Hao didn't let his guard down. Because all the attacks in the yin formation were real. He shouted angrily, breaking mountains and rivers. Yi Hao swung his saber and instantly tore the black shadow into 2 halves. The black shadow disappeared, but a small magic core in the array formation shattered along with it. The easiest way to break through the yin formation was to destroy all the demon cores in the formation. But that was easier said than done. Not bad. Although that attack was only at the level of a general, it was so easy. It's not easy. The weapon spirit showed a look of approval. This time, there were 3 Wu Hu stage 1 shadows. The 3 shadows attacked from 3 different directions, and the martial skill they used was the same one that Yi Hao had just used. A level 3 array formation is indeed powerful. Yi Hao glanced at the 3 black figures. He actually put away the weapon in his hand and activated his defense. Is this kid crazy? This isn't the Yang formation. Don't tell me you're so arrogant just because you killed one attack. The artifact spirit's face turned pale. Seeing Yi Hao's actions, his jaw dropped to the ground in shock. What happened next shocked him even more. Yi Hao allowed the 3 black shadows to attack his body. He felt that the 3 attacks did not leave a single wound on his body. Yi Hao did not feel any discomfort either. Looks like his body's defense has already surpassed that of a general. Yi Hao thought to himself. At the same time, he waved his weapon and killed the 3 shadows in an instant. He shouted, "Bring out your strongest attack." The artifact spirit secretly clicked his tongue. This kid was really a freak. He knew that Yi Hao's words were directed at him. After thinking for a while, he waved his right hand. The array formation rotated and activated its strongest attack. No one noticed that a drop of dragon blood was dripping from the wound on the giant dragon's body. If nothing went wrong, it would land on the array formation. Come on. This time, Yi Hao did not defend himself. He allowed Wu Hu's peak attack to land on his body. Although there was some pain, it was negligible. It did not cause any damage to his body. Looks like this kid is really capable. I underestimated him. The artifact spirit breathed a sigh of relief and smiled in relief. He knew that Yi Hao had succeeded in this round. These attacks could not even break through Yi Hao's defense. It was only a matter of time before Yi Hao broke through the array. Although it was a matter of time, the artifact spirit did not want Yi Hao to pass this stage so easily. He wanted Yi Hao to break through the array himself instead of removing the array himself. Suddenly, the dragon blood dripped down and hit the core of the array. Drip. Boom. The dragon blood dripped into the array. Suddenly, there was a bright white light. There was an earth-shattering change in the array. No, damn it. The artifact spirit wanted to stop it, but it was too late. He did not expect this kind of accident. With the support of the dragon blood, the array instantly became a level 6 array. Moreover, the array had suddenly changed and was no longer under his control. He had used all his strength to control the giant dragon. He did not have the strength to save Yi Hao. You damn giant dragon, is there a change in the array? Old man, let go of me. The giant dragon also noticed that the array seemed to have become stronger. He struggled anxiously. It's useless to let go of you. You have no strength and you are seriously injured. Can you withstand Emperor Wu's most powerful attack? The artifact spirit looked at the giant dragon angrily. If it were not for the giant dragon, the array would not have changed like this. Master, Dian Wei is here to save you. Dian Wei knew that Yi Hao was in danger. Regardless of the danger, he took his weapon and was about to jump into the array. No, you are not strong enough. You can't protect yourself if you enter the array. The artifact spirit stopped the impulsive Dian Wei. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I have to save my master. Wait, I will teach you the weakness of this array. Maybe there is still hope. Seeing that Yi Hao had been knocked out of the array, the artifact spirit was also very anxious. Damn you, artifact spirit. Are you trying to kill me on purpose? Yi Hao cursed in the array. He was not prepared for the change in the array and was still being attacked by the black shadow. However, with a flash of white light, the black shadow's attack was multiplied. Before Yi Hao knew what had happened, he was knocked out. Yi Hao lay on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. When I get out, I will not spare you. Yi Hao thought that the artifact spirit did this on purpose. He was very angry. After being knocked out, Yi Hao's position changed. The weakness of the array was instantly gone. Damn it. Yi Hao punched the ground hard and kept dodging the attacks with the butterfly steps. Fortunately, the attacks in the array were all unconscious, which allowed him to dodge quickly. However, if he kept fighting like this, he would run out of strength and die. Yi Hao looked at the dozens of black shadows behind him. The weakest of them was in the artifact spirit level. Yi Hao did not dare to fight them head-on. He could only run and observe the array. Suddenly, Yi Hao felt that the number of people behind him decreased. Did Dian Wei break in? Yi Hao was right to worry. Dian Wei attracted part of the attacks as soon as he entered the formation. Dian Wei's aptitude was high, because the black shadows all attacked unconsciously. Dian Wei could kill martial spirits instantly. Even Emperor Wu, who was at a lower level, could not last more than a few rounds. This was the importance of quality. It was a piece of cake for him to kill people at a higher level. If he practiced cultivation methods, he could be on par with some geniuses. In the continent of all kingdoms, people with superior aptitudes were the targets of all the empires. A person with superior aptitudes could at least reach the martial Grand Emperor realm. Practicing cultivation methods and martial arts was as easy as drinking water. Soon, Dian Wei's attack speed slowed down. In front of Emperor Wu, who was at the peak, he could only rely on the artifact spirit's method to resist. Where is the weakness? Yi Hao was extremely anxious, and the speed at which he observed the array formation became even faster. While he was wholeheartedly observing, the inscription heart automatically activated, and a small array formation appeared in Yi Hao's eyes. Chapter 103. The legendary Heart of Array engraving does exist. The dragon was also shocked to hear what the artifact spirit said. Are you sure? How young is my master? How can he have the Heart of Array engraving? The dragon was rather suspicious. After all, the Heart of Array engraving only existed in legends, and nobody knew if it really existed. The Heart of Array engraving was the lifelong pursuit of every array engraving master. As long as one had the Heart of Array engraving, they would be the child of array engraving, and learning the art of array engraving would be as easy as eating a meal. Yes. It's definitely the Heart of Array engraving that my master pursued when he was alive. There's hope for my master's legacy now. God has been kind to me. I didn't wait for 3,000 years for nothing. The artifact spirit was so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. Break it. Yi Hao roared angrily and punched a spot on the ground. After a crack, the crystal core was broken, and the entire illusion array was gone. Dian Wei had a lot of wounds on his body. He was about to defend himself, when he suddenly found that the array was gone, and Yi Hao was not far away from him. Master, are you all right? Dian Wei put away his weapon and shouted in delight. I'm fine. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Hao threw a golden saw pill to Dian Wei. Although the golden saw pill was useless now, it could still stop the bleeding. Little guy, are you all right? The weapon spirit hurriedly ran over and said with a face full of joy. He looked at Yi Hao as if he was looking at a treasure, almost drooling. I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. Yi Hao walked to the artifact spirit with a smile, as if he were truly fine. However, when he reached the artifact spirit, he suddenly jumped up and slashed at the artifact spirit with his weapon. Old man, I'm going to kill you. Little guy, don't be rash. The artifact spirit hurried to run away and hide behind the dragon, trying to explain. All right, if you don't run, I won't be impulsive. Yi Hao chased for a long time and saw that he really couldn't catch up to the artifact spirit. He stood there, panting and depressed. That's right. The weapon spirit thought that Yi Hao had vented his anger, so he stopped and said with a smile. However, before he could finish, Yi Hao went berserk again and chased after him with the Gatling gun. If I don't clean your beard today, I'll let you know what a shiitake mushroom is and what a blue skinny is. Yi Hao wanted to vent all his anger on the artifact spirit. If it wasn't for this old guy, how could the array suddenly become so powerful? Boss, take care of that old fellow. He has trapped me for so many years. The huge dragon cheered as he watched Yi Hao explode. At the same time, he shrunk his neck. If Master knew that this was because of him, he wondered if he would skin him alive. Now that he had the artifact spirit as a scapegoat, it would be a waste not to use him. When Yi Hao finished venting his anger, it would be easy to solve the problem and he would suffer less. At the same time, the huge dragon took a deep breath. If it wasn't for the artifact spirit, he wouldn't have been imprisoned here and signed a blood contract with a human. From then on, his life would be completely in Yi Hao's hands. You evil dragon, I'm not done with you. The artifact spirit shouted angrily. This trouble was originally caused by the huge dragon, and now it was forced onto him. Not only did the huge dragon not help to explain, it even added fuel to the fire. Little guy, if you succeed, I'll send you out. How about that? The artifact spirit couldn't do anything to Yi Hao and promised. Old Hao, I'm not leaving. I have to pluck out your beard first. Yi Hao was unmoved and still chased after him. Then I'll recognize you as my master. Is that okay? The artifact spirit thought that Yi Hao would definitely agree to this condition. This was a sacred artifact, only a fool wouldn't be tempted. I don't want it. Then I'll beg you. The artifact spirit was stunned and almost got caught by Yi Hao. Originally, he wanted to be more reserved and recognize Yi Hao as his master. This way, Yi Hao would be grateful. Who knew what this brat was thinking? He didn't even want a sacred artifact. But he definitely wouldn't let Yi Hao go. He had the heart of the formation. If he didn't recognize him as his master, then what was he waiting for? Could it be that he had to stay here for a few thousand years? Moreover, he couldn't lose the inheritance of his old master. You think you can recognize me just because you want to? I don't agree. Let's see what you can do. Yi Hao continued to speak as if he had a deep grudge with the artifact spirit. He didn't take the sacred artifact seriously at all. The artifact spirit was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He was a sacred artifact, something that many people dreamed of. Even martial sages would fight for it. Now, he had fallen to the point where he begged for it and was rejected. That's not up to you. The artifact spirit smiled slyly. With a wave of his sleeve, a ball of blood appeared in front of him and he swallowed it. Ding dong, Dragon Prison Lake has recognized you as its master. The artifact spirit swallowed Yi Hao's blood. After recognizing him as its master, the artifact spirit looked at Yi Hao proudly. It meant that even if you don't want me, I'll stick to you now. But when he saw Yi Hao sitting on the giant dragon and looking at him with a smile, he suddenly felt like he had been tricked. The giant dragon had a cute look on his face. What was going on? Did his master have to be so awesome? He was like a little cow standing on its head. He was so awesome. The sacred artifact was begging its master to accept it. It seemed that he had gained a lot from being contracted. The giant dragon looked at the artifact spirit strangely and a proud expression appeared on his face. I want to say, can I regret it? The artifact spirit didn't have any face at all. Even this damned giant dragon dared to mock him. It was all his fault for not being able to control himself and being provoked by Yi Hao. Since the artifact spirit had recognized him as its master, there was no way to remove it. It's too late. Yi Hao laughed out loud. As expected of him playing along with the artifact spirit. He actually made the sacred artifact beg him to recognize him as its master. Just thinking about it made him feel good. How many people in this world had such charm? Little Ball. You're the one who's called Little Ball. I'm called Dragon Prison Lake. That's not the same. Also, it's called Little Ball. Isn't that more intimate? The artifact spirit was speechless. He didn't want to talk to Yi Hao anymore. Otherwise, he didn't know what name Yi Hao would give him. Lil Ball, Lil Dragon is one of us. Release the chains on its body. The giant dragon's cultivation was completely sealed by the chains. Now, the Dragon Prison Lake and the giant dragon were both his. Yi Hao said to the artifact spirit. With a thought, the chains on the giant dragon's body disappeared instantly. Without the chains binding him, the giant dragon instantly fell to the ground. He wasn't able to adjust his condition and was covered in injuries. He couldn't stand up. Yi Hao looked at the giant wound on the giant dragon's back and felt a little guilty. That human-sized hole was eaten by him. For such a serious injury, the golden saw pill was useless. No matter how much he ate, it wouldn't be able to heal his injuries. Yi Hao took out the 9 Revolutions soul return pill from the space. The moment he took it out of the bottle, a medicinal fragrance filled the entire space. Yi Hao took a breath and felt the pain in his body lessen. This is a sacred pill. Chapter 104. I'll give this pill to you. Yi Hao was never stingy to his own people. He took out the 9 Revolutions soul return pill from his space and threw it at the dragon. It formed a perfect parabola in the air. What? The dragon couldn't believe his ears. How willful was he to give away a divine pill just like that? The dragon didn't dare to eat it. You're really giving it to me? He looked at Yi Hao suspiciously. Are you going to eat it or not? If not, I'll throw it away. Stop talking nonsense, Yi Hao said impatiently. However, he still felt a little heartache. This was a divine pill, a treasure that even martial sages would fight for. However, since he had already given it away, Yi Hao wouldn't ask for it back. The dragon swallowed it in one gulp. He was afraid that Yi Hao would really throw the divine pill away because he was a prodigal. With this divine pill, his injuries would be healed instantly. At the same time, he looked at Yi Hao gratefully. Little master, I have the inheritance of the old master here. I wonder if you can accept it. The weapon spirit looked at the dragon enviously. At the same time, he was curious about Yi Hao's identity. What kind of family could produce such a demon? He had the legendary heart of formation and could give out divine pills so easily. Yi Hao was now his new master. However, he didn't dare to forget the inheritance of the old master. He was afraid that Yi Hao would reject him. Yi Hao was now his master. If Yi Hao rejected the inheritance, there was nothing he could do. There's still the inheritance. What are we waiting for? Yi Hao's eyes lit up. He knew how powerful the array was. The inheritance must be related to the array. Yi Hao couldn't wait to ask. The weapon spirit couldn't figure out Yi Hao's current state. It was as if he would never know what Yi Hao was thinking. The weapon spirit shook his head and smiled bitterly. He wouldn't be lonely if he followed this little master. The weapon spirit waved his hand and a small array appeared in front of him. It was unusually solemn and mysterious. However, it didn't feel like there was anything special about it. Under the guidance of the artifact spirit, Yi Hao stood on the array formation and closed his eyes. A dot of light descended from the sky and shot into Yi Hao's mind. Ding dong, congratulations to host for obtaining the demigod level array engraving technique inheritance. My successor, congratulations on obtaining all of my legacy of formations. I hope that you can go further than me. Regardless of whether you are from the Xiao clan or not, since you have obtained my legacy, it means that this is the arrangement of the heavens. I've been practicing formations since I was young. After experiencing countless hardships and spending hundreds of years, I finally became a demigod-level formation inscriber. However, because I obtained a treasure, I was ambushed by my enemies. Yi Hao listened carefully to the light shadow's words. He was its inheritor, so the light shadow could be considered half a master to him. Although it was just a shadow, Yi Hao stood respectfully on the spot and listened to the light shadow's description. Yi Hao thought that after the light shadow said so much, it would definitely ask him to take revenge for it. However, it didn't surprise him. It only asked him to learn the array engraving technique well and help him take care of the Xiao clan if possible. At the same time, there were some materials left for him in the dragon prison lake. After saying all this, the light shadow didn't seem to have anything to leave. With a kind smile, it waved at Yi Hao and disappeared. Don't worry, I will take good care of Brother Xiao. Moreover, I will definitely take revenge for you. Ding dong, congratulations on obtaining an S-rank mission. Investigate Xiao Shan's enemy and take revenge for him. Mission reward, 3 martial god summoning slots, 3 god level array engraving techniques. Damn, how strong is this enemy? He actually rewarded 3 martial gods. This is the peak existence of this world. 3 god level array engraving techniques. Moreover, the inheritance only has the demigod level array engraving techniques. From this, you can see how difficult the mission is. However, Yi Hao felt relieved after thinking about it. How could the level of someone who could kill a demigod be low? Moreover, it had been 3,000 years. Who knew how strong the enemy was? But don't worry, no matter how difficult it is, I will do it. Even if it is a martial god, I will still kill him. Yi Hao's eyes shot out a ray of light. His firm gaze proved his determination. He had obtained so many things from the other party. It was only natural for him to take revenge for the other party. I want to know who killed Senior Xiao. If he wanted to know who the enemy was, Yi Hao could only ask the artifact spirit. It seems that you know everything. The old master has really disappeared. The artifact spirit's expression was a little lonely. He missed the glorious days with his master. However, you are still too weak now. Unless you reach the martial god realm or the array engraving technique reaches the god level, I will not tell you. The artifact spirit shook his head. He did not want to tell Yi Hao, because telling Yi Hao now would not benefit him at all. It might even harm Yi Hao. Yi Hao had a powerful innate talent and also had the array engraving heart. The artifact spirit knew that Yi Hao would become stronger sooner or later. He could not harm Yi Hao. Since the old master did not tell him, then the old master wanted him to help hide it. All right then. Yi Hao did not insist. Right now, he was indeed too weak. Moreover, his guess was right. The enemy was indeed abnormally strong. It was possible that the enemy was a huge force, and it was even above the Holy Empire. That was an existence that he yearned for but could not reach. At least, that was the current situation. However, Yi Hao was confident that as long as he was given enough time, the entire Myriad Kingdom continent would be trampled under his feet. Roar! With a joyful dragon roar, the giant dragon quickly flew into the sky in high spirits. Master, your divine pill is too powerful. My injuries have mostly healed and the rest will be healed soon, the giant dragon said excitedly. If it was not for the existence of the dragon prison lake, he would have immediately gone out for a spin. You can stay here. Dian Wei will go out with me. Yi Hao poured a bucket of cold water on his head. It was not that Yi Hao did not want to take the giant dragon out. He also wanted to ride the giant dragon and show off. However, Xiao Yun and the giant dragon had a grudge against each other. If the giant dragon and Xiao Yun met, who should he side with? To be on the safe side, he would try his best not to let the giant dragon and Xiao Yun meet. Why, master? The giant dragon's tone instantly became aggrieved. It was not easy for him to recover and leave this damned place. He was excited at the thought of seeing the outside world, but Yi Hao actually did not let him go out. You have yourself to blame. Who told you to kill people? Yi Hao said angrily. The giant dragon had wiped out the entire Xiao royal family. Now, Xiao Yun wanted to skin him alive, pull out his dragon tendons and pull out his dragon bones. This was a blood feud that was absolutely irreconcilable. It would have been fine if he did not know Xiao Yun. Who told him to be so familiar with Xiao Yun? Moreover, he had promised Senior Xiao that he would help him take care of his descendants. Although it was only a promise, he had to keep it. He could not help anyone and could only leave the giant dragon in the dragon prison lake. Chapter 105. Yi Hao looked at the dragon suspiciously, his eyes full of confusion. Xiao Yun would not lie to him. Besides, Yang Xiaodao and the others had said that Xiaohuang City was destroyed by the evil dragon. Now the dragon was saying that he did not do so. He was confused. The dragon looked at Yi Hao's suspicious eyes and said, Master, I was only thinking about running for my life. I did not kill the innocent. Then you stay here first. I will let you out after I find out the truth. Yi Hao believed that the dragon would not lie to him, because there was no need to. There had to be something else, and he could only find out the truth. Master, you have to be quick. I am suffocating. I can't wait to get out. I can't stand this damn place anymore, the dragon pleaded. Yi Hao and Dian Wei were teleported out by the immortal treasure spirit. The dragon prison lake shrank to the size of a mirror and was put away by Yi Hao. The lake was still there. It seemed like the dragon prison lake was covering the lake. At this time, Yanghuang City was heavily guarded. There were alliance soldiers everywhere, and the soldiers and generals of Yanghuang City were locked up. For some unknown reason, Tan Li imprisoned these people and hid in the city lord's mansion on the same day. After so many days, he didn't come out. The other city lords didn't dare to make a decision on their own. Thinking of Tan Li's terrifying appearance, no one wanted to look for him. Just like that, with the thousands of soldiers of Xiao City, there were close to 10,000 people. They were all locked up in the city and strictly guarded. Come, let's drink, brothers. In the courtyard next to the city lord residence, the lights were bright. Several city lords and leaders of the strongholds were still drinking. What do you think Tan Li has been doing in the city lord's mansion for 4 to 5 days? He hasn't eaten or drunk anything. He hasn't even shown his face. What is he doing in there? A triangular-eyed commander squinted his eyes and asked drunkenly. Who knows? Now that I think of his ghostly appearance, I feel a chill down my spine. A fat city lord next to him looked cautiously at the dark city lord residence and whispered in fear. Tan Li is really willing to go all out. For the sake of strength, he is willing to go all out. I'm just afraid that we won't have good days in the future. Another city lord took a sip of wine and said with a sigh with a worried expression. But I still don't know what to do with those 10,000 captives. Keeping them alive feels like a disaster. That's easy for you to say. How many of them are from king factions? Which one of you dares to make a rash decision? However, it's a pity that the Yang Huang city lord has achieved so much at such a young age. It's a pity that he met Tan Li and can only be fed to the evil dragon. Actually, I heard that Xiao Imperial City was not destroyed by the evil dragon. The evil dragon could only make the people of Xiao Imperial City faint, and afterwards, Tan Li first brought people to the Imperial City. A city lord said mysteriously. Shut up. A person coldly shouted in a low voice and pointed at the city lord's residence. The city lord hurriedly shut his mouth in fear and did not dare to speak again. So what if Tan Li rushed to the Imperial City? Continue speaking. Suddenly, a domineering voice came from outside the door. Ghost. Seeing a young man walk in with a strong man behind him, the young man was holding a Gatling gun. Everyone was shocked. They all stood up and looked at the door in fear. Continue speaking. Yi Hao originally wanted to rescue his subordinates first. However, seeing that the place was brightly lit, he came to check it out. He did not expect to really have a harvest. Other than Tan Li, everyone was here. Moreover, he heard that there was indeed a hidden story behind the destruction of Xiao Imperial City. He pointed the Gatling gun at the city lord who had just spoken. The city lord looked at the Gatling gun in Yi Hao's hand in fear. The rest of the people also gathered together and did not dare to move. Under Yi Hao's gaze and the pressure of the Gatling gun, that person's legs were trembling non-stop. He was so scared that he knelt on the ground. This little one heard that Xiao Imperial City and the people of the entire city did not die. They only fainted. It was Tan Li who ordered people to kill them and then destroyed the evidence, pushing all the crimes onto the evil dragon. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Trembling, he said everything he knew. Sir, please spare my life. This little one has said everything he knows. Do you have evidence? Yi Hao showed an expression that said he had expected it. He still stared at the city lord who was kneeling on the ground and asked. Yi Hao's question was reasonable. If there was no evidence, he could talk nonsense. If Xiao Yun did not believe him, there would be no conclusive evidence and no way to prove the innocence of the giant dragon. The city lord who was kneeling on the ground showed an awkward expression. Speak. Yi Hao shouted coldly. Dian Wei placed the halberd on the city lord's neck. Immediately, a line of blood appeared. Cold sweat as big as beans fell to the ground. Yes. Looking at Dian Wei in fear, he shrank his neck and said, Actually, this person is the Sparrow Demon. Unfortunately, he was killed by you, sir. This little one has no other way. Yi Hao frowned and showed an expression of dissatisfaction. Dian Wei was even more furious. He grabbed the city lord who was kneeling on the ground and said angrily, Damn you. How dare you lie to our master? How dare you use a person's death as proof? Do you believe that I will kill you right now? Everyone's eyes were filled with panic and their hearts were pounding. Yi Hao had appeared out of nowhere. Why was there another fierce person behind him? The city lord who was lifted up was not weak. He was at least in the state of woo-hoo. However, he was lifted up as easily as an ordinary person without any room to fight back. How powerful must he be? At least, no one present could see through Jian Wei's state. Looking at Jian Wei's ferocious expression, which was like that of a demon from hell, they did not dare to be presumptuous. At the same time, they wondered what kind of background Yi Hao had. Such a powerful expert was called master. What was wrong with them? Why did they accompany Tan Li to provoke Yi Hao? They all regretted it, but there was nothing they could do at this moment. They could only hope that Yi Hao would spare their lives, or that they could make a big fuss and get Tan Li to come over. Tan Li's strength had been deeply rooted in their hearts. They believed that as long as Tan Li came over, he would definitely be able to capture Yi Hao again. Many people secretly cursed Tan Li. Why didn't you just kill him? Why did you throw him into the lake? Now, you're here to cause trouble for us. If you had killed him directly, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Tell me everything in one breath, or I'll crush you. Jian Wei threw the city lord to the ground and threatened. Yi Hao was very satisfied with Jian Wei's performance. It was great to have such a subordinate. He didn't even need to talk and could solve the problem for him. He looked at Jian Wei in satisfaction, and Jian Wei immediately stood behind Yi Hao as a fighter and bodyguard. Chapter 106. Alright, everyone except you can die now, Jian Wei. Yi Hao knew what was going on and ordered Jian Wei to kill all the city lords and the leaders of the strongholds. Ding dong. Chain Quest 2, 50% completed. Ding dong. Chain Quest 3, 5/7 completed. Yi Hao got a bunch of spiritual weapons again. Without checking them, Yi Hao put the city lord into the dragon prison lake and was about to go to the city lord's residence with Jian Wei. Before Yi Hao could go out, a low and hoarse voice came from the sky. It was a level 3 martial spirit, and it shattered the door instantly. You're really lucky. You're not dead yet. Although Tan Li had been in seclusion, he didn't dare to be careless, because he was scared of the force behind Mu Qingyu. Therefore, he had been observing Yang Huang City in secret, and he noticed Yi Hao the moment he showed up. Master, let me kill this old thing. Sensing Tan Li's aura, Jian Wei asked for instructions in disdain. How could a level 3 martial spirit be so presumptuous in front of his master? Go. Make it quick. Yi Hao nodded in agreement. How long could Tan Li do anything with Jian Wei around? 2 days ago, he was thrown into the lake like an ant. Naturally, he had to take revenge now. Who are you? Boy, why are you hiding in there? I'm going to kill you myself after I kill your lackey. Tan Li looked at Jian Wei in disdain and said arrogantly, Old thing, I'm disgusted to see you. Get out of here. Seeing that Tan Li was looking down on him, Jian Wei jumped at Tan Li in the air and hit Tan Li's shriveled body with his halberd. Tan Li looked at Jian Wei in panic. How is it possible? Who are you? Tan Li was smashed to the ground and looked at Jian Wei in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Jian Wei had defeated him so easily. He didn't even have the ability to dodge. Although he was a level 3 martial spirit, he was confident that he could kill a level 4 martial spirit. However, he couldn't see through Jian Wei at all, which meant that the guy was at least a level 6 martial spirit. I hate you. Tan Li's hoarse voice filled the night sky, making people feel nervous and anxious. The commotion here immediately attracted the attention of the Allied forces. They quickly gathered and rushed over, surrounding the courtyard. Miss, there seems to be some movement outside. In a courtyard, the middle-aged Martial King suddenly woke up and woke Mu Qingyu up. Master must have sent someone to save us, said Wu Jixiao said excitedly. Impossible, it's best to be careful. Mu Qingyu raised her eyebrows, wrinkled her forehead, and said coldly. Father couldn't have gotten the news so quickly. Even if he had gotten the news, he couldn't have come to save him so quickly. Brother Hua Rong, do you think the Lord has come to save us? At this moment, Yang Xiaodao, with the help of the golden wound pill, had also saved his life. He lay on the ground and said with difficulty, "Idiot. What are you talking about?" Hearing Wu Jishao's words, Hua Rong stood up and clenched his fists. Now that everyone's strength had been sealed and they were all ordinary people, Hua Rong was not afraid of Wu Jishao at all. "I'm talking about you, a bunch of idiots. You're still daydreaming here. No, it should be night time. Your master has already gone to hell, ha 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 tilde. Fuck your mother." Yang Xiaodao ignored the serious injuries on his body, gritted his teeth and got up. He threw Wu Jishao to the ground, but Wu Jishao was not injured and instantly flipped Yang Xiaodao over again. "You cripple, you still want to hit me?" Wu Jishao spat and said disdainfully. "Brothers." Seeing Yang Xiaodao being bullied, how could Hua Rong tolerate it? With a shout, more than a dozen people rushed forward and kicked Wu Jishao to the ground. "Kick the chrysanthemum. Miss, this." The middle-aged martial king saw this scene and looked at Mu Qingyu with a troubled expression. "This Wu Jishao deserves it." Mu Qingyu glanced at Wu Jishao who was being beaten up and said, "Yi Hao is the savior of the Mu family, and these people are Yi Hao's subordinates. Now that their master is dead, it's good for them to vent their anger." Mu Qingyu thought back to the day when they were bickering. Yi Hao was standing on the city wall, and a look of longing appeared on her face. Although they had only met once, Yi Hao's figure kept appearing in her mind. She whispered, "If only it was really Yi Hao outside. It's the first time I met such an interesting person." She looked at the door expectantly and missed him. Seeing this, the middle-aged martial king sighed and shook his head. Bang tilde the wooden door was smashed apart, and a shadow fell into the room. Everybody looked carefully, only to find that it was Tan Li. They were all surprised and disappointed when they saw Jian Wei who had just walked in. They wished that it was their master who came in. Mu Qingyu was also disappointed. She stood up and asked Jian Wei, "Hero, may I know who you are?" Jian Wei glanced at everyone in the room and moved to the side without saying anything. A small figure walked out from behind him, but it attracted everyone's attention. "How is this possible? Are you a man or a ghost? Weren't you killed by that old guy? How are you still alive?" Wu Jishao was the first to exclaim. "Shut up." Yi Hao slapped Wu Jishao's face. He was disgusted to see Wu Jishao. "Why are you so unhappy that old master Hao is still alive? How dare you hit me?" Wu Jishao stared at Yi Hao with murderous eyes in disbelief. He was a member of a challenger-level force. It was fine that he was beaten up by a group of people, but now he was slapped in public. How could he tolerate this? He waved his fist and charged at Yi Hao. "Try to touch me again." Before Yi Hao could do anything, Jian Wei's weapon was already at Wu Jishao's neck. Wu Jishao didn't dare to move at all. Jian Wei's murderous aura made him tremble with fear. "Sir, let's talk nicely. Can you put down your weapon first?" Wu Jishao smiled obsequiously. "City Lord Yi, can you ask this sir to put down his weapon first? We're on the same side. F***CKU. This guy was too shameless." Yi Hao could still vividly remember his arrogance at the gates of Yanghuang City. Now that he was saying that he was one of them, Yi Hao could not help but want to slap him to death. But he glanced at Mu Qingyu and smiled slyly. "Kneel down and sing Conquer for me. Don't go too far." Wu Jishao felt like his tail had been stepped on when he was asked to kneel. How could he, a martial king, kneel down? He had dignity, but when he met Jian Wei's ferocious eyes, he lost all his dignity and knelt down. I don't know how to sing." Chapter 107. I was conquered by you just like that pa. Louder. Just like that, pa. It's out of tune. Everyone stood rooted to the ground, watching Yi Hao continuously slapping Wu Jishao's face. In their hearts, they were all mourning for Wu Jishao. Looking at his swollen head, they could see that he still had some arrogance left. "Master, you're really fine. That's great. I said that master's luck is great. How could he die so easily? Yang Xiaodao laughed foolishly with Li Jin's help. Yi Hao indicated that he was fine and gave him a few golden saw pills to recover. He looked at Mu Qingyu, who was standing at the side. She was dressed in a martial artist's outfit, which set off her valiant figure. Her expression was cold, but her beautiful eyes were filled with deep concern. At this moment, she was staring at him. Are you okay? Seeing Yi Hao staring at her like this, Mu Qingyu's originally silent heart jumped for no reason. However, her tone was still very cold, as if she was thousands of miles away from him. It seems like you care about me a lot. Have you taken a fancy to me? Yi Hao's mental age was at least 20 years old. Mu Qingyu's expression was cold, but the concern in her eyes could not be faked. Mu Qingyu looked at Yi Hao and rolled her eyes. Little brat, how could this elder sister like you? If you don't dare to admit it, then forget it. Yi Hao clicked his tongue. It was all this damn system's fault for transmigrating him into a child's body. However, the system did it for his own good. He could only awaken the innate sacred martial spirit body before the age of 10. This would be of great help to him in the future. Brother Xiao. Yi Hao suddenly saw a figure in the corner. After careful observation, he realized that it was Xiao Yun and quickly ran over. Mu Qingyu saw Yi Hao walk away and let out a sigh of relief. How could she be nervous in front of a child who was younger than her by a few years? Mu Qingyu comforted herself. Yi Hao inspected Xiao Yun's injuries and discovered that all of his bones had been crushed. His expression turned cold and the rage in his heart soared to the heavens. Break Tan Li's limbs for me. Jian Wei was greatly alarmed. His master had never been so infuriated before. Without any hesitation, he waved his halberds and cut off Tan Li's limbs. Atilda, kill me if you can. Tan Li almost fainted from the pain. He looked at his 4 limbs scattered around him and glared viciously at Yi Hao. His hoarse voice was like a ghost's howl as he lay in a pool of blood and wailed in pain, I'm not done with you. Wu Jixiao looked at Tan Li, whose limbs had been chopped off, and felt even more terrified. He looked at Yi Hao, afraid that he would end up like Tan Li. He's so young, but is actually so loyal, and his methods are so ruthless. Mu Qingyu's gaze changed. She stared at Yi Hao's back curiously. He didn't look like a child at all. Brother Xiao, it's all my fault. Hurry up and take this elixir. Yi Hao looked at Xiao Yun's miserable state with self-blame. But Xiao Yun was already a martial king, so the golden saw elixir was useless. He thought for a moment and quickly took out a 9 revolutions soul elixir from the space. The moment the elixir was taken out, the entire room was filled with divine light. A divine elixir. The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. They looked at Yi Hao in shock. They couldn't believe that he would give such a precious elixir to someone else. It should be known that a divine elixir could cause many powerful empires to fight over it. Having a divine elixir was equivalent to having a life. Even a saint wouldn't be willing to give a divine elixir to someone else so easily, not even his own family members. Who is he? Mu Qingyu, Tan Li, and the others were extremely curious. A child could casually give out a divine elixir and was protected by experts. Even a direct descendant of a martial saint's family couldn't be compared to him. A divine elixir, it's actually a divine elixir. Tan Li was lying in a pool of blood. His face was pale and his bark-like skin was even more terrifying. He stared at the 9 revolutions soul elixir in Yi Hao's hand, drooling. If he had this elixir, not only would he be able to regrow his limbs, but he would also be able to recover his ghostly appearance. Now, he was filled with regret. He knew that Yi Hao definitely had a space treasure on him. He hated himself for not searching Yi Hao's body carefully back then. Xiao Yun opened his eyes and looked at Yi Hao with a joyful smile. I knew it. Brother Yi, you wouldn't die so easily. Brother Xiao, don't speak first. Eat this elixir. Yi Hao looked at Xiao Yun's weak appearance and smiled as he brought the 9 revolutions soul elixir to his mouth. This is a divine elixir. Brother Yi, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Although Xiao Yun didn't know the grade of the elixir, He couldn't be wrong about the divine elixir. He didn't expect Yi Hao to be willing to give him the divine elixir. He was so grateful that tears welled up in his eyes. Wu Jixiao swallowed his saliva as he stared at the divine elixir in Yi Hao's hand. He couldn't help but say, "Do you know that this is a divine elixir? If a first-level martial king were to use it, it would be a tyrannical heavenly treasure. At the very least, he would be able to get a martial emperor to follow him." "Did I ask you to stop? How can a martial emperor be more important than Brother Xiao's life?" Yi Hao frowned and looked at Wu Jixiao with dissatisfaction. Wu Jixiao lowered his head in resentment. He had kindly reminded Xiao Yun, but Xiao Yun didn't appreciate it. "Thank you, but I really can't accept it." Xiao Yun was even more grateful when he heard Yi Hao's words. However, Wu Jixiao was right. A divine elixir was too precious. He couldn't accept it. "It's fine if you don't want to eat it. Then pretend that we never knew each other," Yi Hao said seriously. "Just eat it. Don't make things difficult for Yi Hao. However, this divine elixir is too wasteful for you to eat it alone." Mu Qingyu stepped forward and glanced at everyone. "You can find a bowl of water and dissolve the divine elixir in it. Then let your injured subordinates drink it. Is that still useful?" Yi Hao didn't understand. Mu Qingyu brushed a strand of hair behind her head and looked at Yi Hao strangely. Did he really not know how powerful a divine elixir was, or was he just pretending not to know? However, she still patiently said, "A divine elixir can heal even a martial emperor's injuries as long as they still have a breath left. This divine elixir is more than enough for them." Yi Hao nodded thoughtfully. However, when he thought about how a 9 revolutions soul return elixir would be able to heal the dragon's severe injuries, he got someone to bring him a bucket of water and his own elixir furnace. This made everyone even more curious. Mu Qingyu stole a glance at Yi Hao. Inside, she muttered, could it be that he's a disciple of some alchemy faction? But how could he not know how powerful a divine elixir is? How could he take it out and give it away so casually without any reluctance? This made Mu Qingyu even more curious about Yi Hao's identity. That was because Yi Hao was too mysterious. She didn't know why he would appear in such a small place. Could it be that he was a disciple of some large faction and had come out to gain experience? Chapter 108. Yi Hao cut the 9 transformations soul return pill into 2 portions and gave a quarter to Xiao Yun. The rest was put into the cauldron to be refined and distributed to his subordinates. There was still half a cauldron of solution left. Yi Hao put it into his space. In Yi Hao's opinion, this dissolved pill was even more effective than the golden injury pill. Wu Jixiao looked at the injured people enviously. This was a divine pill. Many people didn't even get to see what a divine pill looked like. Now, it was given to these trash. He was jealous of Yi Hao, but there was nothing he could do. "Brother Xiao, I want you to meet someone." Seeing that Xiao Yun had recovered and was about to bow to him, Yi Hao quickly stopped him. With a thought, he released the city lord from his space. "Grandpa Dragon, Ancestor Dragon, don't eat me." The city lord was tortured by the giant dragon in Dragon Prison Lake. Now that he was released by Yi Hao, he didn't realize it and kept kowtowing. He didn't feel anything even when his scalp was bruised. A spatial immortal item, and a spatial treasure that can store living things. Everyone looked at Yi Hao and realized that Yi Hao was even more mysterious. They were even more certain that Yi Hao was a direct descendant of a big family or a hidden family. Xiao Yun was slightly surprised when he saw this. But when he looked at Yi Hao's chest, he revealed a relieved expression and didn't ask further. Yi Hao touched his forehead embarrassedly. He already knew that Xiao Yun had guessed it. After all, this was Xiao Yun's ancestor's immortal item. "Brother Xiao," Xiao Yun smiled in relief. He glanced at Wu Jixiao and the others, indicating that there were too many people here. Yi Hao nodded. After all, it was impossible to judge a book by its cover. He had been too careless. After all, He still didn't fully understand Mu Qingyu and the others. Stop kowtowing. If you want to live, then tell Brother Xiao what you told me just now. Yi Hao coldly shouted and kicked the city lord who was kowtowing like he was pounding garlic. Only then did the city lord realize that he was no longer in the dragon prison lake. He collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. He was secretly glad that he was almost eaten by the evil dragon. Fortunately, he was released by Yi Hao. The city lord looked at Yi Hao in fear. When he saw that Yi Hao was looking at him coldly, he subconsciously looked around and realized that he was lying in a pool of blood with limbs scattered around him. He no longer had any reservations and hurriedly knelt in front of Xiao Yun. Your Highness, this was all done by Tan Li. I only found out about it from the devil of the night. Stop talking nonsense and focus on the main point. If you dare to say such useless things again, I'll fry you. Yi Hao saw that Xiao Yun was still confused and directly kicked his butt. Soon, the city lord told Xiao Yun everything he knew. Xiao Yun's face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that he had been deceived for so many years. He had always thought that this was really done by the evil dragon. There were several times when he couldn't help but want to fight the evil dragon. It turned out that all of this was Tan Li's plan. Not only did he destroy the entire Xiaohuang city, he also forced all of this on the evil dragon. In addition, Tan Li spread the news in secret, making people believe him even more. Xiao Yun believed that if he hadn't broken through to the martial king realm, he would have been killed by Tan Li. Xiao Yun looked at Tan Li, who was lying in a pool of blood. His eyes were filled with killing intent and he wished that he could cut him into pieces. Brother Yi, thank you for letting me know all of this. Can you let me deal with this Tan Li? Xiao Yun looked at Yi Hao, who was standing quietly at the side, and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he asked pleadingly. Yi Hao nodded in agreement. It was just killing a person. How could he refuse? After all, this was the enmity of exterminating one's family. What could be more serious than this in the world? City Lord Yi, I've said all that I need to say. Can you let me go? The city lord looked at Yi Hao pleadingly. Yi Hao looked at the city lord, who was kneeling on the ground, and gave Dian Wei a look. Dian Wei instantly understood and cut off the city lord's head with his halberd. Speak. Why did you massacre my entire family? Tell me, what did my Xiao family do to you? There are tens of thousands of people in a city. Is your heart so sinister? Blood rushed to Xiao Yun's heart and he almost fainted. His nails dug into his flesh as he looked at Tan Li, who was lying in a pool of blood with hatred. When he thought of the tens of thousands of people in Xiaohuang City being killed by the person in front of him, who was usually respectful to him, he thought of how he was a beast with a human face. Xiao Yun thought that the Xiao family had treated him well. How could he do it? Ha, cultivators' interests are paramount. The strong are righteous. I've lost. Kill me. I have nothing to say. Tan Li's body was covered in blood as he looked at Xiao Yun and laughed crazily. Kill you? You're dreaming. I'm going to cut you up piece by piece. I'm going to dig out your heart and see what color it is. Xiao Yun's eyes were red. He grabbed Tan Li's head, ignoring the blood on his body. Your imperial sister and imperial sisters-in-law are really good. Your imperial mother is the best. She's so comfortable in front of your imperial father. Tan Li said with a laugh when he saw Xiao Yun's craziness. I still can't forget your imperial father's expression. I've never thought that a person would look like that when they're extremely angry. That's right, it's just like you. I'm going to kill you. Sure enough, Xiao Yun couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Dian Wei's weapon, but Yi Hao quickly stopped him. Brother Yi, I beg you, don't stop me. I'm going to kill this beast. Everyone also looked at Tan Li indignantly. What was the point of keeping such an ingrate alive if they didn't kill him? They looked at Tan Li in confusion, not knowing why he was stopping them. Brother Xiao, don't worry. It's too easy for him if you kill him so easily, Yi Hao said when he saw everyone's confusion. He was also furious. Yi Hao took out the pill furnace that he put in the system and poured some on Tan Li's body. Tan Li's blood stopped flowing and his wounds healed quickly. Brother Xiao, do it. Don't cut off his head so easily. He won't die. Yi Hao stepped aside and gave Xiao Yun his position. Only then did everyone realize what Yi Hao wanted to do. They shivered at the thought of it, but it did relieve their hatred. Thank you. Xiao Yun thanked him again. He took the dagger that Yi Hao gave him with eyes full of hatred and kept cutting Tan Li's shriveled body. After Xiao Yun cut him, Yang Xiaodao immediately poured some holy pill water and the wound healed immediately. Tan Li wanted to die, but he couldn't. He wanted to struggle, but he didn't have any limbs. He could only enjoy the death of 1,000 cuts. Let's all go out. Let Brother Xiao vent his anger. Yi Hao ignored Tan Li's hateful eyes and said to his subordinates like a dying man. The soldiers outside had already been released, and more than half of the allied army had been killed. At this moment, Yi's soul points were nearing the 200,000 mark. She didn't dare to open it because she already thought of a terrifying possibility. Mu Qingyu felt her heartbeat quicken. I've only met him twice. It shouldn't be possible. But when she thought of Yi Hao's words, she couldn't help but blush. You brat, staying alive is the most important thing. I still want to bicker with you. Remember to live well. A little thief will always be a little thief. He's so young and already knows how to use flowery words. Mu Qingyu thought back to Yi Hao's serious words and snorted. But the redness at the corner of her eyes couldn't hide her true thoughts. The middle-aged martial king saw all of this and shook his head with a bitter smile. He didn't say anything. I hope young miss doesn't fall in love. Thinking of everything about Yi Hao, the middle-aged martial king realized that he couldn't see through Yi Hao. Mu Qingyu opened the pill bottle a crack. When she saw the holy light inside, she knew that her guess was right. She quickly closed the bottle. She was extremely touched, but she couldn't let others know. After all, in the 10,000 Kingdoms continent, martial artists were respected and benefits were paramount. People's hearts were unfathomable. A tier 8 healing pill. Not bad. Mu Qingyu purposely showed a trace of disappointment. I knew that kid couldn't be so generous. I thought it was a holy pill. Seeing Mu Qingyu's disappointed expression, Wu Jixiao didn't let go of the opportunity and mocked her again. Mu Qingyu didn't want to bother with him. She put the pill back into her clothes and hugged her sword. Higher. Thank you, master. Xiao Yun finally walked out of his room after torturing Tan Li for an entire day. His hair was disheveled and his white clothes were dyed red with blood. He looked as if he had just crawled out of hell. Before Yi Hao could get up to speak, Xiao Yun knelt on the ground. Brother Xiao, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Seeing Xiao Yun kneel on the ground, Yi Hao quickly stood up and tried to help him up. Master, you can just call me by my name. Master, you helped me find the enemy who destroyed my family and let me kill him myself. I, Xiao Yun, no longer have any regrets in my life. So, I want to follow Master. Xiao Yun didn't get up. Instead, he spoke in a carefree manner. Of course I welcome you. Yi Hao laughed and helped Xiao Yun up. At the same time, a system notification sounded out. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing Mission 3. Subduing 7 cities. You have received a big mystery gift pack. Yi Hao was extremely excited. Although he didn't truly subdue the 7 cities, he had killed all the city lords of the 7 cities except for Xiao Yun, who had submitted to him. This was a tacit agreement that he had completed the mission. Yi Hao checked Xiao Yun's information and found that Xiao Yun's loyalty was above 90. It was really not easy. Xiao Yun was the person with the strongest talent in this world that he had subdued. He had relied on himself to cultivate to the first level of martial king. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for subduing the first high-grade martial artist in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for subduing the first peerless martial artist in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining a high-grade mystic class cultivation technique. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining a big mystery gift pack. Damn. There's actually such a benefit. What I lack the most right now is a cultivation technique. I've always been worried that my subordinates wouldn't be able to cultivate. Now, I finally have a cultivation technique. That's right. Furthermore, I've received 2 big mystery gift packs in a row. The items in the big mystery gift pack will definitely not be bad. Yi Hao thought excitedly. He looked at Xiao Yun with even more joy. This Xiao Yun was really his lucky star. Xiao Yun had a puzzled expression. Why was Yi Hao suddenly so happy? However, he didn't ask in detail. Yi Hao handed a bottle of erguatu to Xiao Yun. He lazily reclined on the chair and said, Xiao Yun, I order you. Tonight, you will lead the army and eliminate all the bandits within a 100-mile radius. Chapter 110. Chief, bad news. The army of Yanghuang City is attacking us. One of the underlings shouted anxiously. As he ran, his shoes fell off, but he did not feel it at all. He was panting heavily and his face was filled with panic. Attack us. Then let them attack us. There are still 40 to 50 strongholds in front. We'll talk about it when they reach us. The chief looked at his underlings with dissatisfaction and said without a care. Although more than half of the surrounding strongholds had been destroyed recently, there were still 200 to 300 strongholds of various sizes. Although they were not strong, their overall strength was definitely not to be underestimated. If Yanghuang City wanted to attack them, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. If they had the time, they would have packed up and fled long ago. Stockade Master, Yanghuang City is leading countless troops. They are a dark mass and have already attacked Second Tiger Mountain. It will be our turn soon. Seeing that the Stockade Master was not in a hurry, the underling said anxiously. The wine cup in the chief's hand fell to the ground. With a face of disbelief, he stood up and scolded, Impossible. What are you guys doing scouting for? How can there be so many people from Yanghuang City, and so quickly? Reporting to the chief, according to my investigation, the person leading the troops this time is actually Xiao Yun. More than 20 chiefs have already been killed, and the rest have voluntarily opened the gates to surrender. How can Xiao Yun surrender to Yanghuang City? Not good. Quickly gather the brothers and run. We can't stay here for long. When the chief heard Xiao Yun's name, he also panicked. Just as the underling was about to leave, another underling ran in. Reporting to the chief, the Yanghuang City troops have already surrounded the stronghold. We have no way out. Damn it. How can this be? This speed is too fast. The chief slumped on the chair and looked outside in a daze. Chief, what should we do now? The 2 underlings looked at each other and asked anxiously when they saw that the chief was out of his wits. What else can we do? Open the gates and surrender, the chief said helplessly. In a night, the name of Yanghuang City spread for thousands of miles. All the major powers were investigating who had the ability to annihilate more than 300 strongholds in one night. The most terrifying thing was that not a single person had escaped. This caused some of the nearby powers to turn pale. All of them shut their city gates tightly. The weaker powers formed alliances, afraid that the troops of Yanghuang City would arrive at the city gates in the next second. Luckily, Yanghuang City had only dealt with the territory within a 100-mile radius and had not touched other territories. At this moment, Yanghuang City was comparable to the Xiao Marquis country. The 8 main cities were interconnected, and outsiders did not dare to act rashly. At the same time, many Marquis countries secretly sent people to investigate who was controlling Yanghuang City and causing such a huge commotion. Greetings, my lord. This subordinate has already cleaned up the area within 100 li radius. From now on, Yanghuang City is the only power within a 100-mile radius. Xiao Yun escorted close to 50,000 soldiers back to Yanghuang City to pay their respects. If 50,000 captives were mixed together, it would be a huge disaster if they weren't careful. The fact that Xiao Yun was able to escort all of these people back proved that Xiao Yun's ability wasn't ordinary. Yi Hao stood on the city wall. Seeing the noisy captives below, he bellowed in dissatisfaction, "Silence." However, many of the captives glanced at Yi Hao with contempt and continued to ignore him. They continued to speak loudly below, and it was even louder than before. Many of the stronghold leaders were laughing in their hearts. They were very happy that Yi Hao was defeated. "So what if you captured us? If we don't listen to you, you can't do anything about it." Many of them secretly wanted to see how Yi Hao would deal with it. In the distant mountains, there were many other powers observing how Yi Hao would deal with so many captives. "Good, very good. I gave you face, but you didn't want it." Yi Hao laughed and clapped his hands. Some people felt their hair stand on end. Everyone did not understand. Had this brat gone mad from anger? How could he still laugh at this moment? Yi Hao stood on the city wall and scanned the 50,000 captives, as well as the scouts of other powers hidden in the distance. He kept pacing back and forth. Everyone did not understand what Yi Hao was trying to do. "I'll give you 3 minutes. Listen to me and stand to the left," Yi Hao suddenly said. After that, he sat down on a chair and looked down coldly. "Chief Li, what should we do now?" "Chief Sun, should we go over now? What's there to be afraid of? Let's not go over. Let's see what he can do." After hearing Yi Hao's words, many of the stronghold leaders discussed in groups of 3 to 5. However, no one listened to Yi Hao. They stood on the spot and watched coldly. They wanted to know what Yi Hao was trying to do. Since the chief did not move, their subordinates would not move either. "It seems that you all have a backbone." After a minute, Yi Hao nodded and said when he saw that no one was willing to go over. Everyone wanted to see Yi Hao make a fool of himself. When the chief saw that his subordinates were very obedient, he was very satisfied. Everyone wanted to see what Yi Hao was going to do. He couldn't possibly kill them, right? They saw Yi Hao suddenly take out a Gatling gun from his space. The smile on his face disappeared and his expression turned cold. He was like a different person. The moment Yi Hao took out the Gatling gun, countless archers appeared from all around. They aimed their bows and arrows at the 50,000 captives. At the same time, the remaining soldiers of Yanghuang City sealed off their escape route. The captives turned back to look and saw a burly man the size of a small mountain. He held 2 halberds in his hands and floated above their heads. He looked down at the Alliance army below with contempt. Martial spirit expert. A terrifying thought came to everyone's mind. The realms in the Myriad Kingdom continent were divided into martial artist, martial general, Wu Hu, martial king, martial spirit, Emperor Wu, martial venerable, martial emperor, martial sage, and the legendary martial god. A martial spirit expert was a member of a spirit-level force. He was definitely an existence that could dominate a king-level force. The most recognizable symbol of the martial spirit realm was that he could fly at a low altitude for a short period of time. No one understood why a martial spirit expert would appear here. If the news spread, it would definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups. The spies didn't dare to act rashly. They hurried back to report and didn't dare to stay here. Among the spies who came here, the strongest was only a king, and they were basically from a small force. They could still do whatever they wanted in this level 8 area, but before a martial spirit expert, they had to keep a low profile. At this moment, the captives were no longer as stubborn as before. Many people looked at Jian Wei with admiration. After all, the strong were respected in the Myriad Kingdom continent. It was the wish of most people to see a martial spirit expert. If they could get some guidance, their achievements would definitely be different. Many people had already walked to the left. Some were in fear, some were in admiration. Everyone had different thoughts in their hearts. "You, come here. Yi Hao was a little satisfied. If he didn't teach these people a lesson, they wouldn't know the difference between heaven and earth. He pointed at a minion expressionlessly. The minion pointed at himself in disbelief. He didn't understand why Yi Hao called him over. He looked at Yi Hao fearfully and moved with difficulty. "Greetings, City Lord." The minion bowed. "Why are you the first to come over?" Yi Hao asked. Chapter 111. Yi Hao nodded his head in satisfaction. "Not bad. What weapon do you usually use?" he asked softly. The underling didn't understand what Yi Hao meant. Reporting to the city lord, "I'm used to using a blade." But he still answered honestly. Yi Hao scanned the system space and selected a level 1 spiritual weapon. "This is the Silver Cloud Blade. I hope you can perform well and don't disappoint me." Level 1 spiritual weapons were the most abundant at the moment. The system would reward him with a spiritual weapon every time he destroyed a village. However, there were only a few level 2 spiritual weapons, only a dozen or so. Not to mention level 3 spiritual weapons. The only level 4 spiritual weapon he had was too feminine, so he gave it to Mu Qingyu. However, he still had the bloodstained dual blades. It was a pity that he couldn't use his skills anymore. However, the second mission hadn't been completed yet. This made Yi Hao very depressed. It seemed that he had to deal with the people in front of him first. Yi Hao waved the silver cloud blade and threw it down. The silver cloud blade stabbed into the ground, causing dust to fly up. The underling was stunned. He felt the spiritual power on it. "This is a spiritual weapon." The underling looked at the silver cloud blade on the ground in disbelief. After a long time, he suddenly knelt on the ground. Zhu Lecheng greets the city lord. Through this scene, even more people started to walk to the left. This was a spirit artifact. He gave it away just like that. How generous was this? At this moment, more village leaders walked to the left. They couldn't resist the temptation of the spiritual weapon and the threat of the archers around them. In their opinion, if a normal underling could get a spiritual weapon, why couldn't they? "There's still 1 minute left." Yi Hao counted the time in his heart and spoke again. Looking at the hesitant people below, his heart was filled with coldness. Seeing that the people below didn't move, the people on the left were slightly more than the people on the right. He said disappointedly, "Kill them." Under Yi Hao's command, the one-sided massacre began again. Instantly, screams shook the sky. Countless arrows shot into the crowd, killing a large area. Gatling guns played beautiful music at the side. The Grim Reaper instantly descended, mercilessly harvesting everyone's lives. "Why? Isn't there still a minute?" The captives who were standing still saw the people around them fall into pools of blood one by one. They didn't understand why Yi Hao would suddenly attack. "I'm the king here. What I say goes. I gave you a chance earlier, but you didn't want it. I'll send you on your way at the last minute," Yi Hao said in a dignified tone. After that, he snorted again. "Now that you know there's only 1 minute left, what are you going to do?" Yi Hao's voice traveled into everyone's ears. The captives standing on the left were kneeling in fear. Everyone was glad that they had made the right choice. Now they understood that they were the biggest laughingstock that they had wanted to see Yi Hao make a fool of himself. They had never expected that the young man with a cheeky smile in front of them would be so decisive and ruthless. He killed as he pleased. He did not play by the rules at all. "All of you, remember this. I am the absolute ruler of this area. If anyone dares to cause trouble for me, they will end up like these people. Do any of you have any objections?" Yi Hao turned his gaze to the left and said with a serious expression. Seeing that everyone was kneeling on the ground without saying a word, Yi Hao shot the Gatling gun in his hand in front of everyone, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Speak. We have no objections. Everything will be decided by the Castellan." Everyone was frightened by the sound of the Gatling gun. They held their heads and shouted loudly, afraid that Yi Hao would kill them if he was unhappy. Yi Hao had always been protective of his own people, but he would never show mercy to his enemies. After all, these captives were not from the regular army. They were all bandits. There was no lack of vicious people among them. If he wanted to subdue them directly, they would be a disaster. This was something that Yi Hao could not tolerate. He didn't want his own backyard to be in trouble one day. He could only suppress them with iron-blooded means. It wasn't that he didn't give them a chance. They could only blame themselves for not cherishing it. These bandits could either be subdued or killed. Otherwise, they would be a disaster or become his enemies. If that was the case, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Xiao Yun, you are in charge of collecting these corpses. Bury a mountain of corpses over there. Yi Hao pointed to a pothole on the only road in Yanghuang City. Yes. Xiao Yun obeyed the order. He knew that Yi Hao wanted to use ruthless means to intimidate the enemy. This was more than 20,000 corpses. If they were to pile up into a mountain of corpses, it would be terrifying to look at. It wasn't that there weren't any mountains of corpses. A mountain of corpses was a symbol of an emperor. The more corpses there were, the stronger the emperor was. However, those who dared to do so would have to face the attacks of other powers. Generally, those without a strong foundation wouldn't dare to do so. On the 10,000 Kingdoms continent, it was said that each holy empire didn't use any other defenses. Their strongest defense was the mountain of corpses. It was said that some holy empires had mountain of corpses that covered millions of kilometers. Using corpses to prove a holy empire's foundation was a little exaggerated. However, to be able to become a holy empire, which one of them didn't use corpses to establish their strong position? A holy empire would appear every tens of thousands of years. How many corpses would it take to form a mountain of corpses that covered millions of kilometers? It wasn't much at all. Instead, it made other countries fearful. Let the enemy see the mountain of corpses before deciding whether they dared to defy the Holy Empire's position. There was no lack of bloodthirsty people in the 10,000 Kingdoms continent. The legend of the origin of the mountain of corpses was still circulating in the 10,000 Kingdoms continent. Qian Huang was a crazy person in the 10,000 Kingdoms continent. This person had a special liking for killing. At the same time, he was also very talented. As his power grew stronger, the number of people he killed naturally increased. Wherever his troops went, they would kill. It was as though they were on the path of a killing god. More than half of the 10,000 Kingdoms continent had been traversed by him, leaving behind a mountain of corpses that ran through half of the 10,000 Kingdoms continent. Later on, the martial gods and martial sages couldn't take it anymore and joined forces to kill Qian Huang. Later on, some people said that Qian Huang was killed, while others said that Qian Huang broke through the void. However, that battle was earth-shattering. At the same time, the 10,000 Kingdoms continent's strength was greatly damaged. 3 martial gods died, 2 were severely injured, and more than half of the 200 martial sages fell. Although Qian Huang had disappeared, the mountain of corpses was loved by many emperors. It was seen as a symbol of strength. Of course, Yi Hao didn't think so much about it. It was just that others misunderstood. 10,000 Souls design. This was a design that Yi Hao had found in the legacy. This design didn't have many requirements for the carving of the design. The more corpses there were, the stronger the design. Yi Hao naturally didn't want to waste these corpses. He was about to return home, and he couldn't be at ease here. If he could set up the 10,000 Souls design, at least Yanghuang City could attack and retreat. If he used it well, with so many corpses, he should be able to kill martial spirits. If he was lucky, he might even be able to kill Emperor Wu. Yi Hao wanted to play with these, so he started to recruit troops. Under Yi Hao's ruthless methods and a bunch of temptations, no one dared to resist. All of them obediently followed his arrangements. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the second mission. Subduing 360 bandit mountains. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the big mystery gift pack. Chapter 112. At night, Yi Hao brought Dian Wei alone to the Mountain of Corpses. The Mountain of Corpses had undergone special treatment and were now all skeletons. Therefore, there was no need to worry about a plague. This made Yi Hao feel more at ease. "Master, what are we doing here?" Dian Wei saw Yi Hao circling the Mountain of Corpses, looking left and right. Dian Wei had an evil thought. Master wouldn't be interested in these skeletons, right? Before he could finish his thoughts, Yi Hao slapped him on the head. "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and get to work. Move that tree away for me." Yi Hao observed his surroundings and changed the position of some of the trees. At the same time, he observed his surroundings and compared them with the knowledge he had obtained from the inheritance. He was delighted. This is really a treasure ground specially created for the 10,000 Souls formation. Yi Hao was now confident that he could set up a formation that could kill a martial emperor. Yi Hao took out the materials for the design from Dragon Prison Lake and quickly set it up according to the steps in his mind. However, the design was more troublesome. After a night, Yi Hao had only completed 10% of the design. If not for the legacy in his mind, Yi Hao would have given up long ago. It was too troublesome. During the day, Yi Hao did not want to be discovered. Therefore, he went back to sleep and continued to work at night. On the third day, Zhu Hongling was brought to Yanghuang City by Yi Hao's men. "Greetings to your highness and master." When everyone saw Yi Hao, they all bowed with tears in their eyes. "Sister Ling, why are you all in Xiao City? Did something happen to father?" Back in the city lord residence, Yi Hao arranged for everyone to rest. Looking at Zhu Hongling, whose eyes were red, he asked with heartache. Logically speaking, they should be in Yi. Could something have happened? Yi Hao was a little nervous. "No, when His Majesty saw you disappear, he arranged for us to leave the country of Yi. We headed west and came to Xiao City. We also heard news about your highness." Zhu Hongling was a little shy after Yi Hao wiped away her tears. Her little nose twitched as she spoke. "That's good. Sister Ling, this is for you." Yi Hao heaved a sigh of relief. In his heart, he was most worried about father. He thought that his imperial father was probably afraid that there would be no one to take care of Zhu Hongling and the others in the capital while he was away. If that happened, his imperial brother would come looking for trouble, so he sent them out to lie low for a while. In the end, it was a freak combination of factors that allowed them to meet first. Yi Hao found that Zhu Hongling had lost a lot of weight in the past few months. His heart ached. Zhu Hongling's heart. So many of them too. "Now, Your Highness, what kind of pill is this?" Zhu Hongling asked curiously. But when she thought of how precious the pill was, she quickly shook her head and refused. "Your Highness, this servant didn't do anything for you. This servant doesn't dare to take this pill." Yi Hao smiled and stroked Zhu Hongling's hair. Zhu Hongling's face instantly turned red. Yi Hao said, "Sister Ling, this pill is my reward for you. Hurry and eat it." "Reward me?" Zhu Hongling's eyes widened. She looked at Yi Hao in confusion. She didn't understand why Yi Hao would suddenly reward her. "That's right." Yi Hao pinched Zhu Hongling's cheeks. "You helped me bring so many subordinates here, and you even found me. Shouldn't I be thanking you? Also, Sister Ling, you have to take care of me. You're still an ordinary person. What if you collapse from exhaustion?" Yi Hao saw Zhu Hongling's pondering expression and continued to speak with a smile. Zhu Hongling took the pill. "Thank you, Your Highness. Hongling wants to stay by Your Highness's side forever." Zhu Hongling smiled mischievously. She opened her mouth and swallowed the pill. "Relax. The energy in your body is normal. Just close your eyes for a while." Feeling the dense energy in her body, Zhu Hongling was a bit flustered. She looked helplessly at Yi Hao. Yi Hao comforted her. The energy here was much stronger than in Yi. The first time she had used the Dragon Tiger pill to break through, it had caused a phenomenon. She had even been mistaken for a god. The energy here was much stronger than in Yi. Zhu Hongling quickly opened her eyes and looked excitedly at Yi Hao. "Your Highness, I feel that I've become very strong." Have I become a martial artist now? Yi Hao was also very happy to see Zhu Hongling's happy expression. When he was a fool, it was Zhu Hongling who had always taken care of him. This was something Yi Hao would never forget. So in his heart, Zhu Hongling's position was second only to Yi Batian. You're a martial artist now. Moreover, you're already a 10th rank martial artist, the same rank as Zilong. Yi Hao said slowly. At the same time, he handed the high-grade mystic class skill book to Zhu Hongling. Sister Ling, this is a high-grade mystic class skill book. Even in our country, it's a national treasure. You can cultivate according to the contents inside. Yi Hao wasn't exaggerating. Yi Hao said that there were high-grade mystic class skills books, but there wasn't even a single yellow class skill book. This skill book was a rare treasure even in a vassal state. Your Highness, this is too precious. Zhu Hongling didn't dare to take it. Something that was considered a national treasure in Yi was very precious. Zhu Hongling was so grateful that tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't think that His Highness would treat her so well. She looked at Yi Hao with admiration. He had such achievements at such a young age. Not only did he unify the surrounding 100 li, but he also took out so many treasures. Who would dare to compare with him? I don't have any other cultivation pills right now. Sister Ling, there's no way you can slack off, joked Yi Hao. Yi Hao joked. Zhu Hongling blushed even more. She raised her nose and pouted. I didn't. Good. Yi Hao laughed when he saw Zhu Hongling's expression. That made Zhu Hongling even more embarrassed. That's right. Sister Ling, help me copy this skill book into 10 portions. Yi Hao suddenly remembered that he only had this one cultivation skill book. It was impossible for him to give it to everyone. That wasn't realistic. He could give a general a cultivation skill book. But for soldiers, it depended on their contributions and performance. So he couldn't give them a cultivation skill book. He would first give the soldiers the first cultivation skill book. If they wanted the next one, they would have to perform well. Don't look down on a high-grade mystic class skill book. Even Xiao Yun, who had become a martial king at such a young age, had only cultivated a high-grade yellow class skill book. It was easy to imagine how important this cultivation skill book was. Chapter 113. A month passed in the blink of an eye. After 10 days of work by Yi Hao, the Myriad Souls formation was finally completed. Killing Emperor Wu and those below the first tier was easy. However, Yi Hao was not too sure about those at Emperor Wu's level. Yi Hao had originally wanted to test the effects of the dragon's blood. However, after a few failed experiments, Yi Hao could only give up on it. After the reorganization, the army had finally expanded to 50,000 soldiers. All the soldiers had gone through military training before they were considered qualified. There were a total of 8 cities. Other than Yanghuang City, all of them had 5,000 soldiers. Yanghuang City's soldiers had reached 15,000. The overall strength of the 8 cities was even greater than before. These bandits had a certain foundation to begin with. After the training in the barracks, as well as the stimulation of martial arts and cultivation methods, all of them used their own primitive power to cultivate. They only wanted to perform outstandingly to obtain spirit tools and be promoted to nobility. The 7 generals of the 7 cities were Hua Rong, Zhong Zhu, Yong Xiaodao, Li Jin, Zhao Zilong, Xiao Yun, and Dian Wei. What puzzled Yi Hao was that both Zhu Hongling and Zhao Zilong had told him that Qin Qiong had come to find him, but Yi Hao had not seen him at all. Yi Hao had sent out hundreds of people to gather information, but they had not found him. Yi Hao asked the system. After learning that Qin Qiong was still alive, he heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Qin Qiong was not in mortal danger, all was well. The bandits between the 7 cities were gone. Instead, the population had increased. Most of them had fled the chaos of war and had come here. After Yi Hao's propaganda, the population had nearly doubled. As for taxes, Yi Hao's head was spinning. Luckily, Shen Wansan had fully utilized his talent as a businessman. Yi Hao directly handed over the finances of the 7 cities to Shen Wansan. The 7 cities formed a triangular formation, surrounding and protecting Yanghuang City. As Yi Hao's base camp, Yanghuang City was even easier to defend and harder to attack. Without an army of 100,000, they could forget about taking down Yanghuang City. This army of 100,000 would have to pass through the 10,000 souls Great Design first. However, there were still some who were blind. Over the past month, the surrounding powers had been eyeing Yi Hao covetously. After a month of planning, the combined army of 100,000 soldiers from the 4 Marquisate kingdoms had split into 4 groups. They were heading towards Xiao City, Sparrow City, Tanji City, and Wind Cloud City respectively. They were trying to break through Yanghuang City in one go. Looks like I've been quiet for too long this month. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. At this moment, in the city lord residence of Yanghuang City, Yi Hao was listening to the reports from the soldiers sent by the 4 cities. This is a good opportunity for me to test the power of my myriad souls array. Yi Hao rubbed his chin, turned around and said to his subordinates, "Pass down my orders. All the city leaders are to immediately lead their troops back to Yanghuang City. Remember to resettle the population properly. We cannot lose the hearts of the people." He had 50,000 soldiers now. Although their overall strength was not bad, they were too spread out. If there were too many enemies, they would definitely be defeated one by one. Therefore, only by gathering the troops together could they stand a chance against the enemy. Moreover, these soldiers of his had rested for a month. It was time for them to see some blood. Yi Hao's orders were quickly passed down. The soldiers of the 7 cities quickly gathered at Yanghuang City. At this moment, the 4 generals in the Allied army camp were naturally overjoyed when they heard that Yanghuang City was retreating. They also quickly gathered their troops. Haha, I've said that Yanghuang City is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Recently, they have made quite a commotion. In the end, when they saw our army, they were so scared that they immediately retreated to their old nest. The general of Hu country, Hu Lierong, sat in the camp and laughed heartily. That's right. I've already sent people to find out. All the troops in Yanghuang City added up are only a quarter of our army. I believe that Yanghuang City is still in the dark and thinks that we only have 100,000 soldiers, another skinny Jun Tianyu said. This is all thanks to Brother Tianyu's good plan. They should be thankful that they ran quickly and were able to live a little longer. Otherwise, they would have been trampled on. Yi Rui's hen praised the middle-aged general sitting in the first seat. The middle-aged general was naturally pleased. The enemy had retreated without a fight in the first battle. Naturally, the Allied army's morale was greatly boosted. He was also very proud. This is the first time that our 4 countries are fighting together. This battle will definitely show our glory. Let our limelight overshadow Yanghuang City and let others know that Yanghuang City is just a joke. Everyone was in high spirits. It was as though they could already see the moment when Yanghuang City was taken. Now that they have gathered their troops, it saves us the trouble. Let's immediately move out and attack Yanghuang City. Jun Tianyu was very confident. He claimed that he had 100,000 soldiers, and Yanghuang City was already scared witless. If Yanghuang City knew that his army was actually 200,000, who knew how they would feel? At this moment, in the Yanghuang City residence, all the generals had gathered and were waiting for Yi Hao's arrival. Everyone is here. Yi Hao walked in from outside and said to the generals when he saw them. Seeing Yi Hao's smiling face, they stood up and bowed. Greetings, my lord. Why do you all look so miserable? Tell me about it. Yi Hao saw that everyone, including Dian Wei and Xiao Yun, was frowning and knew that they were worried about the enemy. He raised his teacup and asked. Dian Wei looked at everyone and stood up with his fists clasped. My lord, the enemy is attacking. Dian Wei pledges to fight to the death. We swear to fight the enemy with our lives. Please grant our wish, my lord. Everybody stood up and said after Dian Wei. They were all angry that they had retreated without a fight. Yi Hao looked at everyone's fearless expressions and asked, "Then what are your chances of defending the city?" Yi Hao retorted. Seeing their troubled expressions, he said, "Since you know that you will lose, why defend the city? War requires brains. Don't fight to the death. It's like hitting a rock with an egg. We know we were wrong. All right, come with me. I'll take you to watch a great show," Yi Hao said softly. "A show? Why do we still need to watch a show at this time?" Everyone looked at Yi Hao in confusion, but Yi Hao just smiled and said nothing. They could only follow Yi Hao to the city. They didn't understand what Yi Hao was going to do. Shouldn't he be setting up defenses or thinking of a way to fight? Why was he going to the city wall? "Take my horse. Everyone, come with me." Yi Hao got on the purple cry flying horse, followed by Jian Wei and the others. To reach Yanghuang City, they had to pass through 10 mountains of various sizes. Yi Hao led the puzzled people to a mountain. The stronghold here had been wiped out by Yi Hao. They climbed to the top of the mountain unimpeded. At this time, they could already see the mighty army approaching quickly. Chapter 114. What? Everyone's expression changed as they looked carefully. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. They thought that 100,000 enemies were strong enough, but now their numbers were doubled. If Yi Hao hadn't discovered it, they would still be in the dark. "My lord, why don't we retreat? We can't lose all 50,000 soldiers here. As long as we have time, we can definitely make a comeback." Although young Xiaodao was usually careless, he was a cautious person. Otherwise, Yi Hao wouldn't have entrusted him with such an important task. There were many people in the army who were stronger than him. "General Yang, it's too late now. The enemy has blocked the only exit of Yanghuang City." Li Jin observed the enemy and retorted, "It's impossible to break out. It's better than waiting for death. If we rush out now, we might catch the enemy off guard." "It's okay if we die, but my lord can't die," Yang Xiaodao said anxiously. In his heart, Yi Hao was more important than anything else. Yi Hao smiled and looked at Xiao Yun. "Xiao Yun, what do you think?" Xiao Yun didn't answer in a hurry. Instead, he thought for a while, looked at the enemy, and then at the mountains below. He clasped his fists and said, "My lord, I think we should set up some ambushes on the road to Yanghuang City. These mountains are easy to defend and hard to attack. They will definitely cause a lot of losses to the enemy." "Well, that's a good idea. My lord, let me lead an ambush," Jian Wei said quickly. "General Jian Wei, you have to protect my lord. Let me do this." Xiao Yun, who was dressed in white, stopped him with a smile. "There's no need for that. I've already told you to watch the show. Just stay here obediently." After Yi Hao finished speaking, everyone looked at Yi Hao's back in confusion. Could it be that the Lord had already made arrangements? In less than 15 minutes, the first vanguard of the enemy was about to reach them. When they were about to ask Yi Hao to return to the city, the enemy was suddenly in chaos. More than 20 cavalrymen rushed out of nowhere, followed by more than 100 soldiers. They were all very strong and instantly disrupted the 10,000-strong army. The 100 soldiers and 20 cavalrymen fought as if there was no one around. They didn't care about their lives and didn't have any flags. Just charge in that direction. Jian Wei and the others were shocked. Those cavalrymen were at least in the martial king realm. Also, seeing Yi Hao's confident expression, they naturally knew that it had something to do with Yi Hao. They were extremely shocked. Where did their master find these martial king cavalry? And they had no idea at all. "Let's retreat." Yi Hao glanced at the cavalrymen who were surrounded by the army. Although he felt a little heartache, he still said expressionlessly. He had spent most of his resources to exchange for these first-level martial king cavalrymen. After a month of plundering resources, he had only managed to summon 100 martial king cavalrymen. Moreover, if these 20 cavalrymen were to be surrounded, they would be in grave danger. Although the martial king realm was high, they could not fight against so many people. As for those 100 soldiers, their strength was also extraordinary. Every single one of them had reached the peak of the martial general realm. He had spent 25,000 soul points on them. However, after that round of attacks, the soul points in Yi Hao's mind had increased by over 40,000 points. Although the strength of these soldiers was low, Yi Hao could get 4 to 5 soul points on average by killing one of them. This meant that the previous round of attacks had killed at least 10,000 enemies. Yi Hao, who was on the horse, looked back and found that the battle was not over yet. He could imagine the strength of these cavalrymen and soldiers. Rest in peace. I will cut off the heads of the enemy generals and offer them to you as a sacrifice. Yi Hao was no longer indecisive and said coldly in his heart. Reporting to the 4 generals, our vanguard has been attacked fiercely by the enemy. The 4 generals listened to the report of their subordinates. The 4 generals did not seem to care. How many people have come? Only a little more than 100. The subordinate reported truthfully. This made the 4 generals hold their stomachs and laugh even harder. The surrounding soldiers laughed so hard that they even dropped their weapons to the ground. I say, did the people of Yanghuang City give up? What can 100 people do? You're telling me that they've been attacked fiercely. Yi Rui's hen laughed so hard that he almost fainted. When the subordinate saw everyone laughing, he said softly with a bad expression, the weakest of these people is a peak martial general. There are also more than 20 martial king experts. The smiles on everyone's faces instantly froze. It was even uglier than a ********. 100 peak martial general and 20 martial kings. This made them unable to laugh no matter how hard they tried. It was not that the 4 allied armies could not produce peak martial general. However, they were their own personal bodyguards. Who would be so wasteful as to use them as cannon fodder? Probably only Yi Hao would do something like that. As for the 20 martial kings, they felt a chill run down their backs and broke out in cold sweat. They secretly rejoiced that there were troops in front of them. If the 20 martial kings attacked together, their heads would have been separated from their bodies. Even the 4 allied armies could not produce 20 martial kings. The 4 generals of the 4 marquisate states were only at the peak of Wu Hu. Only Zhun Tianyu had reached the first level of martial king. Therefore, the remaining 3 followed his lead. What's the situation now? Shi Hongmao asked with a malevolent expression. The 20 martial kings made him tremble in fear. The great generals all turned to look at that subordinate. Even the arrogant Zhun Tianyu had a grave expression on his face at this moment. Our army has lost 13,000 men. More than 6,000 are seriously injured. The subordinate wiped the sweat off his face and said with a trembling voice. I'm asking you, how are the enemy's casualties? Although the 4 of them were heartbroken about their own casualties, they were more concerned about the 20 martial kings. If the 20 martial kings did not die, they would feel like a sharp sword was hanging over their heads. The enemy's generals and soldiers were all killed. 14 martial kings were killed. Only 6 escaped with serious injuries. Trash, a bunch of trash. You can't even kill 4 seriously injured people. Zhun Tianyu flew into a rage out of humiliation. He drew his sword and cut the subordinate who was reporting in half. Brother Tianyu, what should we do now? The remaining 3 did not care about the deaths of their subordinates and asked anxiously. Zhun Tianyu wiped his sword clean and sheathed it back into its scabbard. Yanghuang City cannot be left alive. Since we have already come this far, there is no chance for regrets. We can only destroy Yanghuang City in one go, no matter the price. Otherwise, we will be the ones to be destroyed. But, no buts. Martial kings are not invincible. Didn't we kill so many of them? The rest escaped with serious injuries. Zhun Tianyu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Besides, I don't believe that they can keep sending out martial kings. Do they really think that martial kings are cabbages? Pass down my orders. Regardless of the consequences, push the army into Yanghuang City. No matter how many martial kings come, they will be killed. Chapter 115. Under Zhun Tianyu's orders, the army advanced at full speed. When they reached the second mountain, the soldiers were much more cautious. They observed their surroundings cautiously, afraid that Yi Hao's men would rush out from some corner again. However, when the army successfully passed through the second mountain, they did not see a single shadow. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. After passing through the third mountain, they still did not see a single person. At this moment, the soldiers of the allied army heaved a sigh of relief. I knew it. Yi Hao could not possibly have so many martial kings. Just as I expected. A child is indeed a child. With so many martial kings, he did not treat them as his trump card. Let's see what this Yi Hao can do now. The four great generals said mockingly. Their hearts were slightly at ease. However, for their own safety, the four great generals had already hidden in the middle of the army. In order to survive, they could only exchange the lives of their soldiers for the lives of their martial kings. Giddy up. Kill. Just as the four great generals were chatting happily, the deafening sounds of killing and the neighing of horses rang out again. However, this time, it came from two sides. Damn it, why did the enemy run to the back? Hu Yuerong cursed. General Yuerong, don't be angry. Even if he brings martial kings, how many can he bring out? 20, 30, or 50. They can only delay our advance. Don't worry. Zhun Tianyu was very calm at this moment. Surrounded by so many soldiers, he felt incomparably safe. In his opinion, this was just the final struggle of Yanghuang City. Martial kings were not cabbages. Yanghuang City could not possibly bring out so many martial kings. Moreover, no matter how strong the martial kings were, they could only face the fate of being slaughtered in front of this army. Brother Tianyu is right. Yanghuang City can bring out 20 martial kings at most. We only need to rest here for a while and we will definitely take down Yanghuang City. Where did the master find so many martial king experts? Xiao Yun looked at the battle at the foot of the mountain in shock. He realized that he could never see through his master, who was younger than him, and had endless tricks up his sleeves. After a quick count, he realized that there were 30 martial kings below. It was as if the martial king knights had entered an unstoppable state. They charged forward side by side, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. They continuously broke through the enemy's defensive line and charged back and forth. They charged towards where there were the most people. They were like the Grim Reaper, reaping the lives of the soldiers. At this moment, the soldiers were even more helpless. They could only use their lives to fill the gap created by the knights. These generals are really ruthless. Yi Hao looked at the banners of the four generals who were hiding under the heavy encirclement and said disdainfully, "Since you want to use the lives of the soldiers to make up for your lack of cultivation, I will fulfill your wish." Yi Hao shouted a loud and clear slogan into the air. 2 more rows of martial king knights charged out from behind the enemy troops. There were 10 of them in total. They charged into the enemy troops without any defense. Another 10 have come. Xiao Yun's eyes were filled with shock. Adding the martial kings from before, there were more than 60 of them. Other than the martial kings, which marquis would be able to take out such a large sum of money? Other marquis would treat a martial king as a treasure. His master was different. He actually treated a martial king as grass. As long as he used a martial king as cannon fodder, a meat grinder, who would be so wasteful? At this moment, the four generals had also heard Yi Hao's whistle. They anxiously called for the soldiers to ask about it. What was that sound just now? And why do I feel that the battle this time is even more intense than before? At this moment, the soldiers were sweating profusely. The scene of the soldier being cut in half was still vivid in his mind. However, the four generals were staring at him. It was not a solution if he did not speak. He could only grit his teeth and say, reporting to the four generals, "This time, we are being attacked by 30 martial kings." The sound just now was heard. The enemy has added another 10 martial kings. Damn it! Zhun Tianyu flew into a rage. He pulled out his weapon again and cut the soldier in half. The other 3 also looked at him with ugly expressions. Zhun Tianyu's face was so dark that it was about to drip water. Wasn't this Yi Hao slapping his face? He had said that Yanghuang City had at most 20 martial kings. Now, a total of 40 martial kings had come. Don't worry. Yanghuang City should not have any more martial king experts. Zhun Tianyu looked at the doubtful and regretful expressions of the three generals and reassured them again. In his opinion, Yanghuang City had sent out 60 martial kings. This should be the limit. This should be Yanghuang City's final trump card. The three generals were still doubtful. They could only command the soldiers to kill the martial king knights. After all, there was no reason to retreat at this point. If they were to retreat in defeat after seeing Yanghuang City, their emperor would definitely not let them off. At this point, they could only grit their teeth and persevere. Whoosh! A loud whistle was heard again. The four generals and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers felt their hair stand on end when they heard it. This was because they knew what was going to happen next. Indeed, 2 more rows of martial king knights rushed out from the left rear and joined the battle. This must have been an accident, Zhun Tianyu said awkwardly when he saw the 3 great generals looking at him. Hopefully, before the 3 generals could finish speaking, a loud and clear voice sounded again, causing the hearts of the 4 generals to tremble. Oh my God, what is the background of Yanghuang City? Brother Tianyu, 80 martial king knights have already appeared in Yanghuang City. Why am I so weak? Stop talking. I don't know why I'm so weak. Hearing the cries of their soldiers begging for mercy, the 4 generals felt their hearts turn cold. They did not ask for anything now. They only asked that the voice would not appear again and they would be satisfied. Every time the voice sounded, 10 martial kings would appear. Who could accept this? Don't tell them that Yanghuang City was poor and only had martial kings left. Perverted. Xiao Yun and the others could no longer describe their feelings. They looked at Yi Hao, who was playing happily at the side, and said at the same time. They finally knew why Yi Hao was not worried at all. With so many martial kings, anyone could sit back and relax. Just as Yi Hao was about to whistle, Yang Xiaodao suddenly interrupted. Master, can you stop whistling first? Can you let me try too? Why? Yi Hao looked at the expectant Yang Xiaodao in confusion. Wasn't it just a whistle? What was there to try? Yi Hao obviously did not understand Yang Xiaodao's thoughts. Whistling once and 10 martial kings would appear. How exciting would that be? With Yi Hao's approval, Yang Xiaodao immediately whistled happily. He was not disappointed. 10 martial king knights suddenly appeared from the right front. Damn, it really works. Chapter 116. At this moment, what made people fearful was none other than the sound of the whistle. Once the whistle sounded, 10 martial kings would appear. Who could stand that? I don't believe that there are still martial kings in Yanghuang City. At this moment, Zhun Tianyu was infuriated. He whistled into the air. If you have the ability, send 10 more martial kings. Go, go, go! Report. Another 10 martial king experts have appeared from the rear. At this moment, the 3 great generals were dumbfounded. They looked at Zhun Tianyu strangely. Whose side was this guy on? Was his brain damaged? Damn it, who was the one who blew it like a fart and stole my chance? Yang Xiaodao stood rooted to the ground and cursed. He looked at the others and realized that they were all looking at Yi Hao in confusion. Why are you all looking at me? Yi Hao's hair stood on end as he was stared at by his subordinates. He kicked a few of them in the buttocks, but none of them dodged. My lord, tell me the truth. That general leading the charge isn't one of your men, is he? Xiao Yun swallowed his saliva and looked at Yi Hao suspiciously. If the enemy general wasn't one of Yi Hao's men, was there something wrong with his head? Blowing a whistle to attract martial kings to kill his subordinates? Don't tell me that it was the enemy general blowing his whistle. Yang Xiaodao was a little slow to react. His mouth was wide open in disbelief, as though he had discovered a new continent. Can I say that I don't know anything? Yi Hao saw that his subordinates were looking at him with admiration. He didn't know what was going on and didn't know what was wrong with Zhun Tianyu's head. If not for the fact that he knew that he had nothing to do with Zhun Tianyu, Yi Hao himself would have suspected that Zhun Tianyu was one of his men. His subordinates curled their lips in disbelief, thinking that Yi Hao was lying. The two of you lead the troops to kill the enemy at the rear. If we don't eliminate the enemy quickly, we will all die here today. Zhang Tianyu didn't know how to explain himself, so he could only reply coldly. Although the three generals were dissatisfied with him, his prestige was still there, so he quickly prepared to counterattack. Seeing that Yi Hao was no longer whistling, Xiao Yun knew that there shouldn't be any martial kings left, so he reminded Yi Hao, "Master, the enemy has begun their counterattack." However, to be able to bring out 100 martial kings, this number was still very terrifying. At the very least, it was something that he did not dare to imagine. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers, under the leadership of the generals, started to encircle the martial king cavalrymen. Martial king cavalrymen were constantly being pulled off their horses, and the martial king cavalrymen's attacks were greatly hindered. If this continued, the martial king cavalrymen would definitely be completely annihilated. No matter how strong a martial king was, he was no match for so many soldiers. Before the enemy realized what was going on, Yi Hao asked Jian Wei to blow a long whistle. As an expert of martial arts, Jian Wei's voice carried the power of martial arts. Naturally, the enemy's newly organized formation was disrupted again, as they thought that a more powerful attack was coming. Therefore, when the cavalrymen heard the whistle, they knew that it was an order to retreat. They immediately turned their horses around and retreated before the enemy could react. "Oh no, stop them. They are trying to escape. We can't let them escape." Zhang Tianyu reacted the fastest and immediately ordered loudly. Although the soldiers reacted quickly, who could stop a martial king cavalryman if he wanted to escape? Dozens of martial king cavalrymen fled, leaving the enemy soldiers in the dust. No one dared to chase after them. The battle had yet to officially begin, but close to half of the 200,000-strong army had already been lost. The four great generals did not look too good at this moment. They had led an army of 200,000 and were full of confidence to attack Yanghuang City. In the end, half of their army had been wiped out halfway. How could they accept this? "Brother Tianyu, what should we do now?" Hu Yuerong asked with a long face. This was definitely the most humiliating battle he had ever fought in his life. He would definitely be punished when he returned. "Brother Tianyu, are we still going to attack? Let's retreat to Sparrow City first, then discuss." Zhang Tianyu glanced around and saw that the soldiers were dejectedly cleaning up the battlefield. He knew that it wasn't a good time to attack Yanghuang City. Otherwise, they would definitely lose. Moreover, even if they took down Yanghuang City, they wouldn't have many people left. "Retreat to Sparrow City?" the three generals shouted. They had already come this far. Were they going to lose everything just like that? They weren't willing to accept this. "Why? Why don't you lead the troops and attack now?" Zhang Tianyu raised his eyebrows and looked at the three of them with dissatisfaction. The three of them looked at each other. No one dared to speak and led the troops in pursuit. Unless they were crazy, at least 30 to 40 martial kings had escaped just now. Who knew if there were more martial kings along the way? If there was another ambush, no one dared to be the first to attack. "Let's retreat to Sparrow City first. I will decide." Seeing that the three of them had nothing to say, Zhang Tianyu turned his horse around and retreated to Sparrow City. The three generals had no other choice but to follow. "My lord, the enemy seems to have retreated." Hu Yuerong noticed that the enemy's flag was actually moving towards Sparrow City and reported, "Let's go back and have a celebratory feast." Yi Hao had just finished speaking when Xiao Yun immediately stopped him. "My lord, be careful of the enemy's tricks." "Don't worry. The remaining defeated soldiers won't be able to escape," Yi Hao said confidently. There were only about 100,000 soldiers left. Just the 10,000 souls formation alone was enough to make them suffer. If his guess was right, the enemy would definitely launch a sneak attack on Yanghuang City. Therefore, on the way back to Yanghuang City, Yi Hao secretly opened the 10,000 souls formation while no one was paying attention. From the outside, the 10,000 souls formation couldn't be seen at all. However, if one stepped into the formation, one would definitely die. Let all the soldiers rest. Returning to Sparrow City, Zhang Tianyu immediately ordered. Brother Tianyu, we have lost close to 60,000 soldiers in this battle. There are fewer injured, about 10,000. The martial king soldiers were basically killed in one hit. The injured soldiers were basically trampled to death by themselves. Yi Rui's hen reported after calculating the number of casualties. Everyone, right now, most of them are eyeing us covetously, waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. I believe that there are still many people eyeing the position of general. Seeing the three of them nod in unison, Zhang Tianyu continued, therefore, we have to take down Yanghuang City. Even if we have to die together, we have no way out. At this moment, Yanghuang City shouldn't be having a good time either. I believe that they have used up all their trump cards. Otherwise, they wouldn't have retreated at the critical moment. Chapter 117. Brother Tianyu is right. I believe that Yanghuang City is not having a good time either. The main reason is that we were caught off guard. We did not expect Yanghuang City to have so many martial kings. That was why we were caught off guard. The three great generals agreed with Zhang Tianyu's words. Seeing that his words were effective, Zhang Tianyu continued. Tonight is the best opportunity. We will attack Yanghuang City at all costs. Zhang Tianyu punched the table to vent the anger in his heart. Instantly, the black wooden table shattered into pieces. Although it was a celebratory banquet, the food was only slightly better. Yi Hao had a feeling that there would be a battle tonight. The enemy would definitely not let go of this opportunity. Therefore, Yi Hao got the soldiers to rest early. Master, do you think the enemy will launch a sneak attack tonight? Hua Zhao Zilong followed behind Yi Hao. At this moment, Zhao Zilong's strength had been raised by Yi Hao to the pinnacle of martial general. After cultivating the black cloud art himself, he had broken through to the third tier of Wu Hu. One could see how important talent was. It had only been a few days. He had already broken through to the third tier. All the rewards for cultivating the black cloud art had improved greatly. However, he had not. No matter how he cultivated, he did not feel anything. In the end, the system told him that he had to complete the heart of the strong mission before he could cultivate it. Returning to the country of Yi could not be delayed. Besides, Yi Hao was very concerned about Yi Batian. After such a long time, he still did not know how his father was doing. Deep into the night, the roars of wild beasts could be heard from the mountains. The bright moon in the sky was blocked by thick, dark clouds at this moment. At this moment, the night was pitch black. However, the four great generals led their subordinates and threw away all their burdens. They marched towards Yanghuang City at lightning speed. In order to prevent alerting the enemy, everyone was actually advancing on foot. When they reached Little Fish Mountain, they could already see the shadow of Yanghuang City from afar. It was very blurry. However, the senses of a martial king were very strong. Zhang Tianyu realized that the defenses of Yanghuang City were very loose and was delighted. Our chance is here. We will definitely take down Yanghuang City in one go. Zhang Tianyu suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and whispered. Look, what is that? Hu Yuerong pointed at the mountain of corpses and asked. The mountain of corpses had undergone special treatment, so it was a pile of tens of thousands of skeletons piled up into a mountain. Looking at it in the middle of the night, it was a vast expanse of white, looking very terrifying. People are saying that Yi Hao is crazy enough to create a mountain of corpses. I didn't expect it to be true. Yi Rui's hen followed the gaze and said in shock. No matter what, they were experienced generals. However, they had only heard of corpses, and this was the first time they had seen one. Especially in the middle of the night, the sight of it sent chills down their spine. No wonder people said that corpses had the effect of intimidating the enemy. The generals didn't feel anything. After all, the mountain of corpses was just a pile of skeletons. However, some of the soldiers' legs were already trembling uncontrollably. They didn't dare to look at the mountain of corpses in front of them, afraid that the skeletons would suddenly come back to life. Why do I feel like something isn't right? Why is it so eerie? Zhang Tianyu suddenly stopped and asked. I have the same feeling too. I feel like Yanghuang City is right in front of me. But after walking for so long, why haven't we arrived yet? Yi Rui's hen also stopped. When he turned back, his heart was in his throat. Corpse Mountain. What's wrong with the Corpse Mountain? Hu Yuerong saw Yi Rui's hen making a fuss and turned back. Her gaze changed instantly. This was because the Corpse Mountain had disappeared. There was clearly a Corpse Mountain just now, but now it had become a pile of graves. The 4 generals turned back at this moment and realized that the 100,000 soldiers had also disappeared. No matter how they called out, no one answered. Come and take a look. Yi Rui's hen ran to the 4 larger graves. The weapon in his hand dropped to the ground in fright as he shouted in panic. Zhun Tianyu and the rest came over to take a look. The 4 graves had their names inscribed on them. On them were their life experiences and how long they had lived, all the way until they attacked Yanghuang City and died in the chaos. This is impossible. This is impossible. I can't be dead. Yi Rui's hen hugged his head and was in a state of madness. Calm down. We have barged into a spirit design. Zhun Tianyu slapped Yi Rui's face and instantly sobered him up. Damn it, why would there be a spirit design master in Yanghuang City? Zhun Tianyu looked around cautiously. There was only one explanation for this strange phenomenon, and that was that they had entered a spirit design. Spirit design? The 3 generals were tongue-tied. For them to fall into a spirit design unknowingly, one could only imagine how strong the person who had set it up was. If not for Zhun Tianyu's reminder, they might have been in a dead end. Even they were in such a state, let alone the soldiers. Yi Rui's hen, are you all right? Shi Hongmao, who had always been on bad terms with Yi Rui's hen, suddenly walked to Yi Rui's side with a smile and wanted to help him up. Zhun Tianyu's face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Shi Hongmao. Shi Hongmao's actions made him feel quite strange. Suddenly, a white light flashed in Shi Hongmao's hand as Zhun Tianyu quickly attacked Shi Hongmao. Brother Tianyu, what are you doing? Hu Yuerong and Yi Rui's hen looked at Zhun Tianyu in shock. They did not understand why he would suddenly attack one of their own. Zhun Tianyu did not speak. He only spoke after killing Shi Hongmao. He is a fake. Hu Yuerong and Yi Rui's hen did not believe him at first. Only when they saw Shi Hongmao turn into a pile of white foam did they believe Zhun Tianyu's words. This spirit design is too strong. We can't see through it at all. For safety's sake, the 2 of you follow behind me. Zhun Tianyu said nervously. At this time, he was already drenched in cold sweat as he spoke to the 2 of them. The 2 of them were also fearful. When they heard Zhun Tianyu's words, they immediately ran behind Zhun Tianyu, seeking protection. Zhun Tianyu was about to speak when he felt a chill on his back. Turning back, he saw the 2 of them looking at him with sinister expressions. 2 weapons were stabbed into his vitals. If one stood outside the spirit design, they would see that behind Zhun Tianyu were 2 skeletons. There was not a single person. From the moment they stepped into the spirit design, they were moving independently. Everything around them was an illusion. The other generals were experiencing the same thing as him. Yi Hao stood on the city wall and looked at everything in front of him. He did not expect Zhun Tianyu to be so unlucky. During the day, the spirit design would definitely not be so strong. Even during the night, it would not be so strong. Who asked him to choose a cloudy night today? Chapter 118. Not good. Yi Hao's gaze changed as he immediately asked the weapon spirit of Dragon Prison Lake, "Little ball, if we activate the 10,000 solar ray on a cloudy night and kill too many people, will it produce a heavenly yin spirit?" What? Heavenly yin spirit? You couldn't have activated the 10,000 solar ray on a cloudy night, right? You're crazy. The weapon spirit was originally lying lazily on the head of the huge dragon. When he heard Yi Hao's question, he instantly jumped up and turned pale with fright. It's just an accident. Yi Hao realized that something was wrong and scratched his head in embarrassment. However, he felt that he had lost face and coughed dryly. Quickly tell me if it's possible or not. You brat. I don't have time to explain to you. If you want to live, quickly turn off the array. The weapon spirit already knew that Yi Hao had activated the 10,000 soul array. He no longer had the chance to explain. If a heavenly yin spirit was really produced, the consequences would be unimaginable. A cloudy night only appeared once every 10,000 years, and a heavenly yin spirit had a very small chance of being produced. However, his condition was that it had to be on a cloudy night. A heavenly yin spirit had only appeared 3 times in the 10,000 kingdom continent. Each time, it would set off a bloody storm in the 10,000 kingdom continent. This was because the heavenly yin spirit was too powerful. A powerful heavenly yin spirit could even summon an incomparably powerful heavenly yin beast. There was only one way for a heavenly yin spirit to become stronger, and that was to kill. Therefore, no one dared to set up a killing array on a cloudy night. The 10,000 soul array was even more of a killing array. It would increase the chances of a heavenly yin spirit appearing. When a heavenly yin spirit appeared, the first to be devoured would definitely be the person who set up the array. If Yi Hao attracted a heavenly yin spirit, Yi Hao would definitely die. At this moment, a top evil force in the 10,000 kingdom continent was rapidly setting up a killing array in an attempt to summon a heavenly yin spirit. All of you better remember this. There must not be the slightest mistake when summoning the heavenly yin spirit. I have waited for this day for thousands of years. A martial saint-level old demon said in a hoarse voice under a black robe. Old ancestor, don't worry. Everything has been prepared. The person who made the sacrifice also followed your instructions and plundered 10,000 wandering ordinary people. No one will find out, a martial emperor in the middle said while trembling as he knelt on the ground. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and summon them. Our holy blood demon cult has been silent for many years. It's time to awaken. The old monster quickly walked into the center of the array. If he wanted to subdue the heavenly yin spirit, he would have to risk his life and let the heavenly yin spirit fuse with him. Only then would he have a chance to subdue the heavenly yin spirit. However, if he was not careful, a martial saint of a generation, a peak existence in the myriad kingdom continent, would fall. Ancestor, isn't this too risky? If something happened to the great ancestor, the holy blood demon cult would suffer a devastating blow. Therefore, the middle-aged martial emperor was hesitant. Cut the crap. I've been waiting for this day for far too long. A cloudy night only happens once every 10,000 years. If you miss this chance, you won't get another one. The martial saint felt a bit impatient, and without moving, a wave of power burst out from his body and slammed into the martial emperor's face, sending him flying. I know my mistake. Thank you for sparing my life, great ancestor. The martial emperor did not even have time to wipe the blood off his mouth as he quickly got up and knelt on the ground to express his gratitude. The array was activated. 10,000 innocent people were thrown into the array by the martial emperor. In an instant, they were crushed into pieces by the martial saint's aura. Blood splattered everywhere. 10,000 people were killed by the martial saint in an instant, and they were turned into sacrifices to summon the heavenly yin spirit. After the time for half an incense stick to burn, the martial saint suddenly opened his eyes and leaped toward a black dot. The martial saint immediately swallowed the black dot into his body. How is the great ancestor? The martial emperor knelt on the ground and asked with concern. Protect the great ancestor. Seeing that the martial saint great ancestor did not respond, the martial emperor ordered. 5 martial emperors flew out from the darkness and guarded the great ancestor. The martial saint great ancestor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, but he still sat there without moving. His expression was ferocious. The martial emperors were nervous. When they saw the great ancestor spitting out blood, they became even more worried. This meant that the heavenly yin spirit did not compromise with the great ancestor. Instead, it was attacking him from within his body. To be able to make the martial saint spit out blood, one could imagine how powerful the heavenly yin spirit was. The anxious wait was very long. This was a matter that concerned the life and death of the Holy Blood Demon Church. If the great ancestor died, the Holy Blood Demon Church would fall again, and there would be no chance for them to rise again. If the great ancestor could reach an agreement with the heavenly yin spirit, then the Holy Blood Demon Church would rise again and stand at the top of the 10,000 Kingdoms continent. Victory or defeat, it all depended on whether the Great Ancestor could reach an agreement with the Heavenly Yin Spirit. Suddenly, the Great Ancestor emitted a murderous aura that covered the sky. The martial emperors instantly fell to the ground, unable to resist. Then, the Great Ancestor withdrew his aura and the martial emperors stood up. "Are you the Great Ancestor?" Or, one of the martial emperors asked with uncertainty. They did not know if the Great Ancestor was still alive, and whether it was the Great Ancestor or the Heavenly Yin Spirit. "It's me," the Great Ancestor said with a hoarse voice. "Great Ancestor, you succeeded." When the martial emperors heard the Great Ancestor's words, they immediately rejoiced. The Holy Blood Demon Church can finally rise again. "Yes, I have already reached an agreement with that person." "That's right. Earlier, I was severely injured and will need to enter closed-door cultivation for a period of time. So, you all must not leak any information. Otherwise, everything we did would have been in vain." The Great Ancestor's voice became even more deep and terrifying, suppressing the martial emperors to the point that they could not breathe. "Don't worry, Great Ancestor. Only the few of us know about this." The Great Ancestor nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, he was stunned for a long time before he said, "That person has something to tell you all." "That person?" The martial emperors were stunned. However, they immediately knew that the Heavenly Yin Spirit wanted to instruct them on something. They immediately knelt on the ground. "Lord Heavenly Yin, please instruct us. I sense an aura that is no weaker than mine in the southwest." "Quickly go and investigate," the Heavenly Yin Spirit said with a grave expression. The Heavenly Yin Spirit said with a serious expression. There was only one Heavenly Yin Spirit and the other one had to be destroyed. Therefore, he had to be careful. "There is another one." The martial emperors revealed expressions of disbelief. "Don't worry, Lord Heavenly Yin. We will investigate quickly. It's over." "The Heavenly Yin Spirit seems to have appeared," Yi Hao said with a bitter expression when he saw the clump of black fog in the 10,000 Soul formation. Yi Hao clearly knew that the clump of black fog was the initial state of the Heavenly Yin Spirit. The artifact spirit frowned and quickly thought of a solution for Yi Hao. "Don't be anxious. This Heavenly Yin Spirit might be a fortuitous encounter for you." The artifact spirit suddenly laughed heartily when he saw the huge dragon below him. Chapter 119. Are you going to listen or not? If you don't, it will be too late. When the immortal treasure spirit saw that Yi Hao was still in the mood to joke, he could not help but want to scold him. However, time was tight, and it would be too late. The appearance of the Heavenly Yin Spirit would definitely lead to a massacre. Yanghuang City would be the first to bear the brunt and would definitely suffer a destructive blow. "Listen. Speak quickly. He is about to rush out." When Yi Hao saw the Heavenly Yin Spirit charging around in the array, he realized the severity of the situation and did not dare to joke anymore. "Don't worry. The 10,000 Souls array is a pretty good array. He won't be able to rush out for a while. If you continue talking nonsense, he will really come out." Yi Hao looked a little anxious. He had already seen that a few of the array foundations of the array had been destroyed. "How many people have you killed?" the immortal treasure spirit asked in surprise. If he had only killed a few thousand people, the Heavenly Yin Spirit would not be so strong. "Brat, you couldn't have killed tens of thousands of people, right?" Yi Hao touched his forehead embarrassedly. "Just a few 100,000 enemies. I did not expect it to develop to this stage." Originally, Yi Hao only wanted to use the 10,000 Souls array to deal heavy damage to the enemy. He also did not expect that the array would be strengthened by dozens of times during the Heavenly Yin night. A few 100,000. That's it. The immortal treasure spirit fell from the dragon's body to the ground. How strong would the Heavenly Yin Spirit be to use a few 100,000 lives to summon it? This was also why the Heavenly Yin Spirit of the Holy Blood Demon Church could discover the Heavenly Yin Spirit on Yi Hao's side. It was because the Heavenly Yin Spirit here was much stronger than it. It had already made it feel threatened. Hence, It sent martial emperor experts to investigate. Brat, if this happened to others, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Currently, there are only 3 ways to deal with the heavenly yin spirit. No matter which way it is extremely difficult, the immortal treasure spirit said to Yi Hao seriously. Yi Hao listened carefully. The first method is to eliminate the heavenly yin spirit before it awakens its intelligence. However, even if the heavenly yin spirit doesn't awaken its intelligence, it's still something you can't do. Furthermore, it's the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. Summoning the heavenly yin spirit is even more impossible. The second method is to cooperate with the heavenly yin spirit. This is also the simplest method, but it will also put your life in danger. The second method mentioned by the artifact spirit was naturally the method used by the patriarch of the blood demon cult. The patriarch of the blood demon cult was a martial sage, yet he had almost been devoured by the heavenly yin spirit. The heavenly yin spirit in front of Yi Hao was much more powerful than the patriarch of the blood demon cult. This was because the heavenly yin spirit would instantly gain sentience in order to cooperate with it. How can we reach an agreement? I'll go look for him now. When Yi Hao heard this, he hurriedly said. If he let the heavenly yin spirit rush out, he could only wait for death. If he cooperated with the heavenly yin spirit, he might be able to save his life. Moreover, the artifact spirit said that this was the easiest way. Don't be hasty. If you want to cooperate with the heavenly yin spirit, you will basically become the heavenly yin spirit slave. You have to think this through. Yi Hao's expression changed. In order to survive, he had to become a slave of the heavenly yin spirit. Didn't they say that they could reach an agreement? Moreover, you're so weak now. The heavenly yin spirit will definitely look down on you. You won't be able to escape the fate of being devoured. The artifact spirit continued to attack. Damn, I don't even want to be his slave. Then I'm just waiting for death. That's right, I still have a teleportation talisman. Why don't I teleport away now and come back to kill him when I'm strong enough? Yi Hao was deeply shocked. He suddenly remembered that he still had a teleportation talisman in his bag. Back then, he had teleported here using the teleportation talisman. Don't even think about it. You're the master of the 10,000 souls array. No matter where you run, the first person the heavenly yin spirit will kill will be you. The artifact spirit dispelled Yi Hao's thoughts of escaping. Moreover, if you run away, what will happen to your subordinates? This was what Yi Hao was most worried about. He frowned and asked, can the dragon prison lake trap him? The dragon prison lake was his greatest trump card now. It could trap a martial sage. However, the artifact spirit's vitality was greatly damaged now. It was impossible for it to trap a martial sage. However, he was not sure if it could trap the heavenly yin spirit. This is also the third method that I'm talking about. The third method is one of the most difficult methods. There must be some conditions. First, you must have the dragon's blood essence. This is enough to make people flinch. Second, the most important thing is that you must have the legendary heart of array. You have both of these things. Therefore, you have the opportunity to subdue the heavenly yin spirit for your own use. That's why I said that this is an opportunity for you. The artifact spirit's tone carried a trace of envy. Who could have the dragon's blood essence and the heart of array at the same time? Moreover, Yi Hao even managed to catch the rare heavenly yin knight. This kind of luck, how many people could compare to him? He had no impression of anyone who could subdue the heavenly yin spirit. Today, he was going to witness it personally. Moreover, this person was his master. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worry for nothing. Yi Hao said angrily. After all this time, the artifact spirit had already found a solution and was still trying to scare him. However, when he thought about subduing the heavenly yin spirit, Yi Hao couldn't help but feel a little anticipation. In the Myriad Kingdom continent, he could be considered the first person to subdue the heavenly yin spirit. Little dragon, quickly give me a drop of dragon's blood essence. Yi Hao said to the dragon. Although the dragon felt a little heartache, it quickly spat out a drop of dragon's blood essence. Yi Hao was secretly glad that he didn't kill the dragon. Otherwise, where would he find dragon's blood essence? Even if there was, it would be eaten by him. Dragon's blood essence was extremely precious. The dragon's blood essence was the essence of the dragon. The dragon's blood essence was an item of extreme yang. It was a natural counter to the heavenly yin spirit and could temporarily subdue it. Not good. It's coming out. Yi Hao saw the heavenly yin spirit flying towards him and anxiously shouted to the artifact spirit. Be careful. While the heavenly yin spirit isn't paying attention, put the dragon's blood essence on its body. When the time comes, I will suck both of you into my space. At that time, you can use the heart of array. Whether or not you succeed will depend on yourself. The artifact spirit's heart was also in its throat. Whether or not it would succeed, no one had used this method before. It was only recorded by a martial god in history. If it was fake, Yi Hao would die without a doubt. It's close. Closer. Yi Hao looked at the heavenly yin spirit flying towards him. He didn't dare to relax in the slightest and kept reminding himself in his heart. Now's the time. Yi Hao saw that the heavenly yin spirit was less than 10 centimeters away from him. A dark aura enveloped his body, causing him to be unable to breathe. Yi Hao shouted and pressed the dragon's blood essence on the heavenly yin spirit. The heavenly yin spirit's movements suddenly stopped, and it just stood there in front of him. Chapter 120. When the heavenly yin spirit was frozen, the weapon spirit immediately sucked Yi Hao and the heavenly yin spirit into the space. At the same time, the weapon spirit shouted, "Hurry up and open the heart of the formation." Yi Hao didn't dare to be careless and immediately opened the heart of the formation. Ding dong, heart of formation activated. Ding dong, discovered heavenly yin spirit. Do you want to absorb it? The system's notification immediately sounded. Yes. Ding dong, collecting 1%, collecting 2%, collecting 4%. Why is it so slow? Can it be faster? The dragon's blood essence had a limited effect on the heavenly yin spirit. According to the system's speed, it couldn't be in a hurry. By then, he would be dead. Sorry host, this is the fastest speed at the moment. The system said coldly. Giant dragon, it's too late. Hurry up and give me more dragon's blood essence. Yi Hao realized that the frozen heavenly yin spirit was already reacting. He had only collected 30% of it and could only continue to use the dragon's blood essence to overcome the heavenly yin spirit as he shouted at the giant dragon. The giant dragon also stared at Yi Hao and the heavenly yin spirit in fear. Its eyes were filled with worry and nervousness. When it heard Yi Hao's words, it immediately spat out another drop of dragon's blood essence. At the same time, its aura weakened again. Giant dragon, give me your blood essence. Don't forget that I'm the master of this space. Otherwise, this drop of dragon's blood essence would definitely not be enough. The giant dragon didn't hesitate and immediately threw the dragon's blood essence to the weapon spirit. At this moment, the heavenly yin spirit was struggling even harder. The weapon spirit immediately took out the materials from the space and formed an array. At the same time, it placed the dragon's blood essence into it. Little ball, hurry up. Yi Hao couldn't move at all and could only speak. He was sweating profusely as he shouted at the weapon spirit. At this moment, a simple and mysterious array appeared in Yi Hao's eyes. It shot out a golden light that enveloped the heavenly yin spirit. The heavenly yin spirit was struggling even harder. Array complete. The weapon spirit was sweating profusely as its body became abnormally weak. At the same time, the array instantly emitted a strong light that enveloped the heavenly yin spirit. The heavenly yin spirit was suppressed once again. This time, it went very smoothly. Finally, there was no danger. The heavenly yin spirit could only stand there unwillingly, allowing Yi Hao to absorb it. Ding dong, thank you for successfully absorbing. The heavenly yin spirit turned into a black pearl and shot into Yi Hao's eyes, occupying the heart of the formation. Phew, it's a success. Yi Hao heaved a sigh of relief. The artifact spirit and the giant dragon also smiled at each other. System, help me check the heavenly yin spirit. Yi Hao only felt the heavenly yin spirit enter his body, but there wasn't any big change, and he didn't notice any abnormalities in his body. Heavenly yin spirit, divine item, current level status, weak. It could strengthen darkness-type attacks, strengthen darkness-type formations, and suppress darkness-type attacks. It doesn't seem to be of any use. Yi Hao scratched his head. If the people from the Blood Demon Church knew that Yi Hao subdued the heavenly yin spirit so easily, they might want to skin Yi Hao alive. The heavenly yin spirit has been subdued and is now in its weakest state. But as long as it develops, it will become abnormally strong. The artifact spirit saw the dissatisfaction on Yi Hao's face and weakly explained, moreover, it has been subdued by you before it even developed its own intelligence. Only if you think of a way to make it develop its own intelligence will it be able to display its true power. Moreover, the heavenly yin spirit can also summon other heavenly yin spirits. You have to know that its attack power is much stronger than the fierce beasts in the 10,000 countries continent. The heavenly yin beast is completely born to kill. It doesn't know pain and only knows how to attack. Cultivators and magical beasts of the same level are far from being a match for the heavenly yin beast. Every time the heavenly yin beast appears, it would cause a bloody storm in the entire continent. So I'm reminding you that before you become completely strong, you can't let others know that you have the heavenly yin spirit. If others know, it will definitely attract the pursuit of experts because the heavenly yin spirit is too strong. It is an existence that some experts can't tolerate. Moreover, the heavenly yin spirit has always been worshipped as a sacred object by the evil demon cult. Yi Hao naturally knew the principle of an innocent man getting into trouble for possessing a jade ring. It was just that he didn't expect that the heavenly yin spirit would be so strong in the later stages. That person has actually been subdued. In the secret chamber of the holy blood demon cult, the blood demon ancestor suddenly opened his eyes and muttered, "But this way, he will become very weak in the early stages. That will give me the chance to devour him." The blood demon ancestor let out a terrifying laugh. "Men, what orders does the ancestor have?" A black figure appeared and knelt at the door of the secret chamber. He asked with a trembling voice, "Go and tell your cult master to increase the manpower again. You must find the owner of the heavenly yin spirit. Mainly investigate the people who have outstanding performance in the dark side. After you catch them, quickly bring them back. I would rather catch the wrong person than let them go." Now that the heavenly yin spirit had been subdued, it would be almost impossible to easily detect his aura. However, if one subdued the heavenly yin spirit and used the dark side cultivation techniques or martial techniques, they would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Thus, he could only start from this aspect. He definitely couldn't allow the other heavenly yin spirit to become stronger. Otherwise, he would be the only one to be devoured. If not for the blood demon ancestor being heavily injured and unable to move, and his own strength being greatly reduced, he would have immediately gone out to search for the other heavenly yin spirit. Now that the heavenly yin spirit had been subdued, it was definitely a rare opportunity for him to devour it. Before that heavenly yin spirit had developed intelligence, he already felt that it was much stronger than him. However, the person who could subdue the heavenly yin spirit had to fulfill at least 2 conditions. Thinking of this, the blood demon ancestor opened his blood-red eyes again. Mainly, go and investigate which formation inscriber has a huge dragon. Yes. The black figure disappeared at the door of the secret chamber. Yi Hao still didn't know that he had been targeted by a martial sage expert. He was currently organizing people to clean up the battlefield. At this moment, the sky was already bright. The heavenly yin night had also passed. The soldiers and generals of Yanghuang City didn't know what had happened. The 10,000 spirits formation had isolated all sound. It was only when Yi Hao opened the 10,000 spirits formation that everyone was shocked to discover that Yi Hao had actually wiped out all 100,000 enemy troops without them knowing. They didn't know about the heavenly yin night. They only thought that it was because Yi Hao's spirit formation was strong. 200,000 troops besieging Yanghuang City had ended in such a dramatic manner. The other powers still hadn't received any news of this. Deal with these corpses again and expand the mountain of corpses. Let them see that this is the consequence of offending Yang Huang City, Yi Hao instructed his subordinates. Chapter 121. The nearby snobs no longer dared to underestimate Yang Huang City. Yi Hao's name had also spread to the nearby snobs. The annihilation of 200,000 troops from the four marquisate states had also become the biggest joke. However, the four marquisate states could only swallow their pride for now. After losing so many troops, their strength had decreased greatly. How would they dare to continue attacking Yang Huang City? Instead, they had to prevent other countries from taking advantage of them. This also prompted the four marquisate states to join forces to resist external enemies. And the status of Yang Huang City was no weaker than that of the four marquisate states. Currently, none of the snobs dared to start another war. Instead, they shook their heads and watched. However, everyone could see that the current peace was only temporary. The four marquisate states would not be so willing to suffer in silence. Your Highness, can you bring me back with you? I want to take care of you. Zhu Hongling's small eyes were red as she looked at Yi Hao. Her slender, white fingers were constantly playing with the corner of her clothes. Sister Ling, I will be back soon. Besides, I still need your help with the matters of Yang Huang City. Yi Hao did not intend to bring Zhu Hongling back. After all, it was too dangerous to bring her along. Besides, Yang Huang City was full of men. A woman had to take care of it. Zhu Hongling was more meticulous. Naturally, it would be best to leave it to her. Yi Hao upgraded the 10,000 spirits design once again. However, this time, only the range had widened. The attack could still deal with a Tier 2 Emperor Wu. However, it could deal with 200,000 troops at the same time. One could say that Yang Huang City was absolutely safe. As for the remaining 40 Martial King cavalrymen, Yi Hao took 10 of them with him. As for the generals, they were all left behind in Yang Huang City. The remaining 7 cities had also been taken over by Yi Hao's men. Each city was guarded by 3 Martial King cavalrymen. At the same time, under Yi Hao's orders, they were recruiting troops at full speed. Under the allure of rich rewards and the temptation of cultivation techniques, many refugees flocked to Yang Huang. Besides, the reputation of Yang Huang City had spread for thousands of miles and attracted many refugees. After all, everyone wanted a strong backing. That's a little awkward. Yi Hao sat on the dragon and looked at the vast forest below. He held the map that Zhu Hongling had drawn for him. In the beginning, Yi Hao had a rough idea of where he was, but now he had no idea where he was. He had to admit that he was lost. If I had known earlier, I would have brought Sister Ling along. Yi Hao was annoyed. Wait a minute. I think I heard someone calling for help. Yi Hao suddenly vaguely heard a voice shouting for help. Xiaolong, put me on the ground. The giant dragon quickly landed and placed Yi Hao on the ground. Yi Hao kept the giant dragon into the dragon prison lake and summoned the purple cry flying horse to quickly determine the direction. Ouch, it hurts. A purple-clothed girl was running at high speed. If the Great Sun Dynasty's emperor saw her here, he would definitely recognize her. She was one of the 2 divine envoys. He didn't know why she had run here and was being chased by a magical beast. The purple-clothed girl quickly got up from the ground and rubbed her knee that was in pain. She ran again with a stubborn expression. Smelly sister, bad sister. You actually left me here alone. How would I know where the Yi country is? There were 2 martial emperors hidden in the dark. They were observing the girl's condition. Should we save the little princess? The great princess has instructed that if the little princess's life is not in danger, we cannot make a move. Not good. The little princess is in danger. A thin martial emperor was anxious and was about to make a move. Wait a minute, a little fellow is coming. Another fat martial emperor immediately pulled the thin martial emperor back. Yi Hao rode on the purple cry flying horse and saw a peak rank 2 yin spirit crocodile chasing after a purple-clothed girl. Beast, you are courting death. Yi Hao saw the purple-clothed girl fall again. The yin spirit crocodile was about to pounce on the girl. He immediately took out the blood-scar dual blades and pounced on the yin spirit crocodile. The yin spirit crocodile had already opened its bloody mouth. The girl was so frightened that her face turned pale. She immediately closed her eyes in fear. Broken mountains and rivers. Yi Hao furiously shouted. The blood-scar dual blades flashed with a blood shadow and chopped down on the yin spirit crocodile's body. Although the yin spirit crocodile is a rank 2 demonic beast with astonishing defense, it could not withstand the destructive power of the blood-scar dual blades. The yin spirit crocodile's body was instantly torn apart. The yin spirit crocodile struggled for a while before it stopped moving and laid down in a pool of blood. Ding dong, congratulations on obtaining 1 yin spirit. Apart from Yi Hao, no one else saw a small black dot fly out from the yin spirit crocodile's body and enter the heavenly yin spirit. Damn it! Where did this brat come from? He completely messed up this young master's plan. Song Jiji furiously said with a group of servants following behind him. But why do I feel that this brat's figure gives me a familiar feeling? Song Jiji suspiciously looked at Yi Hao. As Yi Hao was riding on a huge dragon, he did not want others to see his appearance. Therefore, he had used the appearance-changing pill. Moreover, Yi Hao's body was a Xiantian sacred martial spirit body. Later on, his body was transformed by the huge dragon's blood. Currently, although Yi Hao was not old, his height was not inferior to a 14 or 15-year-old youth. Song Jiji naturally could not see Yi Hao's appearance. Young master, what should we do now? A servant carefully asked. Let's go. I have been eyeing this little beauty for a few days. We definitely cannot let that brat snatch her away. Song Jiji's face was filled with the aura of a silk pants. Ever since the Yi country had split, the crown prince had hugged onto a powerful thigh. Song Jiji's status had also skyrocketed. Moreover, the crown prince had also bestowed him with a pile of treasures. Song Jiji's strength had also skyrocketed. Now, an unknown brat dared to ruin his plans. He would definitely teach this brat a lesson. This brat's aptitude is not bad. The 2 hidden martial emperors looked at Yi Hao approvingly. At the same time, their attention was also on Song Jiji. There are some little things over there. They have bad intentions. There is no need to kill them. As long as nothing happens to the little princess, there is no need for us to do anything. If someone has bad intentions, we will just destroy their country, the other martial emperor said softly. It was as if destroying a country was as easy as crushing an ant. The first princess asked us to stay here and look for that evil brat Yi Hao. However, it has been so long and there is no news at all. We should go back. Shut up. You don't want to live anymore. If Imperial Aunt finds out, she will exterminate your 9 generations. What are you afraid of? The heavens are high and the Emperor is far away. Who can control us? However, I heard that the first princess and the little princess were picked up by Imperial Aunt. Imperial Aunt has the intention of betrothing the 2 princesses to her son. However, the Divine Emperor has always refused. This time, he sent us to look for this Yi Hao. Do you think it has something to do with this matter? The thin martial emperor said mysteriously. That evil brat wants to be worthy of the 2 princesses. You should know that the 2 princesses have peerless physiques. In the future, they will inherit the divine bloodline. How can that evil brat be worthy of them? Chapter 122. Thank you. The purple-clothed girl opened her eyes and was surprised to see a strange young man. However, she quickly reacted and thanked him. Yi Hao smiled and reached out his hand. You're welcome. Why are you here alone? Did you get separated from your family? With a single glance, Yi Hao could tell that this girl wasn't an ordinary girl. He tried to use appraisal on her, but he couldn't find anything. It seemed that she had a powerful treasure on her, or perhaps his level wasn't high enough to see her information. The purple-clothed girl hesitated for a moment and reached out her dirty little hand with a smile. Yi Hao pulled her up. It's so smooth. Yi Hao felt the softness in his hand. He could not help but pinch her little hand a few times as he muttered softly. What did you say? The girl raised her head and asked curiously. She did not hear what Yi Hao said clearly. Nothing. Yi Hao smiled awkwardly. However, he forgot to let go of the girl's hand. The girl then realized that her hand was still in Yi Hao's palm. She immediately knew what Yi Hao was talking about. Feeling the warmth in her palm, she could not help but blush. This was the first time she had held a man's hand since she was young. Even her father had never held her hand before. That. The purple-clothed girl saw Yi Hao holding her little hand with a clear conscience and was a little embarrassed. What's wrong? Hand. Can you let go? The purple-clothed girl stood on the spot and stamped her little feet with a shy look. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Yi Hao suddenly realized and looked embarrassed. However, the moment he let go, he still pinched her hand twice more. It would be strange if you didn't do it on purpose. The purple-clothed girl snorted. Hello, I'm Zimo. What's your name? Zimo asked politely to ease the awkwardness. I'm Yi. Who killed my ghost crocodile? Apologize to me quickly. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here today. Before Yi Hao could finish his words, Song Jiji suddenly jumped out with a group of underlings. They surrounded Yi Hao and Zimo arrogantly. Song Jiji? Why is he here? His strength seems to have increased a lot. Did something happen in Yi? Yi Hao was suddenly interrupted. He was very unhappy. However, when he saw Song Jiji, he could not help but frown. Song Jiji was the son of the right prime minister and also the first prince. Back then, Yi Hao, it was Song Jiji. Yi Hao. Yi. Brat, did you kill my ghost crocodile? Hurry up and apologize to me. Song Jiji looked down at Yi Hao condescendingly. Since he couldn't be a hero and save the damsel in distress, he would use his usual methods to snatch her away. Hey, you're quite arrogant. Guys, show him what you're made of. Song Jiji did not expect Yi Hao to be so tough. His expression changed. He could not lose face in front of a beauty. He felt like he was slapped in the face by Yi Hao. He was furious. Following Song Jiji's call, a few of his underlings immediately took up their weapons and pounced on Yi Hao. Clang! Clang! Yi Hao was wearing the Blood Scar armor. It was a level 4 spiritual artifact. Song Jiji's underlings were only level 1 martial generals. Even if Yi Hao took off his armor, these underlings would not be able to cause any damage to Yi Hao with his 30 times defense. You dare to go against me? You're courting death. Song Jiji thought that Yi Hao was dead for sure. He rubbed his palms and looked at Zimo with a lustful expression. Little girl, play with me. I'll let you eat and drink well as long as you serve me well. Young master, just kill him and bury him. Why are you calling me? When Song Jiji heard his underlings calling him because Yi Hao was killed, he did not mind at all. He had killed many people like this. He was very confident in his underlings. They were all nurtured with treasures given by the first prince. In the entire country of Yi, they could do whatever they wanted. They were his father's personal bodyguards. They were sent to protect him because he cared about him. Yi Hao still did not know that the country of Yi had been divided into 5 forces. They were the 5th prince, who had already proclaimed himself as the emperor. It was just that he had not been recognized yet. However, there was a mysterious force behind him that was helping him. The other forces did not dare to underestimate him. Similarly, the first prince had proclaimed himself as the southern prince. He had allied himself with the Zhao country, which used to be his enemy. The Qian country was supporting him. The second prince had proclaimed himself as the northern prince. Naturally, he had a king's force behind him, which was the 9th heaven. The third prince had proclaimed himself as the Western Prince. The fourth prince had proclaimed himself as the Eastern Prince. They had both pledged their allegiance to the Marquis forces. The 5 forces were fighting against each other. No one could do anything to each other. Zimo opened her small mouth with a look of surprise. He said his name is Yi. Could he be Aunt's son, Yi Hao? But it seems impossible. The defensive spiritual weapon on him is at least a 4th grade. As the princess of the nation of God, Zimo had a good eye. At the same time, She had some hope that the person in front of her was Yi Hao. This way, she could complete her mission. However, she felt that it was impossible. Yi Hao had disappeared for more than half a year. It was impossible for him to appear here. Moreover, his appearance and height did not match. Little girl, don't be afraid. It's just a piece of trash. I'll get my underlings to get rid of him immediately. When Song Jiji saw Zimo's sexy little mouth open, he secretly swallowed his saliva. He thought that Zimo was afraid after seeing Yi Hao being hacked to death. He comforted her and reached out his demonic hand to grab Zimo. When Song Jiji saw that Zimo was standing still, he was even more delighted. He thought that Zimo had already submitted to his dominance. He had never played with such a beautiful girl before. Moreover, Zimo's clothes were torn in some places when she was running for her life. Moreover, her small face was dirty and her beautiful black hair was slightly messy. This aroused Song Jiji's desire even more. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath of Zimo's wonderful fragrance. You don't want to live anymore. Do you believe that I won't kill you? Song Jiji felt that his wrist was suddenly grabbed. He suddenly opened his eyes and scolded angrily. You're not dead. Song Jiji looked at the young man standing in front of him with a face of surprise. He turned around and saw that his servants were all lying on the ground, unconscious. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yi Hao squeezed Song Jiji's wrist and gradually increased his strength. Song Jiji's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. At first, he could still endure it, but when his bones were crushed by Yi Hao, he immediately cried out loudly. Boy, let go of me quickly. Otherwise, you better think about the consequences. Although Song Jiji's wrist was almost broken, his face was still full of arrogance. What if I don't let go? Yi Hao did not expect Song Jiji to be so unyielding and continued to tease him. My father is the Prime Minister of Yi country. My father is Prince Nan's man. You better think carefully. You are now in Yi country. Chapter 123. What's wrong? Are you afraid? If you're afraid, then kneel down and apologize to me. After that, break your own arms. If I'm satisfied, I'll spare your dog life. Seeing Yi Hao in a daze, Song Jiji thought that Yi Hao was frightened. He struggled free from Yi Hao's grip and said angrily. In his entire life, he had only suffered 2 losses. The first time was when he suffered at the hands of Yi Hao at Yanghuang Tower. He didn't know if Yi Hao was dead or alive, otherwise, he would definitely teach him a lesson. At that time, Yi Hao was a prince and he had no choice but to lower his head. But now, it was different. His father was a favorite of Prince Nan. This reckless brat actually dared to provoke him. No matter what, he wouldn't let him off. Seems like you don't want to live anymore. Yi Hao was extremely irritated. The sudden appearance of Prince Nan caused him to lose his composure. He kicked Song Jiji in the stomach. Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, he placed the blood-stained dual blades on Song Jiji's neck. The sharp blades instantly cut through Song Jiji's skin. Don't be rash. Song Jiji's face turned pale as he felt the burning sensation on his neck. He didn't doubt that if Yi Hao's hand moved slightly, his life would be lost here. Speak. Is the Prince Nan you're talking about the eldest prince? Yi Hao's face was filled with killing intent. Song Jiji's countenance changed, as he carefully surveyed Yi Hao. However, he had never met this young man before. With traces of bewilderment in his voice, he asked, Yes, the southern prince is the crown prince of Yi country. Could it be that you are acquainted with him? Know him? Yi Hao coldly snorted in his heart. However, Yi Hao didn't wish to reveal his identity. He wanted to know what exactly happened in Yi. He immediately kept his weapon and shook his head. I'm not acquainted with him. I'm only someone from Yi and have heard of the crown prince's deeds since I was young. After that, I went out to study under a master and just recently returned. Yi Hao's expression was a bit melancholic. Song Jiji also believed him a bit. Hearing that Yi Hao didn't know Prince Nan, he let out a sigh of relief. If Yi Hao really knew Prince Nan, he would have suffered for nothing, Since it's like this, it's really a big misunderstanding. I apologize to you. Song Jiji got up, covered his wrist, and bowed apologetically to Yi Hao and Zimo. Temph, I wanted to let you be arrogant for a while. You will suffer when you return to the city. The moment he bowed, a cold smile flashed across Song Jiji's face. There's no need. Zimo's face was cold. She would not bother with such a playboy. Let's go. Zimo pulled Yi Hao's shoulder and was about to leave. What? Yi Hao's face was puzzled. Why did Zimo, who was very embarrassed when he held her hand, suddenly take the initiative? Don't. Come with me to South King City. I have offended you so much. Give me a chance to apologize. Song Jiji hurriedly smiled and tried to persuade them to stay. He couldn't just let the two of them go. There was no other way here. He could only delay the two of them first. When they arrived at South King City, he could do whatever he wanted. If Song Jiji didn't say so, Yi Hao would have asked him to do so. As for Song Jiji's thoughts, how could he not know? He asked half-jokingly, "Don't tell me you want to trick me into coming to South King City and then deal with me." Cough. How could that be? I'm sincerely apologizing. Song Jiji was a little embarrassed by Yi Hao's words. He squeezed out a very awkward smile and said, I'm joking. You don't look like a despicable person. Only a narrow-minded person can do such a despicable thing. Yi Hao patted Song Jiji's shoulder with a smile. He didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but he just happened to pat Song Jiji's injured arm. That's right, that's right. Song Jiji grimaced in pain as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He wished he could kill Yi Hao right now, but he still had to put on a smile and trick Yi Hao back to South King City. If I don't make you beg for death, then I'm not Song Jiji. If you want to go, you can go. I'm not going. Zimoa looked at Song Jiji, who seemed to be up to no good. She thought that Yi Hao was stupid to talk so happily with him. She pretended to be angry and said, Brother, let's go. Yi Hao glanced at Zimo, who was sulking at the side. He shook his head with a smile and ignored her. Hey, you big bad guy, you're really willing to leave me here alone? Zimo didn't expect Yi Hao to leave just like that. Her cheeks were puffed up, and she put her hands on her waist and shouted loudly. Seeing that Yi Hao was still ignoring her, she stomped her feet angrily and immediately chased after him. What are you doing? Why aren't you going home? Why are you following me? Yi Hao looked at Zimo, who was hanging on his shoulder like a burden, and asked speechlessly. It's none of your business. Zimo was obviously still angry. She looked like she didn't want to talk to Yi Hao. Song Jiji led a group of servants and walked in front of each other, supporting each other. Yi Hao and Zimo walked behind. Ziming's flying horse also followed behind Yi Hao. Ouch. What's wrong now? I'm tired from walking. Let's ride a horse. I don't know how to. Yi Hao couldn't stand this weird little girl and could only carry her onto the horse. Hey, what's this? It's quite comfortable to sit on. I want to get one for my Xiao Hong too. Zimo pointed at the saddle under her butt and asked in puzzlement. I thought you didn't know how to ride a horse. Yi Hao sat behind and hugged Zimo's waist. The strange fragrance on Zimo's body made him a little restless. Who said that Xiao Hong is a horse? Although he was young, his physical development was comparable to a 14 or 15-year-old boy, and his mind was clear. Moreover, Zimo was moving back and forth in his arms. Don't move. Yi Hao gently hit the back of Zimo's head. I didn't know that you were so smart. Zimo thought that the saddle was invented by Yi Hao, so she didn't care that Yi Hao hit her. She praised him. Should we do something about this? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. The little princess has a noble status. How can this country boy touch her? The thin martial emperor said angrily when he saw this scene. The little princess is unruly and willful. She's also more playful. If you're not afraid of disturbing her fun, she'll teach you a lesson. Go ahead. The fat martial emperor glanced at the thin martial emperor and said. The thin martial emperor swallowed his saliva and said, Forget it. Just pretend that I didn't see anything. After walking for half a day, they finally arrived at South King City. Yi Hao took a closer look and found that there were indeed many king's flags hanging on the city walls. The entire city was expanding. This means that it's going to catch up with the capital of Yi. Chapter 124. Stop, who are you? Open your dog eyes and see who I am, Song Jiji scolded. The leader of the city defense immediately smiled apologetically and said, so it's young Master Song. Why are you back so early this time? The leader of the city defense was puzzled. Right now, Song Jiji's father was Prince Nan's favorite person, and Song Jiji was his only son. Naturally, Song Jiji's status in Prince Nan's city was second only to the Prince Nan. How could these small soldiers dare to provoke him? Moreover, Song Jiji always went out for 10 days to half a month, but he came back in less than 2 days. Young Master Song, who are this young master and young lady? The leader of the city defense looked at Yi Hao. Song Jiji walked, but Yi Hao rode a horse, and it was obvious that it was a spiritual colt. Their status was naturally different, so he asked carefully, "Don't talk nonsense. Arrest them for me." Song Jiji changed his usual demeanor at this time and looked at Yi Hao and Zimoa mockingly. "Boy, you've come to my territory today, so don't think about leaving here alive. And you little girl, serve me well tonight, or I'll sell you to a brothel. Arrest them for me." When the leader of the city defense heard Song Jiji's order, hundreds of soldiers rushed out of the city and immediately surrounded Yi Hao. "Boy, quickly get off the horse and surrender. Be careful not to suffer physical pain." The leader of the city guards shouted at Yi Hao with a pitiful look on his face. How could he not know about Song Jiji's character? Either Song Jiji was greedy for money, or Song Jiji was greedy for women. The leader of the city guards had helped him a lot with these kinds of things. He had no choice but to do it. Who asked him to have a good father? If he did not catch Yi Hao, he would be the one who was unlucky. "Attack!" Song Jiji shouted. Hundreds of soldiers instantly waved their weapons and slashed at Yi Hao. "Don't hurt that little girl." Song Jiji did not forget to remind them with a proud expression, "You want to fight with me? Song Jiji, why are you back? What's going on here?" "Greetings, Your Highness." A group of horses came out of the city. The leader was one of Yi Hao's brothers, and he greeted Song Jiji. "Hey, how did you get these injuries? Did you encounter some powerful magic beast?" 8th Marquis sneered as he glanced at Song Jiji's miserable appearance. "Don't mention it. It's that boy." Song Jiji pointed at Yi Hao and said. At this time, Yi Hao was defeated. Yi Hao did not kill them, but it was inevitable for them to be bedridden for a few months. "Damn, this guy is so powerful. He. Don't worry. I asked around. This boy used to be a citizen of Yi country. It is said that he worships Prince Nan." Although Song Jiji was surprised by Yi Hao's strength, he did not care about Yi Hao's background. He believed Yi Hao's words without a doubt. "What did you say? Worships big brother?" 8th Prince looked at Song Jiji with a pondering expression. Song Jiji nodded and said, "Yes, he said it himself. Is there a problem?" "You." The 8th Prince pointed at Song Jiji. He was very angry, but he had nothing to say. At this critical moment, if he could recruit Song Jiji to be his big brother's subordinate, then his big brother would have one more capable helper in the fight for the throne. If not for Song Jiji's father, he would have killed this brainless trash who only knew how to cause trouble. "All of you, stop." 8th Lord immediately stopped them. Even if he did not stop them, only 4 or 5 of the 100 soldiers were left standing. Seeing this scene, he was even more certain of his thoughts. He was so young and had such strength. He must recruit him for his big brother. Song Jiji looked at Yi Hao suspiciously. "Do they know each other?" "8th brother." Yi Hao frowned when he saw 8th Lord, but he did not rush to speak. "Friend, may I know your name?" "I am the 8th Lord of Yi country." 8th Lord reported his identity with a smile. "Greetings, 8th Lord. My name is Yi Shuai." Yi Hao randomly came up with a name and replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He did not know what this eighth brother wanted to do. Yi Shui? Eighth Lord did not expect Yi Hao's surname to be Yi. But when he thought of the huge population in the world of 10,000 kingdoms and Song Jiji saying that Yi Hao was from Yi country, he felt relieved. However, Song Jiji stared at Yi Hao from the side. Why does he feel so familiar yet so unfamiliar? Have I seen this kid before? But this kid's skills are so good. I don't have any impression of this person. Zimo who was sitting on the horse, felt Yi Hao hugging her from behind. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of cunning. Yi Shui, Yi Hao, is there a connection between them? Brother Yi Shui, I wonder which country you belong to. Eighth Prince probed. I have been cultivating with a rogue cultivator since I was young. After my master passed away, I was alone. Now I want to come back and take a look. Yi Hao casually made up a reason and said, in that case, Brother Yi Shui, are you interested in being a valiant general and expanding the territory of our Yi country? Hearing that Yi Hao was alone, Eighth Prince was overjoyed and tried to recruit him with a smile on his face. About this, Yi Hao showed an awkward expression and looked at Song Jiji. Yi Hao's meaning was self-evident. Eighth Lord instantly knew that Song Jiji had made Yi Hao unhappy, so Yi Hao was unwilling to join them. He was even more dissatisfied with Song Jiji. Your father is also a talent, how did he give birth to such a trash? Why are you looking at me? When Song Jiji heard Eighth Wangye's words, he was very unhappy in his heart. If Yi Shui joined Prince Nan, it would be difficult for him to take revenge. He jokingly said, don't tell me you still want me to apologize to you. Stop dreaming. Eighth Lord, this is really making things difficult for me. I will take my leave. Yi Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. He turned his horse around and was about to leave. Right now, Yi Hao's biggest wish was to find out what happened in Yi country. Back then, he sent Sun Xin to the first prince's side. As long as he could find Sun Xin, he would be able to understand the current situation of Yi country. However, if he could get to the first prince's side, that would be even better. Brother Yi Shui, please wait. Eighth Lord saw that Yi Hao was really about to leave and hurriedly stopped him. Quickly apologized to Brother Yi Shui. Eighth Prince winked at Song Jiji and pretended to be angry. Song Jiji was very unwilling, but he couldn't not give face to Eighth Lord. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry. Brat, don't fall into my hands. I, Song Jiji, will not let you off. Song Jiji suppressed the anger in his heart. After apologizing, he immediately turned around and entered the city. He had suffered losses in Yi Hao's hands several times in a row. It made him lose face. Chapter 125. Eighth Wangye also did not pay attention to Song Jiji. Song Jiji was just a playboy. How could he be compared to a talented general? Moreover, at this critical moment, the five forces were chasing the throne together. One more talent was one more force. In his eyes, Yi Shui's strength was at least at the mid-level of a martial general. Even his elder brother did not have many such masters around him. The key was that Yi Hao was alone and so young. With a little training, he would definitely become a valiant general. However, he did not know that the future valiant general in his heart was his younger brother. If he knew, how would he feel? Since the Eighth Lord has sincerely invited me, I dare not refuse, Yi Hao said pretentiously with a fist salute. Yi Hao inadvertently saw his portrait on the city wall. The words "wanted criminal" were imprinted in his eyes. What a mockery! Yi Hao felt that the pain of cultivating the innate sacred martial spirit was not even 1/1000th of the pain of this wanted poster. But now, the Eighth Wangye was so respectful to an outsider. Could it be that he couldn't stand his half-brother who had the same father but a different mother? Zimo saw the change in Yi Hao's expression. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? No, it's just that I left my hometown when I was young. Now that I'm back, I miss it. Yi Hao had forgotten that the little girl in his arms was looking at him with her head tilted. He came back to his senses and said half-truthfully, Zimoa nodded thoughtfully and squeezed into Yi Hao's arms again. The eighth lord did not take Yi Hao to the palace. As if he could see Yi Hao's doubts, the eighth lord explained with a smile, "Brother Yi Hao may not know, but the palace is currently being expanded. His Highness Prince Nan is temporarily staying in the Prince Nan's residence. Eighth lord, I've just returned to the kingdom of Yi, so I'm not very well informed. When I was young, I heard that the kingdom of Yi does not allow people to be crowned as kings." Yi Hao was riding side by side with the eighth lord and took the opportunity to ask. The eighth lord was silent for a long time. Yi Hao quickly laughed. "If there's any inconvenience, just pretend that I didn't ask." Yi Hao's tactic of retreating in order to advance was very effective. Eighth Wangye didn't suspect anything. He smiled and said, "Brother Yi Shuai, even if I don't tell you about this, you'll find out when the time comes. So, there's nothing inconvenient about it. Thank you, Eighth Wangye, for clearing my doubts." Yi Hao cupped his fist again and pretended to be curious. "Sigh. This is also the shame of my Yi country." Eighth Wangye sighed. The group of guards behind him also had a desolate expression on their faces. Eighth Wangye continued, "Some time ago, the late emperor led his troops to battle and was kidnapped by a mysterious expert. His whereabouts are still unknown." Kidnapped by a mysterious expert? "Do you know who the eighth prince is?" Yi Hao's expression changed when he heard this, but in order not to let others find out, he could only suppress the anger and worry in his heart. No one noticed Yi Hao's abnormality because Yi Hao hid it very well. However, Zimoa was lying in Yi Hao's arms. She could clearly feel that when eighth Wangye said that the late emperor was kidnapped, Yi Hao's body trembled violently. "I've admired the late emperor since I was young. The late emperor was extremely brave. When I heard that the late emperor was kidnapped, I was naturally furious. I believe that all the generals would think the same." Yi Hao's words instantly attracted many people's agreement. No matter what, Yi Baishan's influence in the Yi country was indelible. "Sigh, I heard that it was someone from the Great Sun Dynasty. However, I don't know if it's true," eighth Wangye said with a sigh. "Great Sun Dynasty, if you really kidnapped my father, I'll massacre your entire country." Yi Hao's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he clenched his fists secretly. As a son, if he couldn't even save his father, his only relative, then what was the point of living? "Master, there must be something else. There's no reason for a dynasty to kidnap the emperor of a duchy. Moreover, he said that your father was kidnapped. This means that your father is definitely still alive, and what?" The giant dragon's voice reached Yi Hao's mind. Only then did Yi Hao feel slightly relieved. However, he would soon reach the Great Sun Dynasty. When he heard the giant dragon's words, Yi Hao's heart was in his throat again. Duchy, marquisate, kingdom. After the Ling dynasty was the imperial dynasty. In an instant, Yi Hao felt immense pressure. Even if he added in the power of Yanghuang City, he could only have a little status among the weak marquisate. All his trump cards combined were not comparable to the lowest kingdom. Moreover, it would take at least a dozen kingdoms to be comparable to the lowest imperial dynasty. It was conceivable that the Great Sun Dynasty was like a huge mountain that was pressing on Yi Hao's heart. However, in order to save his father, no matter how huge the mountain was, it had to be flattened. Therefore, he had to seize the power of Yi country as soon as possible. Moreover, what the giant dragon said was very reasonable. Why would such a huge imperial dynasty kidnap his father? Although his father was also an emperor, he was like an ant in front of them. Would a giant be calculative with an ant? Even if they would, there would be a reason for it. They could just crush the ant to death. Why would they do something so superfluous? If they wanted to kidnap him, even if they did not send someone to kidnap him, they could have just sent someone to pass on the order. His father would have to go obediently. No matter how he thought about it, the Great Sun Dynasty would not kidnap his father for no reason. As for the reason, however, regardless of whether there was an ulterior motive, he had to become stronger, unify the country of Yi, and raise the level of the country. Moreover, I have discovered that there are 2 experts in the dark who are much stronger than me. If I am not wrong, They are at least at the martial emperor level. The giant dragon continued. Right now, his cultivation level had not fully recovered. Otherwise, 2 martial emperors would be nothing in his eyes. When did they appear? Yi Hao did not think that he was attractive enough to attract 2 martial emperors. He looked suspiciously at Zimo, who was sitting in front of him. It's when Master saved this little girl. As expected. Yi Hao had already guessed that Zimo's identity was not ordinary. However, he did not expect her to have 2 martial emperors as her bodyguards. No matter what, I have to be careful. At this moment, Yi Hao finally understood how important it was for him to use the disguise pill under the instruction of the weapon spirit. Yi Hao would never have thought that his father's kidnapping was related to Zimo. At this moment, he only thought that Zimo was someone from a big faction. As for why she would appear here, he did not know. He did not connect the two at all. However, it was fortunate that he had used the disguise pill. Otherwise, the 2 martial emperors would definitely not let him go. Moreover, Zimo had appeared in the country of Yi to look for him. At this moment, Yi Hao was wholeheartedly thinking of unifying the country of Yi. However, the enemy he had to face now was his half-brother. He did not know what to do. However, he had already seen more than a dozen arrest warrants for him in the city. This made his hesitant heart even more resolute. Chapter 126. Jia, why are you back so early? What happened to your injuries? When Song Kang heard the guard report that his son had returned, he quickly put down the things in his hands. When he saw the wounds on Song Jiji's body, he hurriedly asked with heartache. You pieces of trash, how did you protect the young master? Men, drag them out and beat them up. Looking at the guards who were also injured, Song Kang's eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. The guards cried and begged for mercy as they were dragged away by a group of people. Song Jiji did not beg for mercy for his subordinates. My son, aren't you a 3rd-rank martial general? Did you encounter a powerful magical beast? Song Kang did not understand how his son had suffered such heavy injuries after going out for a trip. Father, you have to uphold justice for your son. Song Jiji immediately cried with snot and tears. He was also worried that Yi Hao would not be able to take revenge after being recognized by Prince Nan. Therefore, he could only look for his father and say that Yi Hao was unforgivable. Only then would he be able to take revenge. Hurry up and bring me my medicinal pills. Song Kang hurriedly ordered the maid. At the same time, he pulled Song Jiji to the front of the chair. My son, don't cry. Who hurt you? Even if I have to sacrifice my old life, I will avenge you. The moment Song Kang spoke, his body emitted an aura. Song Jiji's face lit up. Father, you've broken through to the 8th-rank martial general? Yes, it's all thanks to the envoy of the Qian country who contributed some pills to Prince Nan. Prince Nan rewarded me with a few pills. The current me is much stronger than the previous Yi Batian. In the past, the Yi country was restricted by the Qian country, so the strongest warrior had not reached the martial general level. Now that Prince Nan was cooperating with the Zhao country and the Qian country, his strength naturally increased by leaps and bounds. Although the Yi country was torn apart, its overall strength had increased by more than 1 level. Even a playboy like Song Jiji could reach the 1st rank of martial general. It could be imagined that as long as there was a miracle pill, even a pig could become a strong person. Father, I was injured by a nameless junior. He even stole your daughter-in-law. Seeing that his father's strength had risen to the 8th rank of martial general, Song Jiji was once again filled with hope for revenge. His father was so important to Prince Nan. Would Prince Nan alienate his father for a nobody? Song Jiji revealed a sinister smile. Song Jiji added oil to the fire, saying that Yi Hao was an unpardonable sinner. He and Zimo had fallen in love at first sight, but in the end, Yi Hao had interfered. And Song Kang had actually believed it. Song Kang narrowed his eyes. Are you saying that the boy named Yi Shui was taken away by the 8th prince? Song Jiji nodded. That's troublesome. Song Kang knew his position very well. Although he was below tens of thousands of people, he was still a person with a high status. But compared to the first prince and the eighth prince, the two of them were blood-related brothers. It was not good for him to interfere in this matter. However, on one side was his precious son, and on the other side was the eighth prince. Song Kang was in a dilemma, but he still chose to avenge his son. How strong is that kid? I don't know. Let me go to Prince Nan's place to take a look. I will definitely not let this kid go. Song Kang was more cautious. After all, as the Prime Minister, he still had to figure out Yi Hao's strength. If he was weaker than him, he could just kill him directly. He believed that Prince Nan would not make things difficult for him. If he was stronger than him, he could only think of countermeasures. Greetings, big brother. The eighth prince entered the study first and greeted him. Eighth brother, how many times have I said it? We are brothers, there is no need for these unnecessary formalities. Prince Nan saw that it was the eighth prince and quickly stood up to help him up. He smiled and asked, Eighth brother, didn't you go out to look for Prince Ran? Why are you back? The eighth prince immediately replied with a smile, Big brother, that matter is not urgent. It's not like you don't know Ran Minute. Many people have been sent to join forces with him, but they were all sent back by him. This time, it will be difficult for me to go. Eighth brother, you can't say that. If it wasn't for my status, I would have gone to see Ran Minute. Prince Nan thought that the eighth prince had given up and comforted him. Big brother, I didn't say that I won't go. Why are you in such a hurry? The eighth prince said with a smile, I have something to report to you. Something? Prince Nan squinted his eyes and looked at the eighth prince in confusion. What could be more important than this? You must know that there is still a month before the battle for the throne. We don't have time. Big brother, I met a talent when I went out this time. The eighth prince said happily. Oh, where? Prince Nan's heart was moved. Prince Nan's face suddenly changed. What is this person's background? Could he be a spy sent by those princes? The spy that Prince Nan was talking about was naturally the other prince's men. Hearing this, the eighth prince's face changed slightly. He recalled Yi Hao's words and replied with a smile, Don't worry, big brother. I know what kind of people they have. This time, this person is really a talent. He definitely has nothing to do with them. That's good. Prince Nan nodded with satisfaction. By the way, do you have any clues about Yi Hao's matter? You must know that the battle for the throne is about to begin. The other princes are already very competitive. If Yi Hao comes out at this critical time, Yi Hao suddenly became strong from a fool to a genius. It was impossible that there was no one helping him. Now that they had obtained some resources, their strength was also increasing. They were even more sure that Yi Hao had someone helping him. Qian Guo and the people of the ninth heaven had said that Yi Hao was not dead. Although Yi Hao had disappeared for almost a year, he had always been a thorn in the princes' hearts. If they were not careful, they would repeat the mistake of the Imperial Dragon List. The princes were constantly fighting among themselves, but they had always been doing the same thing. That was to look for Yi Hao. Every corner of the Yi country was covered with Yi Hao's portrait. Even when Yi Batian was kidnapped, the Yi country did not mobilize so many people. How ironic was that? No. The eighth prince shook his head in disappointment. Prince Nan sighed. Prince Nan sat on the chair and continued to ask, Tell me the background of the talent you mentioned. I will analyze it. Eighth Wang Ye recalled everything and told Prince Nan everything without missing a single detail. You are saying that he has a conflict with Song Jiji? Prince Nan frowned. Then why did you bring him here? Aren't you deliberately causing a conflict between me and Prime Minister Song? Prince Nan rebuked. But big brother, this person is really strong and very talented. The eighth prince did not expect Song Kang to be so important in Prince Nan's heart. But when he thought about how Yi Hao could easily defeat more than 100 city gate guards, he said unwillingly, Reporting to your highness, General Sun requests an audience. A guard said carefully. It had been a long time since he had expressed his emotions so clearly. Today was the first time he wanted to kill someone so badly. Furthermore, he could already see Yi Hao's head being smashed by the chair. Stop it. Just when Yi Hao wanted to kill the guard, Prince Nan came out with 8th Lord and Sun Xin. 8th Lord saw this scene and immediately shouted anxiously. The guard was stunned by this reprimand. He put down the chair unwillingly. He covered his face and looked at Yi Hao with hatred. If it weren't for 8th Lord's sudden appearance, this young man in front of him would definitely be lying on the ground. However, he didn't know that if it weren't for 8th Lord's reprimand, he would be dead now. Instead, 8th Lord saved him. Greetings, Your Highness Prince Nan. Greetings, 8th Lord. Anger appeared on Song Kang's face. This 8th prince just had to ruin his plans. Song Kang looked at the 8th prince with a displeased expression. However, with Prince Nan here, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. What's going on here? Prince Nan frowned and asked with dissatisfaction. These people didn't give him any face at all. Could it be that what Sun Xin said was true? Song Kang had become arrogant and didn't put him in his eyes. Otherwise, how could he explain the look in his eyes? Moreover, he dared to act so brazenly in Prince Nan's residence. Because of the scene just now, in the eyes of everyone, Yi Hao was obviously at a disadvantage. Therefore, everyone naturally thought that it was Song Kang who ordered people to make a move. Lord Song, it's not appropriate to make a move in Prince Nan's residence. 8th Lord looked at Song Kang with dissatisfaction. He didn't give him any face. He knew that Yi Shui was a talent that he introduced to his elder brother, but he still wanted to kill him. If he came out a little later, Yi Hao might be lying on the ground now. Lord Song, it's not that I want to criticize you, but it's a little too much to make a move in Prince Nan's residence. Everything can be discussed calmly, Sun Xin also said with a smile. The reprimand in his tone couldn't be more obvious. At the same time, Sun Xin was also puzzled. Who was this Yi Shui? How did he know about Yanghuang Tower? Could he be the Lord? But his height didn't seem like it, because Yi Hao and Sun Xin met by chance just now. Yi Hao and Sun Xin simply greeted each other. However, Yi Hao didn't reveal his identity. Although Sun Xin was puzzled, he still went to ask for an official position for Yi Hao. He wanted to find news about Yi Hao through Yi Shui. Those who knew about Yanghuang Tower's layout, other than the Lord, were his own people. No matter what, the young man in front of him was definitely not an outsider. Reporting to Prince Nan, this Yi Shui hurt my son. I can't just let it go like this. Song Kang ignored 8th Lord and Sun Xin's reprimand and said with a strong attitude. He also wanted to know if he was more important than this wild boy in Prince Nan's heart. At the same time, he was also very shocked. How long had it been? 8th Lord and Sun Xin actually spoke up for Yi Hao. Who was this young man? How could his methods be so strong? If he gave up, Yi Hao would definitely stand on top of his head in the future. Not to mention his cultivation talent, he was already a 3rd-level martial general at such a young age. It didn't take long for 8th Lord and Sun Xin to stand on his side and fight against him. If this continued, he would lose his position in Prince Nan's residence. Lord Song, don't tell me you don't know your son's nature. He bullies men and women, forcibly abducts and commits all kinds of crimes. Do you really think that big brother doesn't know? 8th Lord said coldly. This. Cold sweat appeared on Song Kang's head. Of course, he knew his son, but he didn't expect 8th Lord to talk about it openly. If Prince Nan really talked about it, he wouldn't be able to escape the blame. This matter is over. Prince Nan didn't want to offend Song Kang too much. After all, this was a critical moment. If he had to choose, he would definitely kill Yi Shui and choose to rope in Song Kang. Fortunately, Song Jiji's but was not clean. Song Kang knew in his heart that he couldn't figure out Prince Nan's heart, so he could only admit defeat. Chapter 128. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out who Yi Shui resembled. He smiled and shook his head, thinking that he was too suspicious. Yi Hao, I wonder if you are willing to pledge your allegiance to me? Prince Nan asked. This subordinate is willing. Yi Hao pretended to be happy and quickly bowed. Good, then I will. Prince Nan was overjoyed. However, when he thought about what kind of position to give Yi Hao, he was troubled. If the position was too high, it would be hard to convince the masses. Song Kang was the first to object. If the position was too low, he was afraid that Yi Hao would have a knot in his heart and Yi Hao wouldn't be satisfied. Song Kang rolled his eyes and revealed a sly smile. He stood out and cupped his fist. Your Highness, this Yi Shui's strength is not bad. However, he can only be a small commander of the guards. Otherwise, it would be hard to convince the masses at such a young age. Yes, Song Qing is right. Prince Nan agreed. However, 8th Wangye and Sun Xin weren't happy. Yi Hao's strength was one of the best in the army. If they only gave him a small commander of the guards, he would only be able to manage 20 people. That would be too much. Moreover, he wouldn't even have the chance to make a name for himself. To put it nicely, he was a small commander. To put it bluntly, he was just a gatekeeper. However, Yi Hao didn't care at all. He wasn't really looking for an official position. He was just preparing to unify the country of Yi. As long as he didn't arouse any suspicion, he didn't care. Song Kang knew that this would happen. He sneered, it's not impossible to be a general. Isn't your Highness worried about Ran Min's matter? As long as Yi Shui can win over Ran Minute and stand on the same side as us, how about we give him the title of Great General? Song Kang's words caused everyone's expression to change. Winning over Ran Minute was easier said than done. Even if Song Kang personally went out, he was chased away 3 times. Ran Minute was brave and fierce. He was one of the major powers near the country of Yi. He had tens of thousands of soldiers and horses under him. However, he was a scattered snob. He didn't establish a country nor did he rely on any snob. Moreover, Ran Minute was the closest to Prince Nan, so Prince Nan wanted to rope in Ran Minute. However, Ran Minute didn't give him any face at all, but he couldn't do anything about it. Seeing that the fight for the throne was imminent, whether or not he could rope in Ran Minute was the key to Prince Nan's success. At this time, it was very difficult. Moreover, the last time Song Kang was chased back, Ran Minute said that if Song Kang dared to go again, he would break his legs. Therefore, Song Kang was so scared that he didn't dare to go again. This time, the one who was sent was 8th Wangye. Yi Shui, do you agree? Song Kang narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Hao. In his opinion, the young man was proud and arrogant. He would definitely agree to the temptation of a general's position, but he would definitely not be satisfied with a small commander. As long as Yi Hao dared to agree, he would release some news and Yi Hao would definitely not be able to return. Yi Hao glanced at Song Kang indifferently and said with a smile, I'm not going. I'm used to being lazy. It's already troublesome for me to be the commander of the guards, let alone being a general. I can't stand it. It's good that you're going. What do you mean you're not going? This is the position of a general. At the very least, you have to command thousands of troops. You have to think carefully. Song Kang thought that Yi Hao had already agreed, but he didn't expect that Yi Hao actually thought that the position of a small commander of the guards was too big. Was he still a normal person? If Yi Hao really refused, how could he kill Yi Hao? He couldn't help but say anxiously. Prince Nan and the others were also a little surprised. They didn't expect Yi Hao to refuse so easily. It wasn't common to see someone who could make Song Kang suffer. Yi Hao's refusal made Song Kang feel like he was punching cotton. It was completely useless. Yi Hao, don't tell me you don't dare. Song Kang looked at Yi Hao with a sneer. His tone was full of ridicule. Song Kang also had no other choice. He could only use this crude method to provoke Yi Hao, hoping that he would agree because he was young and impetuous. You're an idiot, but don't think that others are idiots too. Yi Hao rolled his eyes at Song Kang. Don't you want me to agree? Fine, if it's done, how about we change the condition? Song Kang was about to get angry, but Yi Hao suddenly changed the topic. Song Kang's face darkened as he asked, what condition? If I manage to rope in Ran Minute, You will kneel on the ground and slap yourself when you see me. How about that? Yi Hao stated a condition. To Yi Hao, this condition couldn't be any easier. After all, he himself was a prince. Although the Yi country was currently in a state of chaos, this request wasn't too excessive. But in the eyes of others, it was different. To make a prime minister kneel on the ground and slap himself, did he really think of himself as an emperor? Or was he some powerful martial artist? In the eyes of others, although Yi Hao's talent wasn't bad, he was still just a nobody. He was just slightly stronger. But if he wanted Song Kang to kneel, he was really arrogant and condescending. Even 8th Wang Ye's face darkened. He didn't expect Yi Hao to state such a condition. He took a peek and sure enough, eldest brother's face was also angered. Song Kang's face was even more gloomy. Sun Xin wanted to speak, but he really didn't know Yi Hao's true identity. He didn't know if he should speak or not. If he offended Song Kang for this unknown person, was it worth it? Why? You don't dare. Lord Ju. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes at Song Kang. It was hard to tell if he was happy or angry. In just a short while, Yi Hao returned Song Kang's words to him, word for word. Everyone looked at Song Kang. They wanted to know what he was going to say. Regardless of whether Song Kang agreed or not, he was at a disadvantage. If he refused, it meant that he didn't dare and that he was admitting defeat. If he agreed, regardless of whether Yi Hao could win over Ran Minute or not, he would be the one losing face. This young man can't be the Lord, right? He's actually so smart. Sun Xin stood at the side and looked at Yi Hao. He was shocked. Zimoa sat on the chair and looked playfully at Yi Hao's expressionless face. She thought to herself, who is he? He's definitely not a young man from an ordinary family. Just by the fact that he's wearing a set of level 4 spiritual weapons, it means that his background is not simple. No matter who you are, I hope you're not Yi Hao. Otherwise. Thinking of this, Zimoa couldn't help but feel a little flustered. She was a little depressed and lowered her head to think about her own worries. No matter what, this boy can't be left alive. A murderous intent flashed in Song Kang's eyes. Yi Hao's calmness made him feel threatened. Suddenly, his expression changed and he smiled. Okay, I agree. In that case, I'll give you 3 days. Seeing that both of them had agreed, Prince Nan didn't interrupt and agreed. Chapter 129. Anyone could see that Song Kang had thought of a way to deal with Yi Hao, which was why he was in such a hurry to return. Brother Yi Shui, why don't you apologize to Lord Song? It's better than losing your life. 8th Prince suddenly advised when he saw Prince Nan leaving. Seeing that Yi Hao was still silent, 8th Prince felt a little guilty. After all, he was the one who brought Yi Hao here. He couldn't just watch Yi Hao lose his life. How about this, Brother Yi Hao, I'll accompany you out of the city. Once we're out of the city, you can leave immediately. With your ability, you can do well wherever you go. Yi Hao looked at his 8th brother strangely. The worry on his face couldn't be faked. He recalled how he was bullied by all his brothers in the palace. Suddenly, Yi Hao asked, 8th Prince, who is the one who posted the wanted posters all over the city? It's just an ambitious prince. After hesitating for a while, 8th Prince suddenly said. Heh. Yi Hao sneered. It was more like a self-deprecating laugh. How could his brother be so nice to a person he had only met once? How could he say that his brother was ambitious? Perhaps this was the family of an emperor. What's wrong? 8th Prince asked with concern. Yi Hao shook his head. Ran Minute, Heavenly King Ran. This name was known by everyone in the vicinity of the Yi country. He single-handedly conquered a city that belonged to the Yi country. In less than a year, he developed rapidly and occupied 4 to 5 cities. Not only that, his strength was unfathomable and he was the target of many major powers in the Yi country. In fact, other than Ran Minute, there were 2 other people with strength that wasn't inferior to Ran Minute. One was Yu Fei and the other was Shu Da. Both of them were snobbish, but they refused to be roped in by any forces. This caused the princes to suffer many setbacks. However, They couldn't do anything about it. At this crucial moment, no one was willing to go to war. They only wanted to develop their snobbish forces and fight for the throne in a month's time. The news of Yi Hao and Song Kang's bet immediately spread to the major forces. Of course, most of this was due to Song Kang's efforts. Song Kang sent someone to announce that Yi Hao had spoken rudely and severely injured Ran Minute. He didn't even put Ran Minute in his eyes. However, no one knew that Song Kang was deliberately spreading the rumor. They thought that it was really Yi Hao who said it. At the same time, all the big powers were investigating who Yi Shui was. Even the marquises had to be polite to Ran Minute, so why did Yi Shui dare to speak so rudely to Ran Minute? At the same time, the other big powers wanted to see Prince Nan make a fool of himself. No matter what, Yi Shui was Prince Nan's man. It was impossible for Prince Nan to form an alliance with Ran Minute. Prince Nan was also kept in the dark. As for Yi Shui, in everyone's eyes, he was just a small fry that was about to be killed by Ran Minute. As long as he could destroy the cooperation between Ran Minute and Prince Nan, it would be a good thing for everyone else. In order to achieve his goal, Song Kang was willing to do anything. In order to kill Yi Hao, he would do anything even if the relationship between South King City and Ran Minute worsened. Father, your move is really smart. As long as this brat dares to go to Ran Min's territory, he will definitely die. Song Jiji's shoulder was wrapped in bandages as he lay on the chair and laughed. Master, if Prince Nan finds out about this, I'm afraid. The old butler looked at the laughing father and son and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The smile on Song Jiji's face disappeared and he said unhappily, "What are you afraid of? It's not like you don't know my father's position in Prince Nan's heart. Even if Prince Nan finds out, what can he do?" The old butler sighed and didn't say anything else. If he continued, he would only be asking for trouble. Song Kang's face became serious. Looking at his son, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, he only had one son and he could only spoil him. Moreover, Yi Hao had indeed angered him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this. You are right. As long as I receive news of this brat's death, I will go to Prince Nan and ask for forgiveness. Song Kang naturally understood the old butler's words. However, as long as he could kill Yi Shui, even if His Highness wasn't happy, so what? Since he had already reached this step, no matter what, it was too late. He was certain that Prince Nan wouldn't abandon him at this crucial moment. Otherwise, Prince Nan's position would be even more fragile. Father, do you think this brat can really cooperate with Ran Minute? Suddenly, Song Jiji sat up and asked with a face full of worry. Song Kang paused for a moment and smiled. Don't worry. Every time I treat him with respect, that boor Ran Minute ignores me. This time, if I spread the rumor, as long as Ran Min's brain isn't damaged, he will definitely kill Yi Shui. Every time he thought about Ran Min's attitude towards him, Song Kang's heart trembled. He didn't dare to imagine Ran Min's gaze. Therefore, as long as Yi Shui dared to go to Ran Min's territory, he would definitely be torn apart by Ran Minute. Interesting. That father and son pair must be very happy right now. Yi Hao laughed in his heart. If there was anyone in this world who could command Ran Minute, it would definitely be him. Not to mention cooperating, even if he asked him to commit suicide, Ran Minute would immediately commit suicide without batting an eyelid. If it was any other mission, Yi Hao might have considered it carefully. However, this mission was simply like playing a game. Ran Minute must be furious right now and want to kill me. Yi Hao laughed in his heart. He didn't know what Ran Min's expression would be when he saw him. Hey, don't tell me you're really going to look for that Ran Minute? Zimoa asked with half-closed eyes. She had no choice but to follow Yi Hao. At this moment, Zimoa was lying comfortably in Yi Hao's arms. Giant dragon, are they still there? Yi Hao didn't answer Zimoa immediately. Instead, he used his mind to ask the giant dragon. They've been following. The giant dragon replied cautiously. Zimoa, who exactly are you? Why are you following me? Yi Hao was very curious. However, he didn't open his mouth to ask. He didn't know how to start. Of course I'm going. Don't you want to see that old thing kneel down and slap him? Yi Hao said softly. Aren't you afraid of death? That old thing will definitely speak ill of you in front of Ran Minute. I heard that Ran Minute has a strange personality and has a very bad temper. Zimo was lying in Yi Hao's arms. As she wasn't sitting comfortably, she adjusted her position and continued to ask. How did you know? Yi Hao asked with a smile. Well, I caught a beggar in the city just now and asked him. I even gave him a silver coin. Zimo blushed and said embarrassedly. It's okay. Ran Minute has a bad temper. I have a good temper. Yi Hao glanced at Zimo and said lightly. Chapter 130. When Zimo heard Yi Hao's words, she raised her eyebrows. Don't ask me to save you. Ate one Chinese net. You? Yi Hao looked down at the two small hills in front of Zimo and smacked his lips. Ran Minute probably doesn't like such small ones. Zimo noticed Yi Hao's burning gaze and covered her chest. However, when she heard Yi Hao's words, she was like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. She immediately flew into a rage and put her hands down. She purposely stuck out her chest. Which part of me is small? Tell me clearly. Yi Hao became even more unscrupulous. His eyes kept wandering around Zimo's chest. Yi Hao secretly nodded in his heart. This little girl's chest was indeed not bad. You big pervert. I'm not done with you. Zimo knew that she had been tricked by Yi Hao. She even purposely showed it to Yi Hao. Thinking of this, Zimo became even more shy. Ha ha. How dare you scold my people? I really want to see. Hearing his subordinate's report, Ran Minute was not angry. Instead, he laughed. Heavenly King, do you want me to kill that Yi Shui directly? One of his subordinates stood up and said angrily. In their hearts, Ran Minute was a godlike existence. They absolutely could not tolerate the slightest insult. When Ran Minute thought of his lord who had disappeared for half a year, he could not help but show a longing expression. However, he could not brazenly send people to look for him. The more he did, the more surprised he was. He had gained a lot of combat experience in battle. Relying on his own talent, he forcibly raised his strength to a level 9 martial general. Only then did he realize how big the outside world was. Therefore, the pace of expansion gradually slowed down. In the past half a year, many forces had tried to rope him in. However, without Yi Hao's order, Ran Minute rejected all the temptations and threats. South King, do you really think that I, Ran Minute, am easy to bully? If it wasn't for my lord, I would definitely destroy you. Ran Minute looked in the direction of South King City and said softly. If that's the case, I'll take Yi Shui's head. Consider it a warning. Old K looked at his angry subordinates and ordered, go to the city gate and give that brat Yi Shui a verbal warning. If he doesn't know what's good for him, just kill him. Yes. The group of subordinates was overjoyed. They had already sentenced Yi Hao to death in their hearts. The Heavenly King had tolerated the South King's city time and time again. This group of subordinates couldn't stand it anymore. If it wasn't for old K's restraint, they would have already led their troops to attack the South King's city. This time, whether or not Yi Shui was the one who said those words, it was a slap to Ran Min's face. No matter what, they had to make an example out of him. They had to let the surrounding powers know that they were not easy to bully. Yi Shui's name instantly spread to the surrounding forces. The spies of the various forces were all waiting to see if Yi Shui would come and how old K would deal with it. Many people thought that Yi Shui wouldn't go to Ran Min's city. There were also people who thought that other forces deliberately spread the news to destroy the relationship between Ran Minute and the South King. No matter what, all the forces placed their attention on Yi Shui. However, it was only a few hours' journey. An entire day had passed and Yi Shui still hadn't arrived at Ran Min's city. This made the various forces very confused. Could it be that Yi Shui got scared halfway and ran away? This made the various forces anxious. They hurriedly sent people to investigate along the road, but they found nothing. The second day passed just like that. However, There was still no news of Yi Shui. This made people think that Yi Shui ran away and didn't dare to go to Ranmin's city. Father, that brat couldn't have really run away with your daughter-in-law, right? Song Jiji was crying at this moment. He was still thinking about Zimo in his heart. Song Kang also looked uncertain. Logically speaking, that brat dared to make a bet with him. He shouldn't be so cowardly. However, based on this distance, he didn't know how many times he could go back and forth in 2 days. The people that he sent to follow Yi Hao also didn't bring back any news. They should be dead. At this moment, 8th Wang Ye was sitting in his courtyard and listening to his subordinate's report. He was delighted. It seems that brother Yi Shui really listened to my advice and left by himself. This is good too. At least he can save his own life. Yi Shui. At this moment, Yi Hao was sitting on the horse in a daze. Zimoa actually had a lollipop in her mouth. Of course, it was given to her by Yi Hao. At this moment, Zimoa was sucking on the lollipop and mumbling Yi Hao's name. What's wrong? The lollipop is gone. Here you go. Yi Hao very skillfully took out a lollipop and handed it to Zimoa. Zimoa pouted and looked unhappy. However, when she saw the lollipop, her face brimmed with a smile again. Aya, you've made me dizzy. Zimoa put away the lollipop and immediately remembered the serious matter. It's already the 3rd day. You didn't plan to run away from the beginning, did you? Yi Hao glanced at Zimoa and scratched his head embarrassedly. You can't laugh at me if I tell you. Zimoa glanced at Yi Hao. I told you to run away from the beginning. What's there to laugh at? Yi Hao's head was full of black lines. Again, he said carefully, not this. Not this. Zimoa couldn't remember Yi Hao. What else was worth laughing at? Suddenly, she thought of something and turned pale with fright. You didn't peek at me bathing yesterday, did you? Good, Yi Shui. Now you have to be responsible for me. Tell me honestly, how's my figure? Yi Hao hugged his head in pain. What was going on? The hole in her brain was too big. He could only tell the truth. I'm lost. In fact, Yi Hao had felt that something was wrong from the first afternoon, but for the sake of his face, he didn't say anything. He thought that he could get there by walking forward, but the more he walked, the further he went. Just now, when he was sitting on the horse, he was analyzing the route. Zimoa was stunned. The lollipop in her mouth almost fell to the ground. She asked in disbelief, You are lost. Ha ha ha. Zimoa held her belly and laughed out loud. Tears almost came out of her eyes. What's so funny? There are no road signs here, and there's no navigation. Where can I find it? Yi Hao said in a low voice. In the past, on Earth, he often got lost, let alone in this strange world. How could he know the way? As soon as he returned to Yi Hao, he took the map given by Ju Hongling and got lost in the air while riding a giant dragon, let alone on this land. At first, he could tell the direction clearly, but now he couldn't even tell the directions. What's so difficult about this? Go and catch the person behind. Then you'll know the way. Zimoa laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. She said to Yi Hao, You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.